Hello, good morning, and welcome to the Engadget stage live here at CES 2019. My name is James True. I am managing editor here, and our very first guest, privileged to have you with us, is Bharat Vassan, CEO of PAX Labs. How's it going so far?
It's going great. It's a great show at CES. Happy to be with Engadget.
Well, I know it's 10 a.m., which is kind of like 10 a.m. in Vegas, I feel like it's 4 a.m. anywhere else, right? So how are you feeling?
Well, it depends on how late you stayed up last night, James.
Well, I didn't get to stay up too late. I had to work. Some of us have stuff to do. So we're going to be talking about cannabis's digital revolution, or at least that's what I'm calling it. Do you feel like that's overplaying it, or do you think that's a real thing that's happening right now?
No, I think it's a real thing. As legalization spreads, you've got millions of people coming in, and PAX is a company that's focusing on taking the guesswork out of getting high. Or cannabis, I should say. But one of the biggest problems in the space is people coming is figuring out what's the right thing for you.
Right.
They're funny names like, Lemon Haze and Cherry Fizz, and what's the right thing for folks? And PAX is all about taking that guesswork out of it.
So I know that in the cannabis industry, PAX is very well known.
Yep.
So everyone who uses marijuana probably very familiar with your brand. There are obviously a lot of people that don't use it. So why don't we take a step back for now, talk about the origins of PAX, where it came from, a little bit of the history.
So PAX has a long history in the space. We've focused mostly on vaporizers and making this a really great experience, a really simple experience. We started with the PAX 3, which is over there. And that's for loose leaf and flower. And the original experience of cannabis is you've got to grind it up, you've got to roll it, you've got to put it in. We created the PAX original vaporizer for flower that made that a whole lot easier. I think PAX Era, which has been out for a couple of years, makes that even simpler. So it's just about concentrates and oils. You can pop a pod in, you can take a puff, it works really great. It's a smooth draw, you can control it, you can make it predictable. I think that's a big innovation that makes it more mainstream.
But what are the actual origins of the company? Because didn't it used to be Plume?
It was Plume, and two founders, Adam and James, did a great job of building up the company. At some point, they had to decide to split the companies. One became Juul, the other one became PAX. PAX is mostly focused on the cannabis side of things. We work with over 50 brand partners around the country on the Era side of things. The flower side of the business is international as well, so very well-known consumer technology brand.
And let's bring things up a little bit more recently, like 2018. What's the year been like for you? We just set it off. We're now in 2019, but how was last year?
Sorry, repeat that question.
So how was last year for PAX as a company?
Last year was a banner year for us. I think we call them brand partners, but as you know, cannabis can't travel across state lines. And we went from a handful of partners at the beginning of the year to over 50 by the end of the year. We've had millions of pods sold, millions of people try the product out there. We really feel like it was a banner year for legalization as well, as millions of people come in. And going back to quality, transparency, predictability, these are three things we see as being issues for the space overall. And I think PAX made a good amount of progress in 2018, and 2019 will make even more progress.
So I want to talk a little bit more in detail about both of your products, because they're both very interesting, but they're both for very different, well, not very different, but they're different type of
different audiences for different types of cannabis.
So we'll start with the PAX 3. So I'm assuming there was a PAX 2 and then just a regular PAX,
PAX 1, a PAX 2, a PAX 3.
So this is, well, you tell me who it's for.
Yeah. So I'd say the PAX 3 is for folks that love flower. And what you do is you grind up flour, you put it in, it heats it up. You've got very fine grain temperature control, so it doesn't have that burnt taste that you get after. And it's very sleek. As you can see, it doesn't look like a vaporizer with horns and glass and all sorts of other stuff that doesn't make it feel like part of your life. It looks like Apple would have made it, and we hope if Apple made vaporizers, they'd make something like this. So that's what PAX 3 is for. PAX Era is really more for that portable, on-the-go type of feel that people take a quick puff whenever they feel like it.
But so people might be familiar with cannabis vaporizers. Everyone's seen those basic pens where you screw it in. So PAX isn't really about that, is it? It's like, I mean, that's fine. Those pens do their job and they work. But the user experience in particular, I think, is something that PAX is known for. Right? And it goes to software as well as the hardware.
Right. So we've always focused on high quality product, making transparent like how we make the product, how clean it is, how safe it is. But the biggest issue for this space is just predictability. How do people know what they're getting? How do we make that experience more predictable for folks? And so with an Era, you know what pod you're putting in. There's very, very fine-grained temperature control, so the oil doesn't taste burned. You can get exactly the right feel if you're an experienced user. There's also session control or dose control, which allows you to control how much you consume so you can get the exact right feel. One of the biggest problems is, you know, if you take wine, for example, or any alcohol, you can see glasses in front of you. You know, if you had 1 glass or 2 glass or 5 and you've gone too far.
Right.
One of the hard things about cannabis is you just don't know how much you're consuming, right? And so this is a good example of where we have an app, it controls the device, you know, you can set it to, say, a micro puff, right? And you take puffs and it's going to lock you out so you can feel the effects before you take another puff. And I think for folks coming into this space, you don't want to compulsively keep puffing at it and feel like, hey, I'm out of control, or nothing's happening.
It's very difficult to undo that.
That's right, that's right. And the tuning process is super important for folks, and we feel like we're at CES. This is one of the biggest things. If you say, machine learning, self-driving cars, I don't know anything bigger than cannabis and technology in cannabis that's coming out over the next 5 or 10 years. And we feel like software driving hardware is a big part of that.
So to people that haven't used the Era, to explain it a little bit more, so it's very similar to another vape pen, so you've got a pod, you put it in, but I likened it, when I read about one of your recent releases, I likened it to like, it's sort of like an app store.
Yeah.
So you kind of have the PAX device. You guys don't actually manufacture or sell cannabis in any way, shape, or form, do you? You guys just make the technology?
That's right. We don't touch the plant. It's a little like Keurig. It's a little like Nespresso. If you think about it, we've got a vaporizer. We focus on how do we make cannabis a really predictable, good experience for folks. And we've got brand partners, you know, who are kind of like the Green Mountain Coffees or Starbucks of their day, that are out in each of the states, and they make very unique blends. You've got really high-end pods. You've got pods that are more value and mainstream, kind of like a BevMo, right? And we supply empty pods. People go out there, they leverage their craft and either make these super high-end, you know, solventless distillate pods like the Blue Rivers of the world. And you've got other folks that are more like the Bud Lights of the world. And that selection's available at dispensaries, licensed dispensaries around the country. Supply empty pods. They extract the cannabis, they fill them, they get them out to stores. You know, we're doing an event at Planet 13 later today, and that's one of the biggest weed stores anywhere in the country. It's like a wall of weed.
Anywhere in the world, I think, really, right? At
yes,
this point, so.
Yeah. And so you can go there and you see the full selection, right? And I think there's the paradox of choice. Then the question becomes, well, just like a BevMo, like what do I pick? Am I a Chardonnay person, a white wine, red wine? Do I pick the one with the cool logo? What's right for me? And I think those are core problems PAX is focused on solving. Other companies should solve as well.
So how do you curate what is on, I believe you call your platform?
Yeah.
So what is this process of curation? How do you go about it, and how can I get a job helping you figure that out?
So we listen to our users. I think that's the first thing. No one knows what's current better than the folks. Probably a lot of Engadget users, to be honest, right? And they tell us like, hey, listen, we like this, we like these types of terpenes, we like this type of profile. And we have teams that go out in every state, look at who grows, who's reliable, who's licensed, who's focused really on a good experience as opposed to, I would say, getting in on the green rush is what they call it. Mm-hmm. We're not big fans of that because we feel like that's short-term thinking. We feel like thinking about this space, helping people make sense of the space is who we want to partner with. So a lot of our brand partners in each state tend to be the biggest sellers, but they also tend to be people with a conscience that figure out how do we make this safe, how do we make people understand what effect it has on folks so we get them on the platform. We do a lot of categorization, so on our website you can find a database of all the pods, but also you can sort them by effects, so people can figure out what types of effects come from what types of pods. We'll be driving more and more of that into the software side of things as 2019 goes on. I think that's why we're at CES. You know, this is intersection of technology that hasn't played a big role, I'd say, in alcohol or CPG spaces. But I think cannabis is unique because of the way it's structured, it's set up. There's a lot of technology that goes into just the hardware. I think there's even more that goes into the software.
And also, I've noticed that a lot of the manufacturers, the growers, or really everyone in the industry is very passionate about what they do. Right. It's very similar to wine or other things like this, coffee, where there's like you get a lot of nerdism about what people are doing. And like you mentioned Blue River, who use like an all-natural sort of process. And you guys, you've got, is it the high-intensity cartridges? Or
we have high-intensity pods. They allow for more of the vapor to be delivered so people don't have to take multiple puffs to figure it out. I think what we really like about the space, I think one of the coolest things about the space, and nerds would love this, right? Like I'm a nerd, I love it, but people care about their craft. You know, people who are into cannabis care about how it's made, and craft beer is like that.
Right.
There's plenty of beer out there in the world, but people really nerd out about, like, it has this flavor profile, it was aged for this long. And I think cannabis is like that. People are still figuring out, hey, how do I make a really good experience? It's not just about the most amount of THC. It's about it has this type of feeling, it creates this type of effect. And there's a medical reason. Everyone has a nervous system, they have an endocannabinoid system. The cannabinoids in cannabis interact with that system and create different effects. That's how the science works. But people haven't figured out what types of cannabinoids create what types of effects. And I think that's one of the things as you think about what are the next 5, 10 years going to be about, it's people sorting out like, hey, I want something that helps me sleep a little, relax a little, be more creative. What's the right blend for me is something that's unsolved.
And do you think that this is actually something that's happening in real time, isn't it? Because leaf cannabis has obviously been around for millennia, and pretty much you grow it, you pick it, you smoke it, sort of thing. Whereas now we're in extraction oils, you can actually be more selective over what's going into your sort of thing. And PAX is in a way enabling that by having the temperature control.
I think that's right. I think, look, one of the reasons I might have just taken the job is I think one of my first experiences with alcohol way back when, I think it was with Boxed. It wasn't wine, I think it was sake. It was a very bad night. It was a very bad morning. And I think I'm just, you know, part of PAX is let's help people avoid that experience with cannabis. Let's have the first experience be a good one for whatever effect they're going for. As they progress and they go like, hey, I want something for pain relief, I want something to help me sleep as you get older, those are things that we can also cater to. But having that first experience be a good one that's predictable is something that we care about deeply.
Do you get a lot of user feedback from people that use the Era? Because I feel like the Era is the one that's slightly more configurable, or would you say both?
I'd say they're very different, right? I'd say like flower gives you that full spectrum experience where you get all of the terpenes, all of the cannabinoids, and you get a full flavor experience. I think with concentrates in the pot, it's more tunable.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's something like, hey, I need something that helps me relax. And it's a very specific effect that you can do. And that's harder to do with flower because you get the full effect. So I'd say it's a little different.
But have you got a lot of, or any user feedback where people have said, hey, I would love to be able to do this in the app, or why can I only do this?
I think people want to figure out, we've got over 300 different blends on the platform. So if you are staring at 300 different beers and you're trying to figure out which ones to choose, you're trying to find mental models for how do I express the thing that I want. And I think for PAX and for the industry as a whole, we've got to figure out how to simplify that for folks. So there's this progressiveness to how you get into the experience, so you don't have to start out feeling intimidated about, oh, I've got to know a ton about cannabis before I even take my first step into it, which is kind of what the space feels like a little bit to a lot of folks.
Fair enough. And for the growers and the manufacturers and themselves, what's their incentive to be on the PAX platform, do you think?
They care about the same things we do, right? Quality, transparency, predictability. They feel like that's what grows this space over time. You know, reefer madness, hopefully that's a thing of the past. But there's still some amount of stigma in cannabis, and if you want to normalize it, I wouldn't say make it mainstream, but say normalize it, and have it be about responsible adult use, you've got to be able to take some of the guesswork out of the cannabis experience. Right? And so they believe in the same things we do, and yes, there are cheap batteries out there, yes, there are folks getting into the green rush, but ultimately, like, stuff always gravitates back towards quality, like which brands are helping me make sense of the space, what is a good experience. I think it's what companies like Apple and Google have proven, right? And that's the sensibility we come from within tech. How do we take the tech, how do we build in a lot of technology that gets out of the way so people can enjoy the experience without just focusing on apps and fiddling with buttons, but there should be some guide to helping people make it easy for them.
So you guys are here at CES, it's a technology show, you're a technology company, but it's not necessarily quite as easy for you guys as it is for maybe Whirlpool who makes washing machines.
I've been here for 8 years. You've got everything from internet-connected toilets to God knows what else. It's just odd that, you know, one of the 2 or 3 biggest things in technology, which I think cannabis certainly qualifies, is not on the floor. I don't know why they don't allow cannabis technologies on the floor, allow them to demo, but it's a thing. Hopefully it changes next year. But I just thought that was strange. In a state that's legal, that plenty of people consume cannabis, that there's alcohol on the show floor, Not sure why it's not allowed.
What would be your, if you could speak to the CTA, they've actually got our stage right there, so maybe we can go and crash.
We'll lead a little procession over there.
Right. Maybe we should start. Let's just civil action only. If you could express to them like any sort of wish for how it would work, how would you like it to be?
I'd say people should be able to try cannabis on the show floor in some way, shape, or form, because it's the best way to demo it, the best way to normalize it. No different from alcohol being served on the show floor. There's happy hours all across the show floor. It feels like cannabis fits that same category.
And at what point do you think, how long do you think it'll take before we get to a stage where we can do that? Like in time, just...
The CTA can make that happen this week if they wanted to.
We just make the call, right?
Yeah, just make a call, right? Like, Gary, wherever you're out there, I'm here for you. Let's make this happen. If not this year, definitely next year.
He can come around for a session and we can...
The best way to convince people is trying the product. I think that CES has proven that. And how many robots can you see in a day, really? You need something to take the edge off, I'm just saying.
Right, and you're here ready and with everything you need. Let's talk about legalization, legality more generally. So, increasingly legal in America,
yeah.
But still not everywhere. What challenges is that throwing up for you day to day?
I think it creates this messiness of people not figuring out, like, is this legal, is it not, right? Like, it has this overhang of people thinking, is this okay for me to do? And I think, I think a lot about it, like, normalizing cannabis for not just, myself, folks who work at the company, our fans, but also our families, friends, kids. I think it not being federally legal has that effect. At the state level, you look at states like Colorado and California, and it's just become pretty much a normal thing. It hasn't resulted in craziness. People aren't like out there doing crazy stuff, but it's helped normalize the space a whole lot more. I think Canada's going to push that boundary where it's legal at the federal level in Canada. So when oil becomes legal there this fall in September, I think you're going to see a whole country with a federally legal market that's out there. I mean, having said that, in 2019, we feel more states will go legal, especially on the eastern seaboard.
Yep.
And those will be big states, and that'll push the needle further and further.
Which are the states most likely on the East Coast, do we think?
I think Schumer said, like, New York, they want to do something. I think in Jersey, they don't even need to be on the ballot box. It's legal in, either at the medical level or at the recreational level in 33 states today out of 50, which is a pretty big number.
Because I was speaking with a colleague and he was saying that in his state, which I think was North Carolina,
yeah.
even just having a pipe can be illegal, even if there's no flower with it. Does that technically therefore make your product potentially itself illegal in certain states? Or is that not a problem you've seen so far?
It's a complex regulatory topic. It's hard. It depends on what the state law is for each of those. Like, I'm sure packs 2s and 3s are sold in those states because they can be used for tobacco, used for other stuff. I think it's different with ERIC because you've got to grow locally, so if it's not compliant, if it's not allowed by state law, generally we just don't venture into it.
And what about outside of America? We talked about Canada, which we'll probably come back to in a minute, but other European countries, or where is PAX internationally?
So I think the PAX, the flower product, is all over Europe and Canada, so that is very international. I think oil, again, is the fastest growing segment of the market. It's the thing that takes cannabis and makes it portable. Right? It's not it makes it so you can take a puff anywhere you go. You don't have to grind up flower, go through the whole ritual. I think it will be the thing that normalizes it. And I think that will take a few more years. I feel like the US is going to lead the way on this one, along with Canada. The Canadians also leading is a good thing. But I think the US, and it also points to, I think, like, for Europe, there's a lot more concern around, around privacy, around, like, health and safety standards, which I think is relevant to the US as well, but it's one big reason why we think the FDA should deschedule cannabis, and it should be more like alcohol, so we can do more research around who's it right for, who's it not. It's clearly for adult use, but it's hard to test product that's federally banned.
Well, also it's interesting because if you had if it was federally legal or descheduled, then bigger companies could invest in it. You got more money, more research, more knowledge. It seems like a logical path, right?
Yeah.
But it's not happening at the moment.
Well, it's not because it's not legal to test it. I think now that Canada is legal, you'll see a lot more testing happen in Canada. And as someone who's an American, living in America, as an American company, I would like to see us lead the way, because Canada isn't the home for cannabis. No one goes like, man, if I think of a state and a region in the world that's all about cannabis, where it's cannabis culture, it's Canada. It doesn't come to mind. But they are leading the way, God bless them, and I think hopefully some of that trickles down into the US.
So has that given you any early indications, like in terms of sales, numbers, distribution, how that might work in an American model? Has it had sales? Obviously it's gone up because you can now sell it, but what's that trend showing you that might be good information for America?
I mean, it's a very, very large business. People underestimate how big the business is, but all of Canada, for example, is about the size of California, just to give you a sense of how big the US market is. And it just feels like for a space that has a large fan base, that should be deregulated, creates jobs, creates tax revenue, it should be legal across the US at some point, some way, shape, or form.
So I wanted to switch back talking more about the usage process of it. So, because we've got medicinal and recreational as well, so we've got to remember those two things. Do you feel like I know it's very dangerous to say something's healthier, but could that be an incentive for someone to switch from smoking flower to vaporizing oil?
Yeah, so one of the things you get when you roll a joint, right, is you're burning something at something like 3,000 degrees, and then you're inhaling it, so you get all of the soot and the tar and everything else that comes back through it. You get a full flavor profile, but that's one of the things you're doing. I think vaping, heating it up at a much lower temperature makes it certainly, I think, more safe. We'd love to be able to do more research on this, qualify it better, but from all of the data we've seen, it is a lot safer than even, for example, using a bong. Right, where you would think going through water makes it a much safer process, but there is more particulate matter in bongs as well as smoking a joint. So we do think vaping is a much safer way to go with PAX vaporizers.
And you already mentioned that you're somewhat more in control of not so much the strength, although you can choose to buy one of the appropriate strength, but also the dosage and the heat and the flavor as well. And I just feel like this is probably if I could express to someone why I think PAX era is exciting, it's exactly that, right?
Yeah.
And how difficult has it been to sort of communicate that message?
I don't think it's been that difficult, right? I think the hard thing for people to figure out is what should I get out of the lemon haze and cherry fizz, like all of these different blends, like what should I pick? But I think as people get into the space, they go, hey, what's that Apple like it just works experience? That's something that we're able to deliver well. You don't need an app or anything to take a puff from a PAX era. You buy a pod from a dispensary, you plug it in, and then you just go, you take a puff, and it's very, very easy for people to understand. I think as they get deeper into it, temperature matters. They'll learn like, hey, I like it at a certain temperature, I like it higher or lower, and that modulates what the flavor looks like or how big of a hit that I get. Right? And session control's the same way, like, should I take a big hit, a small hit, how do I like that regulated? But I think the first step is just being able to buy something, and Apple-like, it just works.
But what about so you've got the companion app, which we've talked about, you were just talking about some of the features. Does that open up other possibilities that we haven't really thought about yet? So like a fitness tracker for cannabis, or even something way beyond that, where you can use your usage data to sort of provide metrics and quantified information, or who knows what else? You're the expert, tell me.
No, it's true. So look, the first thing I want to say is I think the days of people being able to use user data and do whatever with it are over, and I think we are very, very, very careful about that at PAX. I think we care deeply about those issues around privacy and making sure the data is stuff that we are careful about not just using but collecting in the first place. I do think there's this big unsolved problem in the space around predictability. Like I said, quality, transparency, predictability, but it feels like one of the missed opportunities in the alcohol and beverage space is if wine bottles don't talk, right? And there's no way to know if someone finished a wine bottle at one sitting and they had 3 of those because they really loved it, or they just threw it away, they didn't finish it. And I think one of the unique opportunities about cannabis is helping people figure out what they should consume, and also giving brand partners a sense for what stuff works, what stuff doesn't work, and how that varies by geography. So what works in Florida probably doesn't work in Vegas, which probably doesn't work in Southern California versus Central Valley. These are very, very different regions, and I think one of the ways in which CPG, this huge space, with alcohol and food and all this stuff has grown up, is completely offline. I think one of the big opportunities with technology and being at CES is technology that starts to help people look at consumption data and figure out exactly what's right for them. I think that feels like something cannabis can do that nobody else has done before.
So unfortunately, I think our time is coming to an end here. We've got one more question, don't you worry. What is your prediction? What's going to be the next technical revolution in cannabis use, whether that's PAX or a broader thing?
I think the big thing is going to be around those three themes: quality, transparency, predictability. But I think predictability is going to be the big one as millions of people come into the space and there's more and more different blends. People are going to be trying to make sense out of what's right for me, and I think that's equal parts software and hardware, and I think companies like PAX are going to lead the way on that.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for joining us here on the stage. It's been a pleasure. Thanks to everyone at home for watching. Stay tuned for more live from the CES stage 2019 with Engadget.
Hi, Mom.
Hey everybody, and welcome to Engadget's CES stage. Everything's just kicking off. I see people running around on the show floor. It's a really exciting moment here at CES. And I'm here with HP's President of Personal Systems, Alex Cho, to talk about where things are going next for HP and around some of their more recent announcements here at the show. Alex, how's it going?
Doing great. We're so excited to be here. We've got a lot of innovations we've announced recently.
Yeah.
And we're just excited to be able to share with our partners, our customers, what we've been up to.
Gotcha. And it seems like a busier year than usual for HP here, and honestly for the entire PC industry. Like, what are your biggest announcements? Yes. What are you most excited about from HP?
Let me just say, innovation is like alive.
Yeah.
It is growing, and we're excited about innovation in the PC space. For us, we've announced a few key areas of innovations for this year. Number one is all around the modern lifestyle. Computing is far more personal. People's devices are a reflection of who they are. And with that, we've announced bold new notebooks, our EliteBook, as well as our Spectre lines.
Yeah.
For our Spectre lines, we announced a new color, Bordeaux Burgundy. This is our Spectre Folio, which we announced earlier, and now we're introducing with that a new Bordeaux Burgundy.
And this is your leather-bound Ultrabook?
Not just covered in leather, but really made of leather. With luminous gold interior keyboard, and what you see is this is really the world's first two-in-one of this type that recognizes that people are watching movies.
Yeah.
People obviously are staying productive. People are also in tablet mode.
Yeah.
And one of the important things that we're trying to solve, people are often typing on their laptops.
Right.
And so we want to ensure that all happens, and all with very new and rich materials, and this in burgundy.
Very cool. Yeah, I reviewed this back in the fall in the brown leather color. But what was really interesting is like it seemed very thoughtful in terms of how you guys designed the convertible mechanism. I feel like most two-in-ones, they're either too wobbly when I'm using them on my lap, or they don't like convert easily. Maybe they're more like a traditional laptop. You know, can you talk about like how you guys went about designing this thing, and what have you learned from this that you're going to be bringing to HP's products moving forward?
Well, there's a lot of learning in here. In fact, I would say that what is driving what we're doing across all of our portfolio is being steeped in customer insights.
Yeah.
We're spending a lot of time watching people, who they are, where they're working, where they're computing, where they're gaming, and also how they're doing things. And so for us, being insight-driven is at the heart of it all.
Yeah.
And based on that, we are spending a lot of time thinking about core experiences and use cases that we want to curate and get just right. And delightful. So, perfect example, the lap test.
Yeah.
When we watched people using these devices, we saw them trying to use a two-in-one, but it was a little bit wobbly. And so we're addressing that. We also wanted to address the ability to get it quickly into a tablet mode for people who want to use more inking. So we're leveraging our learnings by watching customers, introducing them in our products, and what you'll see us do over and over again is we innovate in our premium lines, and then we bring it mainstream.
Right.
With our EliteBook this year, we announced here at CES our new EliteBook 800 series, 360. We started that in the 1000 series. We take all of the learnings and the innovation around design, security, and collaboration features, and we brought it to our mainstream 800 series. And that's how we innovate over and over again.
That's very cool. And so this is also the first laptop I've ever seen with a leather case. Can you talk about just like, what was that leap like to think like, maybe let's not just do all metal, let's stay away from plastic, leather. How does that fit into computing today, you think?
One of the things that we are spending a lot of time when we watch and observing is that trends around materials are becoming far more authentic, far more natural, and it's the integration of computing into your natural and more physical experiences. And so leather has had a timeless, authentic quality that people have appreciated. They continue to do so. And for us, it was an opportunity to innovate, take the computer to the next level.
Gotcha.
And not only is this wrapped in leather and made of leather, but we also had to design the manufacturing process to support it. So it was a leap, but it was a leap based on what we're watching in terms of customers and broader fashion trends. We spent a lot of time watching design trends.
Gotcha. And when it comes to this year's computers, I just saw you guys are going to be putting OLED in the new Spectre X360, the 15-inch.
Yes.
That's really interesting because I'm a huge OLED fan. I have an OLED TV at home. I've been waiting for it to come down to laptops for so long.
There you go.
So long. It's finally happening this year.
Yes.
You know, how did that end up happening? What is it about OLED that makes it more easy to put into a laptop this year compared to past years?
Yes. So I think one key insight is that the display and the visual experience is a critical part of the computing experience.
Yeah.
In fact, 90% plus of customers tell us that one of the most important attributes of their computing experience is a display.
Yeah.
So because of that, across all of our announcements, you will see innovations in different parts of what that display is. In this new Spectre X360, this is the world's first with AMOLED built in.
Yeah.
And the reason why that's important is not just the technology, but it's the use cases and experiences. When people are shopping online, they have a richer match between the colors that they see on screen to what they will actually receive. Mm-hmm. Think about darker darks and better contrast. We have people watching movies. The big one that we were looking at is how well does Batman show up when you're watching Batman in the dark?
Right.
Well, having the type of colors and the granularity on here allows you to see that more richly. And then as well, it just gives you a visual computing experience that is really second to none and is a part of the more immersive computing experience that we're all about.
Do you think we'll see OLED in more notebooks moving forward? Just because, for me, as good as an LED screen can be, or you know, OLED just tends to look better. Especially for black levels, especially for like HDR.
Yes.
Where's HPC OLED going in their product line moving forward?
So similar to my statement earlier about how we innovate in the top end and bring it mainstream, we are continuing to work on how we can take this technology, integrate it across the broader portfolio and more mainstream. Mm-hmm. And remember, for us, it's definitely about the display, but it's about the total computing experience. So it's display. But if you're having great displays, you want rich audio. And not only that, as you can see, we completely redesigned the form factor here in this new faceted design. And we introduced a new color, Poseidon Blue.
Yeah.
We're very specific about looking at trends in design and color. And because these devices are increasingly a reflection of who you are, we made a very purposeful intent to get to new schemes and matches that match more of a design aesthetic.
Mm-hmm. Now let's talk a bit about gaming too. I also saw the huge 65-inch. Huge. It's crazy. It's a 65-inch gaming screen that has a bunch of NVIDIA's technology in there too, G-Sync Ultimate and everything. What convinced HP? Why is HP kind of playing in that space? Because it seems like a very niche market, right? A large screen for a gamer. It almost seems like you're competing with home TVs, living room TVs. How are you positioning yourself there?
So gaming is of great growth. I mean, gaming is expanding. It's amazing. It's no longer a niche topic, really. If you think about League of Legends, the League of Legends final had 10 times more viewership than the Stanley Cup.
Right.
And in fact, interesting data point, if you actually Google LOL, you don't get the definition laugh out loud. You actually hear about League of Legends. So what you see is the proliferation of gaming into more mainstream. Gaming has really evolved from traditionally what people have thought of as a teenage male isolated from the crowd activity to something that is far more social, interactive. It's becoming far more immersive. The demographics are expanding. And because of that, what we're seeing is that gaming is happening in more public spaces.
Right.
Public spaces in the home, public spaces in gaming cafes. And so because of that, when we were watching what was happening with gaming and the transition of it from being a more solitary to more broad social activity, bringing it to an extremely large 65-inch with powerful sound capabilities was where we wanted to go next. In fact, customers who have seen this have loved it.
Yeah. It's I love that. I would love to see an OLED screen from HP at that size too. But yeah, it looks good right now. And I've noticed like HP is doing a lot of cool stuff around gaming. Last year you guys had the cooling headphones, which was just a really cool idea. So it's like, it's thermoelectric, right? And it cools your ears with that?
We have ear cup cooling technology right there. Because watch gamers. I mean, when you watch gamers, once you notice that they're always talking to people because they're connected. But a lot of times, because they have these headsets, it's getting hot. And what we thought is, how can we innovate in an area that's practical, meaningful for the everyday experience of gamers, and enabling cooling on your headsets was what the team came up with last year.
It's really cool because it's cooling, but there's no fan. There's no like active cooling element. It's just like you put it on, and it feels like there's an air conditioner around your head. It's a really interesting concept. Are we going to see more around that sort of thing, or is what are we going to see with the cooling headset this year?
So when we think about gaming in general, what we see is it is a rich ecosystem that our customers are looking for. Not just a beautiful device, a powerful device, but also the displays and accessories and even services around them. So you will see us continuing to curate and build total experiences.
Okay.
You'll see us continue to innovate and broaden what we do around headsets as well, because as a more socially connected activity, that is what gamers are increasingly wanting.
And everyone's doing noise-canceling headsets this year, so we'd love to see one of those eventually. Also, in terms of gaming, I reviewed the Omen X compact desktop last year.
Obelisk.
And that was one you could wear as a backpack and use it for VR.
Oh, yes.
That was a really cool idea. Are we going to see anything like that this year in terms of like supporting VR or anything around that?
Yes. So we think that we call it more immersive computing because it's more immersive. And we see that immersive computing opportunities will continue to grow. And that's what we're excited about. You'll see that continuing to grow in our consumer gaming activities. You'll also continue to see that in the commercial space. We have a lot of activities and solutions that we're building out in the commercial space. If you think about product development, architecture, location-based entertainment, and when you have a VR-enabled solution, it enables you to be more productive, enables you to actually offer a richer experience. Then across our consumer gaming as well as commercial use cases, we can take computing to the next level.
Gotcha.
So we already have a lot of activities in place, and I think you'll see a lot more from us in 2019.
Cool. I hope to see more. Yesterday, Intel also had their big press event, and they were showing off their next generation CPUs. And what I'm really interested in is the 10 nanometer stuff, the new the Sunny Cove core and everything. What's really interesting there, we're seeing things like integrated 5G and also really fast integrated graphics. How do you think that's going to affect computing moving forward? And what can we expect from HP supporting those chips?
So we work very closely with Intel. They're a very close partner of ours as we work to innovate and curate experiences. What you will see continued emphasis on is, yes, more performance. Performance that's enabled in smaller packages, which gives you thinner, more mobile, but as well longer battery life. Also, yes, we see that the trends around connectivity continue to grow as we head into a world of 5G. So integrating connectivity in there. In our devices, these are LTE gigabit enabled devices. We will continue to work very closely enabling that. And yes, graphics, the displays experience continues to be where computing is growing around. And so packaging that up, and importantly, we are working very closely with Intel and our other partners in curating that experience around the use cases that our customers are engaged in, whether it's for work or for play, gaming is play, or for other activities that they do.
Gotcha. And I think what's really interesting there, we're going to see a lot from these 10 nanometer chips, but I think one thing they mentioned is a teraflop worth of graphics performance from their integrated graphics. So basically, a really thin machine, even thinner than these, will be able to run modern 3D games. Does that excite you personally? What do you think that's going to do for the gaming market too? Because then gamers don't just have to get a gaming PC. They can get like a nice thin and light and still have decent performance, right?
Yes. One of the observations that we have is we call it one life. That the traditional boundaries between work and your personal life are blurring, and a key part of that is also gaming. And so people are looking at their work device, and they also do personal activities on them and vice versa. And gaming also fits into that. And so the ability to enable these devices to be productive, but to also enable the type of rich graphics and gaming experiences are what our customers are looking for. So we're very excited about that. Because again, with the convergence of your professional and personal and these traditional lines blurring, the ability to create solutions that allow customers to manage across both is a passion of ours. We call it One Life.
Gotcha. I guess as we're wrapping up, we saw a lot of really cool, interesting PC concepts last year. I was at Computex. Several companies had dual screen systems. Everyone's talking about always connected PCs. What can we expect from HP this year, next year, moving forward? Where's 5G going to be in all of this? Like, yeah, what is the cool new stuff you're looking forward to? You don't have to spill any product beans yet, but yeah.
So you'll see more of what we've introduced this year. Very much focused on design. Design on the outside, design on the inside around form factors, and you'll see us continuing to lead the way in innovating there. You'll see us continuing to innovate around security, because privacy and security in the computing space is of increasing concern, and really we want to give customers the confidence to be able to use their devices anywhere, anytime. And then the third main area is around enabling people to be productive, connected, also collaborative. People are using these devices to connect with people on other offices, other houses, and so enabling people to connect and collaborate and really create together remotely is what you'll see a lot of new innovation around.
Gotcha. And one thing I've noticed with 5G, or at least moving forward with always connected PCs, we're going to have integrated SIM cards, eSIM, in these machines. We're going to have easier ways to subscribe and get mobile broadband on demand. How much of that is like the technology that you guys need to support, or I guess what is the secret sauce to make mobile connectivity something consumers can actually get easily? Is it convenience? Is it price?
Yes. So for us, there's a few things we're working to make sure that we tune across. One is the technology needs to work. And needs to work in a form factor that's attractive for our customers, but as well, it needs to enable their use cases. And so whether that use case might be for work or for play, and then finally working with the ecosystem of partners, the telco channels as well, to make sure that offerings are available for them in the way that they consume these type of services. So we got to get the technology right, we got to get the experience right, and then we also have to make sure that the ecosystem is available to offer it for our customers in the way that they consume. And we're working across each of those areas to bring new experiences for our customers.
Gotcha. Looking forward to seeing all that.
Thank you.
This is going to be a big show as well. What are you looking forward to seeing at CES if you have any free time to run around?
So I do have about an hour and a half. I'm going to walk around and get my steps in. I'm interested in seeing what's happening all around displays. Displays are big for us, but displays are also big for the industry. I love seeing the type of innovations that are happening from large known players as well as less known players, because innovation's happening in so many different places. And then as well, there's innovation in products, but also there's innovation in services and business models. And so love to see that space.
Gotcha. And what are you most interested in when it comes to like the next generation of computing? Is it going to be VR? Is it going to be AR, or new types of mobile devices? Like, I'm just wondering where your head is at.
So where we are spending a lot of time is more connectivity, very important area. Secondly, security is also very important. We want people to feel secure to use these devices. You'll see a lot more, again, around new use cases and form factors. We've done a lot around form factors. We will continue to do that. And our mission is really two things. One is to create the world's most exciting devices, because these experiences, the physical, the curated experiences are exciting. And secondly, to create the most intelligent solutions, because we're building these with more intelligent capabilities and services wrapped around them so that they're smart solutions for the customer. And we're very passionate about enabling that for our customers.
Gotcha. And I've noticed, like, with all of HP's machines, you guys have really emphasized design. How are you looking at design patterns compared to other companies, I guess? Like, it just seems like HP has a very different sense of it. The Spectres have had this like jewel-like sensibility for a while. You guys got really thin. We have leather here. how does HP think about design in general?
Yes. So number one is we segment the market. We know that not everyone is the same. I talked about one life, but not everyone is the same.
Yeah.
So segmenting is important. And that's not only by different segments within one geography, but around the world. Secondly, we spend time watching design trends. And not just computing design trends, actually, especially not just computing design trends, but design trends around furniture, around art, around materials, around the world. And so that's an important part that we do. And third is we spend time testing this with customers. I mentioned Poseidon Blue with the luminous gold interior. What we do is we test these with customers in their different environments, and so we get their reaction. And we're very much committed to watching customers, innovating in design, testing it with them, and then again, what we do in our high end, we bring it to the mainstream because we want to bring these mainstream to the broader market.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for the chat, Alex.
It's great to be here.
That's HP right here. Alex, what's your full title again? President of Personal Systems?
Personal Systems.
There you go. Thank you very much, everyone. And stay tuned to Engadget for more CES news.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. Come on down.
better.
Welcome back to Engadget Stage here at CES 2019. I'm Sherlyn Lowe, Reviews Editor, and over on my right here we have Wahid from Lenovo. I'll let him introduce himself a little bit later, but thanks for joining us. We're going to talk a little bit today about Lenovo's CES 2019 announcements, including a bunch of stuff that you see here already on our table. There was a Lenovo Smart Clock. Lenovo made an Alexa tablet that comes with a dock. There's a bunch of laptops that we all know and love Lenovo for. And we'll get into the nitty-gritty of that, but we're going to talk about a bunch of other stuff in addition to that as well. Wahid, tell everyone what you do at Lenovo, and then we'll get into it.
All right, so I'm Wahid, and I work at Lenovo under product marketing. I lead product marketing for a bunch of great products. I have to say I'm really fortunate to work on exciting products like these. So AR, VR, smart home, and tablets are the predilection products for me. I really like working on them, and today we're announcing, like you said, a lot of things. Of course, more on the PC side, with smarter, better PCs for getting you more productive, more of what you like to do, but extensions of computing through tablets and smart home products also, amongst many other things that could be expected from us, of course.
So let's go into greater detail about the Lenovo Smart Clock, which, by the way, for those of you watching at home, we already have a full article up about. So if you want to get all the details and a very nice video about it that goes into greater detail, check that out. Meanwhile, this over here is a Google Assistant enabled clock. It doesn't look like a traditional clock, it's not round, but it displays a bunch of things like the time, for one. It also cycles through things like your alarms, your upcoming calendar appointments, the weather forecast, and it's designed to be used in intimate spaces like your bedroom, maybe your living room, but it's designed to be non-intrusive. So that's what Lenovo told us. I'll let Wahid, the expert, take it over. But yeah, show us what it does.
Well, I think you touched on all of the critical points. I want to start by saying, well, this is a great collaboration for the second year in a row with the Google Assistant team at Google. We at Lenovo are here launching a first of its kind product. It's a new device. It's a smart clock.
Yeah.
It is looking familiar. You have the look of it, a cloth, the soft touch and the screen, so familiar with the smart display, its shape also, but it is this designed to live and delight you for your morning and evening routine first and foremost. So it's meant to be, as you said, non-intrusive. You don't see a camera on it. There's a mic switch button on the back, electronically disconnects the microphone, so you don't have you have that peace of mind if you decide to do so. We've also included a charging port in the back. We know everyone likes to charge their phone when they go to bed. That's something that yeah, exactly. And that's something you can do now without looking for an extra power outlet. Now, as a smart clock, best of its kind, it gives you the time. Anytime you glance at it, it's going to give you the time. That's great. Job done.
One job done.
What's really good about it, because it has the Google Assistant built in, it lets you swipe or control via voice, obviously. Important information in that space, the bedroom space. So you'll see that, of course, alarms are a critical component of your morning and evening time. Weather, you'll see commute also, and finally you'll see your calendar. And one really neat feature I want to get into, which is going to help you plan your next morning, is if I go back and I have an appointment, but I haven't set an alarm for it, I see a suggestion right there.
Yeah.
The Google Assistant knows my alarm setting patterns. It also knows my calendar.
Yeah.
So it's able to tell me, hey, Wahid, tomorrow you have an appointment at 9. Let me set an alarm for you at 8. If you're okay with that, just a tap. And the great thing about this device, the Lenovo Smart Clock, is that everything you can do by voice on a smart speaker, you can do, but you can also do by touch, so that you don't have to wake up your significant other or disturb the kids that are across their room, across the house.
Right.
So a non-intrusive product, one at a time, helpful for your morning and evening routines, plays great music with a speaker built in. Again, parity with everything you expect, so you can ask Google to turn off the lights and all these things. And we'll be shipping this in spring of this year for a great price of $79.99.
$80 for this smart clock, you guys. For more of the details on how this works, some of its other features, check out our hands-on on Engadget.com. There's a lot that we are not going to get into, like how to snooze the alarm. That's very important. But one thing that you mentioned, this is the first of its kind smart clock with Google Assistant. This is a first for both Google and you. And this isn't the first time that you've partnered with Google to bring something that's the first of its kind to market, right? Lenovo also was the first to do a Lenovo Smart Display last year. You had an 8-inch and 10-inch model, and now you also have a 7-inch model, if I'm not wrong. So, and then we've seen Google do its own thing. Tell me a little bit about that partnership, how it came to be, and I mean, we're gonna get into it a bit more later on, but you know, you've worked with these big companies to bring first of its kind products to market. I think that's a sign that Lenovo is doing something right.
So very happy that these words are coming out of your mouth and not mine. Obviously, they carry more weight coming from you. I have to say, it's been a pleasure, first and foremost, to work with these great partners. We find synergies that are beyond expected. Like, it's just great synergies. They have amazing solutions and software. We have a track record that is proven without having to demonstrate it of really challenging the status quo in existing category and inventing new categories. I have to recall everyone here, you know, Lenovo, I know you know this, Lenovo invented the convertible in 2012, and now every laptop is doing it. We're very proud of that heritage. We've been relentlessly innovating with tablets and built-in projectors. Another product I know you personally like is the Lenovo YogaBook with its all-touch keyboard. We've been innovating in that space also, and we are really trying to push the boundaries. So going to these partners with these new ideas for new form factors and innovation for the home or for the smart living is really something we are happy to see them grasp on. And I guess the repetition of it year over year is proof that we are thorough with what we are doing. We care for our consumers, their feedback, and these partners that also care for their consumer experiences are really trusting us. So we're very pleased with that.
So I guess in a way then you're more innovative. My word would be more out of this world kind of products, right? Are sort of a way to show partners like Amazon and Google that you're able to take these wild, you know, imaginary or fantastic ideas and realize them. So that I mean, do you think of that in a way as one of the goals when you're innovating, or is that just something that you're just going to keep trying to do regardless?
I don't think there is such a simple way of saying let's just do something new for the sake of it. We always start from the outside-in perspective. We look at consumer trends, behaviors. We talk a lot amongst ourselves, but with industry experts, those partners included, and all this intelligence comes to creating a concept or having an idea. I want to say, maybe I use an example, which is how the Lenovo Smart Tab, which is one of our announcements here at CES, came to life. It was actually an incubation for a while based on a tablet inside. And I'm sure you can relate, and a lot of people out there can too. I certainly can. I use my tablet to binge watch a few shows, and then I'll put it down under the bed or under the couch for maybe 3 days in a row. I won't use it, and when I'm looking for it, I don't remember where I put it. Second thing is when I find it, finally, it's out of charge. So we were looking at how do we provide continuous charge and a place for the tablet to go back to, while at the same time, we thought, hey, smart home is a great advantage. Is there anything we can do to combine the two and give that as a solution to consumers? And that's how this idea was born. So we really push the envelope when it makes sense. We're trying to provide meaningfulness and relevance to our consumers first and foremost.
So, I mean, you brought up the Smart Tablet. It is one of the first tablets, I believe, with the new Amazon Echo Show mode on there, and it works really well. We're not going to go too much into detail on how that works. Again, you can check out Engadget.com for the full details and the hands-on. So now that you've got Amazon and Google working with you, you're doing all these innovative smart home products. Let's not forget, you've also been innovating in your core expertise area. Like you mentioned, the laptops. You've got a yoga laptop up there. To your point, indeed, I don't know if you necessarily invented a convertible, but you did come up with, I remember the Yoga Hinge. That whole design was something that now we see across the board in almost all laptops. So I will say you definitely lead the pack in certain ways. The Yoga Book, that dual screen keyboardless laptop tablet hybrid, is, I think, a work in progress, but a fascinating idea, and it's something that other companies like Asus are also, trying to, at least finding inspiration from. We saw at Computex that Asus is working on a dual screen laptop called Project Precog. You guys are also taking that Yoga Book and making it into a full dual screen device, it seems like. Tell me a little bit about what are you continuing to do in the laptop space, and what ideas and lessons have you learned from the Yoga Book?
So there's a lot of questions in your question.
I asked a lot of questions.
I'll try to answer everything, but coming from the yoga book world myself, it's I believe you call it a work in progress. I would say it's not for everyone, but it is intended to solve some customer pain points, especially the need for a product that helps the touch generation feel more comfortable. Not everybody's looking for that regular, traditional productivity, long-form typing, and we see voice interaction and touch interaction take the lead for a lot of the productivity tasks we do based off smartphone usage patterns, obviously extended into other use cases. So that is our response. I think we can say, without breaking any embargo or upcoming products, that, you know, the trend is flexible displays are coming, multitasking is huge, getting organized throughout a day is very important. So you can indeed see that it will be a world where, not again for everyone, but for some, a all-touch dual display or bendable display laptop is coming. And we've seen tech companies show experiments, prototypes. We have ourselves partnered with Intel and have actually commercialized the YogaBook 2nd generation with an e-ink display as a second panel. And we're very excited about these next wave of computing products. Absolutely.
I mean, I will say personally that even though sometimes the ideas maybe need a bit more refinement in the execution, at least you're really trying. I think Lenovo has definitely done a lot in the past that surprised me, and I wasn't expecting it. I was thinking of Lenovo as, you know, ThinkPad, laptops, and then when the Yoga came out, I was like, oh, okay, that's not bad. And now you've gone whole hog, it seems, into smart home. In the future, what are we supposed to think of Lenovo as brand-wise? Are you just, you know, you're the PC makers, or are you half smart home, half PC, half innovative? You know, your three halves.
So internally and at thought leadership level, like our executive, we like to talk about intelligence transformation, and we are moving away from isolated devices, a single product for single task, into computing throughout your day as a consumer. And so what we are going to be doing is bringing you product for smart living. So our computers are going to become smarter, our products are going to integrate very seamlessly with your life to give you access to more information, more of what you want to do, and more control and power to the user. So you can expect Lenovo to probably expand strongly, continuously in areas that are very close to traditional computers, like gaming, which is directly linked to that space, ultra mobile laptops like this beautiful Yoga S940 here on stage, but also completely distinct categories like AR, VR, or smart home products with still access to the internet as a core function, 5G as a long-term technology to facilitate connectivity, but really AI at the core to link everything together and help you ask for more when you need more.
So you mentioned a lot about things that it sounds like you're just going to keep working on partnerships with people with, right? AI is led by people like Google, maybe Amazon and Apple as well. And then there's VR, AR, again, also being led by Google. You have the Mirage Solo, which is the Lenovo standalone VR headset, as well as, you know, Microsoft also has a huge, you know, stake in the market with the HoloLens. So I don't know that, do you see partnerships, is what I'm saying, as a big thing moving forward for Lenovo, at least in 2019?
Absolutely. We have amongst the strongest partnerships in the world with other strengths of Lenovo, global supply chain, expertise in hardware and quality testing. We absolutely take these partnerships to heart. We're not shying away from them. We have Disney, we have partnership with on the AR space, Google on multiple first product categories, Amazon also on laptops integration with Alexa built in, but dedicated devices like the Smart Tab here. We are very much excited about all these partnerships, and we are excited to push the envelope for our consumers, yes.
I will say though that like a lot of hardware makers do these partnerships a lot, right? I mean, your competitors in the space aren't maybe branching out as much as you are, but they are certainly partnering with, say, Amazon to get Alexa and laptops as well. How can Lenovo differentiate in this highly competitive industry?
Again, it goes back to how much value you're going to bring to the consumer. Obviously, there is scale, expertise that come into play, and there are strengths of Lenovo. But beyond that, I believe that the take on the implementation makes a big difference. You can decide to make a dedicated product with Alexa as an example, or you can try and fuse it naturally and seamlessly into an existing product that is familiar and feels great to an existing user today. And that's the way Lenovo would like to do things, is the most natural and seamless for our users. Again, outside-in perspective, we have councils, we invite people to talk to us directly, we have a great service. We try to stay connected to the market as much as possible through a lot of tools and processes. It sounds boring, obviously, but it is what makes a great recipe for a great product. In the end, it's the ability to understand how and who will use it.
Gotcha. Cool, so what can you tell us about what to expect from Lenovo the rest of this year? Yoga Book 3!
You always ask me this.
I have to try to get you to say something newsworthy here.
I will tell you this, there are products that are even more exciting than what we're showing today that will show up this year.
Even more exciting?
Yes, we are very excited for...
In what space?
Any of these spaces. I can say there's things that are coming that are even more exciting. They will be different, they will be not replacements. Obviously these products need space and they will express themselves for delivering great value. But what I want to say is we have solutions for tons of verticals and identified use cases. There's a great all-in-one that we're announcing, the Yoga A 940, which is a huge display that lets you use a dial to customize your art and integrate with Adobe suite of creative solutions. Pen built in, a nice neat stand that charges your phone. So we've thought again about these small things that make a big difference on the way you incline the screen also, so anybody that wants to check this out as a creator can also see this announcement. And we have a lot more on the laptop side, especially in gaming. I want to call out the fact that we are part of the round of vendors that will be bringing the highest powered chipset from NVIDIA, the RTX series, to their gaming series, and we're very excited with our Legion brand to go hard after desired savage gamers, that are looking for great machines with the best of performance, yes.
So you heard it here, if you're a savage gamer, seriously consider checking out Lenovo's Legion line of gaming laptops, and other hardware as well. But it does sound like Lenovo has a hand in a lot of verticals and isn't going to stop doing that. You're going to keep exploring, you're going to keep trying to do new different things.
We are. The way we look at this expansion is essentially in three spaces. One is a core business for us, is laptops, as you can see. The X1 Carbon here could be called a refresh. It's not minor, but it's familiar, it stays familiar. And the one thing that is noticeable about the product, we actually were true to its name. We call it the X1 Carbon, and we are now showing you the carbon fiber on the main cover in the back. It's really nice. It's smaller, lighter than the previous, and upgrades all components. It's now available with an optional panel that has HDR and Dolby Vision with up to 4K resolution. So these are things we call core, and we're going to keep improving them year over year, giving you great value for everyday use. There's what we call growth opportunities that are gaming or ultra slim laptops, dual display laptops also, which are connected laptops with future 5G. These are very close to the core business, but there are things that are going to be new, opening new use cases with the embedding AI into systems. We have on the S940 an eye tracking smart solution that lets you keep the screen open and beam the image to another display when just by a glance. These things are showing up in these laptops, making them smarter in that growth space. And then we have the third wave, which is really new categories, and in there we are really focused on, for consumer products, AR, VR, and smart home. The smart home really being something that is ready today. It's great, it's delightful. The response we have with the smart display is pretty amazing, I have to say. We expected that. The looks are reviewed as amazing with the bamboo back. The display quality is reviewed as sensational also, and it's been really a blast for those that trusted us with it to install it in a kitchen and use it for recipe and long-form viewing content. When you're multitasking, it's really a blast. I personally use it. I should say my wife uses it a lot more than I do because I've been fortunate to have it a little bit beforehand. It's the way we see these things expand beyond just core business. We still are very much focused on delivering great laptops, but much beyond. And again, smart living is what we go after.
Okay. Well, we're basically out of time, and what Wahid just did was to kind of run you through all of their CES news for this year. If you want to recap, it's all on Engadget.com. Check out our articles, they're already on the site. Thank you so much for your time, Wahid.
Thank you for
it
having
sounds
me.
like Lenovo's going to keep doing what it does best, which is make good laptops, but also explore and do a lot of great new stuff. That's what we can see in the year ahead. So, hey, that's it for us now. Thanks so much for your time. Stay tuned to the live stream and keep sitting down here in the audience with us. We'll be right back with the next program. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thanks.
Hi everyone at CES. We're so excited to be here and share with you the next level of innovations that we are bringing to the hearing devices, the hearing aids. Could I see my next slide, please? Well, the hearing devices, it starts with a conversation around the human perceptual system. With our ears, we hear the world, and with our eyes, we see it. But as amazing as the human system is, it degrades over time. How many of you have eyeglasses? Well, you'll be surprised. How many of us have need to have hearing aids to get better hearing? Next slide, please. The number is staggering. As we get older, we need help with hearing. According to World Health Organization, almost 500 million people have some sort of hearing, in fact, disabling hearing loss. And by 2050, that number is going to be 1 billion. So why aren't everybody here using help with hearing? Let's get to the next slide. One of the primary reasons is because hearing aids so far, as amazing as they have been single-purpose devices. They have only been amplifying sound. We're changing all that with Livio AI. Let's go to the next slide, please. Because Livio AI is the world's first multifunction, multi-purpose hearing aid with embedded sensors and artificial intelligence. So let me just talk through a few of the salient features of this product. Next slide, please. Number one, it is our best sounding and best performing device. Well, I've been wearing one here in case you haven't noticed it. It's a beautiful design. And even though I don't have hearing loss, with directional dual microphones and binaural noise reduction, I can actually hear the conversations in noisy environment better with my device than my normal hearing. And I can stream my phone calls straight to my hearing aid, my music, and you know what? I get almost a week-long battery life. So my life is better by having the hearing assistance device in my ear. But that's only the basic part of the product. Let me move on and show you slide 2. The second part of this product is that we have transformed this hearing aid to be a gateway to health and wellness. For the first time ever, we've embedded sensors. So we're able to track your body physical fitness, everything your Fitbit and Apple Watch does, like counting your steps, amount of exercise, how much you've moved. We've gone one step beyond. With machine learning and artificial intelligence, we're classifying your acoustic environment, and you can measure your cognitive fitness. Have you been socially engaged, or have you been sitting idle, which is the reason for getting dementia, Alzheimer's, and all kinds of health problems. Not just that, the first time we have built a health heart rate sensor right into the hearing aids. So we are able to measure your heart rates as well. And we work with Apple Health and Google Fit apps as well. Let's get to the next slide. Number 3, tapping into the world of AI, we have transformed this hearing aid to also become the gateway to your information. You simply tap your hearing aid and ask it a question. If the question is related to the device itself, like how do I clean my hearing aid? How do I change volumes? Starkey is going to answer those questions. For general purpose questions like what's the weather outside? Who was the 5th president of the United States? We have partnered with Google to seamlessly bring the world of information at your fingertip into your ears with Livio AI. Let's get to number 4. It's also a revolutionary in-ear fall detection system. So for the first time ever, your hearing aid doubles up as an automatic detector if you fell down and send alert messages to your loved ones. Let's change to the next slide to show why is this so important. According to National Council on Aging, every 11 seconds, someone is being treated in the emergency room for a fall. Every 19 minutes, one of them is dying from fall-related injury. With Livio AI, you do not need neck-worn sensors, or you don't have to pay monthly service charges for emergency services. The device itself, always with you, and automatically detect if you fell, and it's going to send an alert to your loved ones. So let's get to the next slide. With this, we have an amazing app on your iPhone and Android phones. So certainly you can use the app, we call it Thrive application, to get access to your real-time physical activity, your cognitive activity, your heart rate, and you, of course, stream phone calls and music from your phone. We have also a line of accessories the device I'm showing on the right allows you to stream TV signal directly from the TV into your ear. We also have a remote microphone that allows you to stream your companion's voice straight to your hearing aid and more. We can stream Amazon Echo directly to your hearing aid using these devices as well. Let's get to the next slide. In a short presentation, I hope I convinced you that we've taken a step to reinvent what is known to be a hearing aid. We've gone beyond just helping people hear better, but we're enabling people to live better by making the device into a tracker for your health, your physical health, your cognitive health, your heart health. And then we have also turned the device into the gateway to digital information at your fingertip. You simply tap the device, ask a question, and you're bringing the power of AI right into your ear. Next slide, please. With that, I welcome you to the hearing revolution. Thank you for the opportunity.
Mama. I killed a man. Can we just turn this into karaoke? Hi. Hello and welcome back to Engadget Stage here at CES 2019. Now I am joined by Trond Wellner, the Director of Product at Google for the Made by Google Compute Division. Right. That is a mouthful. I dare you to try it. And although Trond's team does not really have anything to show off here at CES, we still wanted to check in and learn a little bit about your plans. And we have over here the Pixel Slate, which you unveiled last year.
Right.
We're going to talk a little bit about that since it's been a few months after your launch, and we can talk about the lessons you've learned. But yeah, hey, CES, man.
Yeah, CES. Thanks for having me.
Do you like the show?
The show's awesome. I mean, it's my 10th year here, so
oh my goodness.
You know, it's the first day for me today, though, so I haven't yet hit that wall of exhaustion, which will show up shortly.
I am very jealous. It is my third or fourth day. I have lost track. But okay, let's dive right into it. So
Definitely.
Pixel Slate launched late last year, around October.
We announced in October
Yes.
and started shipping our first units right before Black Friday.
Yeah, you hit all that buying money.
Right up to the wire.
Right there. Okay, very close. Cut it real close, but people still bought it, right?
Absolutely.
I don't remember offhand the cost because there's different configurations, but it started like at a reasonable, like almost $500 to $600 for the.
That's right. The opening price is $599,
Yeah.
and then it scales up depending on the specifications you prefer.
So, I mean, I'm going to just briefly explain it to our viewer and for those of you in the audience. This is a tablet that can double as a laptop in the configuration you see here with that keyboard case that Google made. This is entirely hardware made by Google. Tron's team in charge of this product. It's got one of the best displays in this class with a very high resolution, great colors. But of course, there's issues with tablets that try to be laptops. They're just not good enough yet in the industry, right? It's not just a ding on any product in particular. There's the iPad Pro that wants to do that. Samsung wants to do that, and Microsoft seems to be really succeeding in that. I'll get more into it on a different panel that will be coming tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. But for now that it's months since your launch, tell me a little bit about the reception to the Pixel Slate and how you guys feel about it.
Yeah, so we've learned quite a bit about the category, about the users in the category, and about the product itself, not just in the last few months, but in our preparations for launch as well. Like you mentioned, we really believe there's a great opportunity for that intersection device that really can be a great tablet and be a great laptop. And that's what we sought out to design. It's a product that is thin and light, yet powerful, beautiful, and capable, so that you can use it in all the versatile different ways that you might want to use either a tablet or a laptop. And like you mentioned, nobody's really nailed it yet.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
I know, right? I feel like, oh, where is it? Anyway.
So we spent a lot of time on really just simple things like making sure that the center of gravity is right in the middle of the device so that it balances and holds and feels good in your hand. I mean, it's a 12-inch device, but we wanted it to feel lighter, thinner than a 12-inch device. And this is the actual one that I use every day. This is my personal device. And it works great as a Netflix watching device or as a YouTube watching device, and then you snap it into the keyboard and it becomes my daily use Chromebook.
Yeah, I mean, we'll talk about the keyboard now because so I remember when it was first unveiled, a lot of people were very skeptical about the round keys.
Yes.
I mean, then people were like, no, it's a throwback to typewriters of old where those use round keys. So you got a lot of early skepticism about that. Do you think people in the reviews you've seen since have warmed up to it?
I think generally people have. I know our choice to go with a round key is a little bit polarizing. Some people love it, and some people are a little bit off-put by it.
Yeah.
But what we found is in usage tests, people who acclimatize to it actually get back to their standard typing speed pretty quickly.
Okay.
So it reduces the overall number of errors, because if you look at where you reach your finger and touch, there's actually fewer places where you overlap multiple keys with your finger. Now, you have to be a little bit more precise, but the typing speed and accuracy is quite good.
Right.
The other thing we really obsessed about, and this is something that we started truly obsessing about with the Pixelbook, is the feel of the keys themselves. We were shooting for a key feel that had just the right amount of click force, which is the amount of force you put on before it sort of collapses.
Not actuation.
I mean, it's very similar.
Different.
They're like synonyms, basically. But when you push down, you want it to click at the exact right moment, have it feel that just satisfying enough And then when you click it, not to have it be loud and clacky.
Yeah.
So we focused just a tremendous amount of energy to get that right.
We're getting into real hardware nerdery right now.
If you want to hear me nerd out, let's talk about keyboards.
They just left, I mean, so, okay. I will say, though, that you also took care to make these, like, quieter keys. They're called hush keys.
We call it the hush keyboard.
And it's such a strange phenomenon. Now, every other laptop that I've seen has quiet keys, because apparently we're all just typing too loud in the audience or in the public.
Yeah, I mean, there's a singular device that has a particularly loud keyboard that
I don't know what you're talking about.
That frustrate a lot of people's neighbors.
Sure.
And we think there's a real reason to have it be quiet, yet satisfying. And we spent a lot of time and energy to try to make that balance just right for people.
One last thing I will say about the Pixel Slate keyboard is this case that you've built, you've made an adjustable kickstand here thanks to the very strong magnets. They're a little bit different from the ones on the Pixel C from before, which you weren't actually involved with the making of. I think it works well, but then again, you know, I'm a person who's tested so many devices that I'm okay with a lot of things. So, you know, don't take my word for it.
I know the feel.
Yeah, check out our full review of the Pixel Slate. What I was super hyped about for the Pixel Slate when I first saw it at my hands-on was the software. Because for me, the biggest issue about a two-in-one, and again, I'll talk to another Google person.
Ben or our team will come back for a panel.
Better team member of yours.
Yes.
Tomorrow we'll go into the nitty-gritty there, but Chrome OS on here, it's a very promising ecosystem, very promising platform. But that's not a lot of what, like the software isn't something that your team does a lot of, right?
Yeah, directly we partner very closely with the Chrome OS team, but the Chrome OS team at the end of the day is building this software.
Right. So again, let's get back to my original question of what have you learned sort of from the reviews you've seen since this launched?
So a number of the reviews that we've seen really focused on some of the usability challenges that are faced in that tablet mode.
Yeah.
And those are real concerns. Things that we're working very diligently on to continue to iterate and move forward. You know, as anybody who's sort of tried to build a two-in-one, the challenges of delivering something that can be great as a tablet and great as a laptop are like profound.
Yeah.
So we think we've made an incredible first step towards where we hope to be.
Okay.
And the steps we continue to make as the ecosystem evolves, as the applications continue to evolve, are things that we're really excited about.
Okay.
So the future of Chrome OS on tablets is extremely bright.
Okay.
And we're extremely excited about where we're going to be.
Okay, I'm hoping you're under-promising, and then you'll over-deliver on that too.
That's the goal. I mean,
that's everybody's goal.
We have nothing short of the highest ambitions for what this can be.
Yeah.
And I think the steps we're making are the right steps to get there.
Okay. For the people at home who don't really know what Chrome OS is on a tablet and laptop, it's really more of a touch-friendly, close to Android-like experience in a tablet. And then when you connect it to that keyboard, it'll automatically kick into the full desktop system with multiple windows. You know, you can use your mouse and then enjoy multitasking on that really well. Whereas in a tablet, it's more touch-friendly. And then there are challenges there because not all apps are optimized for that mode. You know, some of the multitasking features are not all there, but you don't want to multitask in tablet mode. So, you know what? Everyone's trying to figure that out. Again, stay tuned. I keep plugging my panel for tomorrow.
You should, yes.
But stay tuned to that. I do have you here. I want to learn more about Made by Google.
Absolutely.
You know, you've done, not personally you, but you guys have the Pixel C, the Pixel Book, which is a cult favorite. People love that thing. And then we have the Pixel Slate.
Absolutely.
Let's start with the simple question. What can we expect moving forward from Made by Google?
Yeah, so in the compute group, what we're looking at are ways to continue to build devices that help lead our ecosystem forward and sort of innovate in spaces that we think are extremely promising and useful for our users. So when we look at what types of devices and where we should invest our team's energy, we look at how do we deliver a user experience that's been hard to achieve? And how do we deliver a user experience that takes sort of new engineering thinking to be able to build? And those are the things that get our team excited. How do we bring, you know, Sundar likes to talk about the marriage of AI, hardware, and software becoming sort of that future set of ingredients that builds the best products. And we believe that extremely deeply through our entire team. So as I look at what we're trying to build, it's really the marriage of those three things coming to life in better user experiences, more versatile hardware, devices that sort of fit into your life in more useful and more convenient ways.
So kind of to paraphrase what you just said, because it might be a lot to break down, but it seems like what the Made by Google team does is take an idea that maybe third-party manufacturers can also do on their own, but sort of show like the best version of what that might be able to be. Is that right?
In many ways, our goal is to be the vanguard for this entire category. And when you see Pixel Slate as a new product in this category, we're really the first to deliver something as thin as this, something as light, something as versatile, and our hope is that this inspires more innovation throughout the entire ecosystem, and that we deliver such a great product that people are introduced to Chrome OS for the first time, and they join what we see as sort of a growing momentum of new users in this space.
I will say though, the Pixelbook, we were having this conversation just now, the Pixelbook is a lot more expensive than other Chromebooks out there. Strangely enough, you found your market. I was very skeptical because of the price, but you have found that people like it and have come to Chromebook through it.
That's right.
I mean, in a way, it feels like almost close to competing with your partners. How do you and I know we've sort of answered this, but explicitly, do you think about how not to do the same thing that your partners have already done or might be doing?
Sure. I mean, when you look at both Pixelbook and Pixel Slate, both products land somewhere between 2 and 3x the ASP for the balance of the Chromebooks in the market.
Right, 2 or 3 times, yeah.
And that's going to naturally draw a different consumer into the experience. So our objective is to deliver products that really delight a new consumer cohort that may not naturally have found their way into a Chromebook otherwise. And over time we expect, and we start to see, some of the announcements that have been made at CES already from many of the ecosystem partners show that they're investing more into the hardware, they're investing more into this growing segment in the sort of vast middle of the computing market that I think is inspired in many ways by some of the innovations and some of the work that we've led.
Who do you think of as the Made by Google consumer, the one that's a different kind of consumer you mentioned?
So they tend to be a little bit more tech forward.
Okay.
We see a very large overlap between buyers of Pixelbook, Pixel Slate, and other Made by Google hardware.
Okay.
So people who have purchased a Google Home or a Pixel phone.
So Google fans,
there is a very
Google
strong
fans.
cohort of Google fans among the purchasers of our products. And interestingly, a large percentage of them are first time to Chrome OS, which is really a nice sort of introduction into the full ecosystem experience that we can deliver when we're thinking about how we make all of our products better together.
Yeah. So I have to ask this. Is there anything you can say about what we can expect this year from Made by Google? When, what sorts of things, what's in the pipeline?
Well, obviously I can't talk about my roadmap, but I have a team working on things
You're paying them.
I'm pretty excited about. And we're really excited about where 2019 goes, where 2020 goes. And when we think about a roadmap, we're a multi-year planning team. And
another Pixel Slate.
It's going to be a lot of fun to see what we come out with.
What are you personally most excited to see here at the show? I know it's been 10 years, but...
Oh my goodness. I think some of the innovations that we're starting to see around extremely thin bezels is exciting work. How you balance the challenge of having camera placement and thin bezels is a really interesting challenge. So really seeing some of the ways that people are tackling the sort of next stage refinements that we're seeing in computing happening right now, I think is interesting. I'm kind of a nerd in that way, so that's fun.
That's why we're here.
I love some of the display innovation that we're starting to see. You're seeing these unbelievable gaming monitors coming out. You're starting to see attachable modular displays that are hopefully more accessible to more people, because I think the kinds of ways you can integrate technology into your lives are exciting as a result.
Yeah.
And I just like to explore. My favorite times at CES are when I can wander the floor and sort of stumble on something I didn't expect.
Do you usually find that at the Eureka Park startup area more?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you usually find that more away from the main show floor and then at the Eureka Park?
I do. Usually it's sort of the pockets around the side, maybe outside of the hall of headphones, or along sort of the narrow pathway. There's somebody who's got some little idea that they're early in their sort of tech innovation cycle, so they don't have a huge budget, but they're trying to like meet interesting people.
Right.
Those are the folks I'm really excited to get to know.
Solving a problem, maybe
sort of like entrepreneurs with good ideas. I love it.
All right. Well, we're basically almost out of time. I'm gonna let you. I know we breezed right through that. Well, if there's anything else you want to tell anyone here at CES 2019 and those watching at home on Engadget.com, what would it be?
Oh boy, that's a good question.
I know. I asked them.
For me, the thing that I want to leave everybody with is how excited we are at Google about where the future of technology leads, where we can bring more humanity into the products that we're building to make them more yours, to make them more relatable, to make them fit into your lives in more seamless ways. I think the reason I'm so excited about where technology is going is that we're finally starting to hit that moment where what's possible with the technology and the way that we really want to integrate it into our lives in a way that isn't sort of dominating, that is like a little bit more familiar, a little bit more personal, and a little bit more conscious of how you want to use this to actually enjoy your life. That's what gets me excited. It's like starting to see that come to life.
We're going to see very interesting things from Google's Made by Compute division the rest of the year and even the years ahead. So we're out of time, guys. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Stay tuned to Engadget.com for the rest of the programming. We have a lot of cool interviews and panels coming up, so don't go away. Bye.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Thanks, dude. All right, that worked out.
And obviously, this is not going to fit in your kitchen. This is not meant for consumers. It's being pitched to supermarkets and the like, where maybe it's not that easy to get a freshly baked loaf of bread all the time without having to wander down to your local baker and having perfect timing. This guy spits out a fresh loaf of bread every 6 minutes. The whole process is automated, from dropping the ingredients into a mixer to actually mixing, molding, and proofing and baking the loaves and eventually dispensing them. You can see behind me there is this lovely vending machine, basically, where a customer can walk up, select the loaf they want, find out when it was baked, how old it is, the temperature, the height, all sorts of information. If you're a stat nerd, you've ever wanted to know about your bread, this is probably the perfect machine for you. Unfortunately, I can't tell you where you'll be able to test it out just yet. While the company does have plans in the works with a couple of retailers, they aren't quite ready to announce who they are yet. For all the latest from CES 2019, including the greatest revolutions in bread since the sliced loaf, stay tuned to Engadget.com.
Let's forget about the stupidly powerful Asus StudioBook for a second. The company did also release, by the way, 2 new ZenBooks for actual consumers here at CES 2019. This is, after all, the Consumer Electronics Show, and the company is pretty sure that some people will be interested in the new ZenBook 14, which lets you go with either an Intel Core i3, i5, or i7 chipset, either Intel integrated graphics, or an NVIDIA GeForce MX150, and a bunch of other stuff. I'm not super concerned about that. What's really interesting is that Asus took a lot of what made that machine special and squeezed it down into this. This is the Asus ZenBook S13, and it packs, among other things, the smallest bezels you'll find on a laptop out there right now. The screen-to-body ratio, as far as Asus is concerned, is something like 97%. It's rare to find a machine like this that almost completely removes the boundary between yourself and the content you're looking at. And for it to be in a remarkably sleek package like this just sweetens the deal even more. So let's take a closer look. In a lot of ways, it feels like the ZenBook S13 is the polar opposite of the StudioBook. It's remarkably portable. It weighs, for example, just a hair over 1 kilogram. It does have, again, very trim bezels around this 13.9-inch LED backlit display, which, by the way, looks really good. And it does also just have this beautiful machined aluminum body. It actually has been, as far as I'm told, been machined out of a single block of aluminum for incredible precision and just tremendous feel. Like the StudioBook, doesn't feel like it's as big as it actually is. For people on the go, there's a lot to like about this thing. Like the ZenBook 14, you can also trick this thing out with that NVIDIA GeForce MX150. So discrete graphics in a laptop this size is no mean feat. You can also trick it out with up to 16 gigabytes of RAM and up to 1 terabyte of storage. So again, not too shabby for a machine this sleek. Asus has had to make some compromises to get this as svelte as it is though. But if you take a look around the top of the display, it's not completely rectangular. There is sort of a hump in the middle to accommodate that HD webcam. It's a small concession to make, but I honestly think it works to the user's benefit because you now have a little nub that makes it much easier to open the display with one hand. And by the way, I should also mention that the machine doesn't move at all when you do so, which is again impressive considering how light this thing is. Now, if you're anything like me, you're probably used to coming across thin and light machines that just screw you on ports. And thankfully, that's not the case here. We do have 2 USB-C 3.1 ports, so that allows you to go fast charging, allows you to do data transfer really quickly, and hook up external displays to this thing. There's also a full-size USB 3.1 Type A port, so you can plug in all of your traditional accessories just fine, and a micro SD slot. That's not great, frankly, because I don't use those, and I don't think a lot of people do, especially when you're pulling cards out of a camera, but it's there if you need it. And thankfully, in typical Asus fashion, the trackpad and the keyboard don't take a hit when you're working with a body this small. The key travel and the space feels remarkably good. Maybe not quite Lenovo good, but it's very close, at least as far as I'm concerned. There's a lot to like about this thing, and we're really looking forward to spending more time with this. And don't tell Asus, but I kind of want to take this with me and try it out for the rest of the show, but we'll see how that goes. In the meantime, stick around for more coverage here at CES 2019. Keep it locked on Engadget, and we'll be back with a whole lot more.
Hey everybody, I'm Andrew Tarantola with Engadget, coming to you from the BMW Pavilion at CES 2019, where the company is showing off a bunch of futuristic new features for its iNext concept platform. Normally when you're driving, that's all you're doing. Your eyes are on the road, your hands are 10 and 2. There's no room for error when you're doing that. But because the iNext platform leverages level 3 autonomous driving technology, which means that you can take your eyes off the road for extended periods of time, just as long as you don't fall asleep, you'll be able to perform a variety of tasks that you would never be able to do if you were driving yourself. Specifically, the company showed off its mixed reality experience. Once you've engaged the self-driving Ease system, you'll be able to perform a variety of tasks, everything from teleconferencing to ordering snacks online to watching a football game. For example, if you're taking a conference call while the autonomy is engaged, you don't just get audio, you get full live video feeds of the people that you're actually talking to. What's more, any files or images or videos or pictures that they share will be automatically displayed on the center console of the vehicle. If you want to work your way through your to-do list for the day, whether it's ordering snacks, or making appointments, or just updating your calendar, you can do that as well, just by using your voice. You don't need to speak in specific codes like you would with Google Assistant. Instead, it uses natural language to understand your intentions and provide the best quality responses that it can. So if you want to say, order a bag of chips and have it delivered to your home, you simply tell the system that you want to do so. It'll look up the items that you're requesting, ask you whether you want to confirm, and then you simply say, yeah, go ahead and do it. And boom, when you're getting home, your groceries will be waiting for you. You can also control a variety of your smart home devices directly from the car itself. So if you have friends waiting outside, they'll ring your doorbell, it'll display on the center console. You'll be able to decide whether or not you want to let them in or just leave them out in the cold. The most impressive feature that I saw today was, if you're really brave, you can even watch live television or video content while the car drives itself. These sorts of features can provide a whole host of benefits to drivers, mostly in the fact that you're not wasting your valuable time just driving. You can multitask. Whether you've just got a long commute, you're stuck in traffic, or you're on a long haul trip across the country, these features will allow you to do other stuff while you travel. It's as close as you can get to being on a plane without having to clear TSA security, quite honestly. There are some drawbacks. The company still hasn't quite worked out how the display will work. It could just be a short throw projector that beams images up onto the windscreen. It could be AR or VR glasses that operate with BMW's intelligent personal assistant system. But either way, the company hopes to have this technology available in more of its cars, or at least closer to production ready, by 2025. That does it for us from the BMW Pavilion. We'll have more for you on the rest of BMW's announcements, including the intelligent personal assistant, which I'm really excited about, later this week. So stay tuned, everybody. Thank you much.
Hey everybody, this is Dana Wallman from Engadget. I'm here at CES 2019 and we are taking a look at the Foldimate laundry folding robot. This is something we've written about a few times before on Engadget, but this is the first time we're actually seeing a working prototype. So let's take a look. So first things first, this device is huge. Basically, at first glance, it looks like an office-grade printer, except that instead of feeding it paper, you're feeding it clothes. Specifically, it works with mid-size clothes, so we're talking tops, we're talking pants. Also, nothing of too thick of a material, so don't bother putting a sweatshirt in there, it's not gonna work. Don't put in sheets or towels, that's not gonna work. Also, it's not gonna work with really small items like underwear or socks, but middle of the road stuff, that's just fine. And so you feed it into the machine and it spits it out folded at the bottom on a shelf, and then of course, voila, you remove it. So what's funny about this robot is that when you see how large it is, you would just assume that it's for commercial use, like a laundromat. But actually, it's for home use. But just keep in mind, this is obviously a very large home robot and also kind of an expensive one. We don't have a final word on price, but the company expects it to come in around $1,000 when it ships for real, hopefully later this year. So you need a lot of money, you need to be willing to try out first generation technology, and of course, you need both a lot of laundry to make it worth it, so possibly a lot of people in your home, and a lot of space to accommodate this giant machine. No word on price exactly, but a company representative I spoke with tonight said the price should come in around, hopefully, $1,000. That's all we know for now. Thanks so much for watching, and check out more CES coverage on Engadget.com.
Some robots are designed to build cars, others are meant to help astronauts in space, but not this little guy. This is the Lovot, and its only mission in life is to make you happy. This has been built by a Tokyo startup called GrooveX, and yeah, it's just a mischievous little goofball, basically. It's got 50 sensors built inside. A bunch of them are pressure sensors, so that it knows when you're touching it, when you're holding it, when you're sort of cuddling it. You know, so if I was to hug it, for instance, it would start to laugh as if I'm tickling it. If I cradle it like a baby, it will fall asleep. But this has got like a ton of technology built inside. So you see this little horn up the top here. That's got a half-sphere 360 camera, so it can see you, take photos of you, also know what you're doing. There's a thermal camera and a microphone, 2 microphones in fact, so it really knows how you're playing and interacting with it. On the bottom, so it moves around using these 2 wheels and a ball on the back. It's got a detection system there, so it can happily move around and sort of know, you know, to avoid tables and chairs, that sort of thing. But really the idea is that it's supposed to kind of roll around your house and just create a little bit of chaos. Nothing that's going to break anything, of course, but, you know, make you smile, make you laugh, that sort of thing. It's like a super expensive Furby. It's very similar to what Sony has done with the Aibo robot dog. Now, they're selling these in pairs, actually, at least to begin with. So the idea is that you'll have 2 of these that will kind of crash and bounce into each other and kind of make you fall in love with them. They're selling for just under 600,000 yen, which is about $5,500. They're currently only available to pre-order in Japan. They're planning to ship the first ones in the kind of winter of 2019. They'll be available in the US in 2020, and they'll also be available in kind of single units as well in 2020, although we don't have the exact pricing for them on that kind of individual basis. So yeah, this is very expensive, but really, as I say, it's in that same ballpark as the Sony Aibo robot dog. It's got a whole bunch of computers built inside too, the idea being that it will slowly learn over time. It's got some deep learning algorithms built in. So what they're promising anyway is that as you learn to love this thing, it's going to take on more and more behavior and act in increasingly different ways. That's going to make it feel more like a living creature, you know, like a pet, really. I've totally fallen in love with it. I think it's absolutely beautiful. They're promising costumes in the future, so you can dress it up in all sorts of different ways. And yeah, I just think it's, you know, just a really cute plaything to have in your home. For more on the Lovit and everything else happening here at CES, keep it locked to Engadget.com and YouTube.com/Engadget.
Hey guys, it's Dana Wollman from Engadget coming to you from Day 0 at CES. We're looking now at Willow's 2nd generation smart breast pump. You might remember the original from CES 2017. It was a surprise hit at the show. It won 2 Best of CES awards. Now we're looking at the 2nd generation model, which looks quite similar to the original, but the company claims it's a lot easier for mothers to use. In particular, the flange, that's the part that makes contact with the breast. That part is now see-through, and that's useful for a woman just because it can be tough to align the device on your body and make sure it fits correctly. The see-through bit really takes out the guesswork. It just lets women know that, yes, they have fit the device correctly. The other element that's different is the way the device fits together. It's always been a 2-piece device, but now just when you lock it in place, you hear this satisfying click that really lets you know that yes, the device has been put together correctly and it's ready to go. Otherwise, for those of you who are not so familiar with the original Willow, a lot of the general concept is the same here. So just to be clear, These are 2 wireless cups. They fit inside a normal nursing bra. And because they're wireless, you don't have to be tethered to a wall outlet while you're pumping. You can walk around, do your thing, take care of the other kids, and have free use of your hands. All of that is important. And of course, like the original Willow, there's an accompanying iOS/Android app that allows women to track how much milk they're producing, which is actually not always so obvious to women who are pumping. So the new Willow is available for pre-order now, but it's going to ship next month with a price of $500. And as an introductory package, it will ship with 48 additional 4-ounce bags. These bags are touted as basically being leak-proof, so you can turn them upside down, throw them in a bag. No milk is supposed to come out. The original is still going to be on sale also with a price drop. That should be priced at about $430. That's all for now. Follow the rest of our CES coverage on Engadget.com.
Is heart rate tracking wearable technology's killer app? This is what Withings is gambling on with its new Move ECG. The Move ECG is the latest in a long line of wearables from the French company, but with a twist. This time around, it's got an ECG built in. Now, this is a feature that really has only been available on the Apple Watch Series 4 and only for a very limited amount of time so far. Withings, on the other hand, is a big fan of analog watches that are stylish, they go on your wrist, and they don't look like a gadget. The Move ECG itself is quite a dainty and good-looking watch. And all you have to do is grab the bezel for about 20 seconds and it will take an ECG.
Okay, so I'm just putting my hand on the watch, and thanks to the 3 electrodes, 2 on the back and 1 on the ring, I will have a real-time ECG starting on my phone. The measurement only lasts 20 seconds, and at the end of the measurement, I have in the app the explanation if I have detection of AFib or not. So here I have a normal sinus rhythm, for example. You can easily recheck this record of ECG and see all your history of ECG records, and easily share a PDF with your doctor.
For a watch packing an ECG, you may be expecting to pay $200 or $300, but Withings has actually priced this bad boy at just $129. At the same time, Withings is also going after those people who want their watch to match their personality. There's an ECG-free version of the Move that's just called the Move, and for $69, you can buy a Swatch-like, pretty tidy activity and fitness tracking watch. But you can also go online and just like something like Nike ID, you can customize it. Initially, there are 5 different straps and 20 or 30 different band options, but that's going to grow over the next year to a series of combinations that will give you up to 3,000 different ways to change your watch. And all you have to do is go online, order it, and it'll cost just a little bit more than $69, and then you can get a watch that's pretty unique to you. If you're interested in getting the customizable non-ECG version of the Move, you can actually pre-order it from today from the Withings website. Shipping for that will take around 5 weeks, but should be faster once they get that bedded in. The ECG version will probably have to go through a few FDA clearances and all the rest of it, so isn't expected on the market until the second quarter of the year. If you want to know anything else about any of these products, go to Engadget.com and stick with us for all of the great stuff coming out at CES 2019.
Last year, Kate Spade unveiled its first ever smartwatch at CES 2018. It was the Scallop smartwatch, and it was nice for fans of the brand to have an option in Wear OS by Kate Spade at last. But this year, the company is bringing a new one called the Scallop Smartwatch 2, and this might be more worth your time because it gets a serious tech upgrade. First of all, There's not that much different physically between the Scout Smartwatch 2 and its predecessor, except for everything's under the hood. You have a new heart rate monitor on the underside, you have an NFC chip and a GPS sensor on board as well, so you can take it for a run and leave your phone behind if you want to, and still be able to track your route. The screen is the same 390 by 390 as before, the case is roughly the same size, which is impressive given that it's been able to squeeze a few more components in there. Another physical difference you'll notice is that there's scalloped detail on the edges of the strap options now, so it feels like a more cohesive look. It's also more in line with what Kate Spade intends to bring to its library in 2019. With the heart rate sensor on the underside and some of Kate Spade's watch faces, you're able to tap the Spade icon on the top of the face to get your heart rate reading. When you press it, there's a nice software animation that uses the Kate Spade motif to then morph into a heart shape, which is cute, but frankly, if it keeps happening every time I want my heart rate read, it feels like it delays the process a little bit and you might get frustrated, but hey, if you like looking at cute things while you're waiting for your heart rate reading, you might not mind it so much. But the good news is that's not the only way you can get your heart rate reading. It's going to show on the watch face as a complication, and that refreshes every 20 minutes. Pressing the Spade icon just ensures you get one when you exactly need it. Otherwise, the Kate Spade Scallop 2 smartwatch is just a regular Wear OS device. You have Fit on the right side of the watch face, you've got your notifications under the home screen, you have Google Pay options if you want to. This is something that most people who use Wear OS or have used it before are very familiar with, and nothing's gonna surprise you. In fact, it even uses the Wear 2100 chipset, so it's an older chip, not the Wear 3100 that Qualcomm unveiled last year, and so you won't get things like the ambient watch face mode or extended battery performance modes, which honestly we didn't find to add a lot of battery life anyway, so you're probably okay without. Under the hood is a 300 milliamp hour battery that Kate Spade says will last about 1 to 2 days, which lines up with what we've expected from other Wear OS watches. Using that slightly older processor enabled Kate Spade to keep the price relatively reasonable. It starts at $295 and you can already pre-order it today. So if you're a Kate Spade fan who's been looking for a more techie smartwatch, take a look at the Kate Spade Scallop 2. For more news out of CES 2019, stay tuned to Engadget.com.
Here at CES 2019, this is the year of the bonkers gaming laptop, but we are here with Razer, who has something a little bit more refined. This is an update to their popular Razer Blade 15 model. This is the Advanced Edition, and it comes with pretty much the same, actually kind of reserved design compared to some of the other gaming laptops out there that we have seen from Razer in the past. Compared to the previous Razer Blade 15, this new advanced model is marginally thicker, about ½ a millimeter, but packed inside of that, you do have some updated components, including NVIDIA's new RTX graphics cards in here, starting with the 2060 and going all the way up to the 2080 Max-Q in a laptop. It's pretty impressive. While some parts of the Razer Blade 15 Advanced Edition here are familiar, we wanted to show you a few cool things that Razer is showing off that will not be part of the main release on January 29th. These are just to show some sort of experimental ideas for what could be coming down the pipe in future computers. Now, what I am holding here is actually a Razer Blade 15 with an AMOLED screen. We have been waiting for these kinds of screens on laptops for a while. They've been showing up here and there, but not usually really tied to any machines we can get all that excited about. We've been seeing them in phones for a while, all those great colors on Samsung devices, for example, but computers have kind of been a holdout, which is what makes this so exciting. Now, this is only a 60 Hz refresh rate screen compared to some of the other ones we're going to see here today, so it's not going to be quite as fluid in gaming, but to be honest, I still game on a 60 Hz screen. I know plenty of people do. It was good enough until about 2 years ago, and I will trade slightly smoother visuals for great colors and contrast, and that's really what this should be bringing to you, is fantastic color rendition, great inky blacks, and super high contrast, which is something I'm always really excited about when it comes to making a better
image. Now, we also saw here another monitor which takes this in totally other direction. If you just heard me say I don't care about refresh rate that much and you think I'm crazy, Razer is also showing off here a 240 Hz refresh rate monitor. This means it is changing the image on the screen 240 times a second, and you will be hard-pressed to find most games that can actually generate enough frames to fill that. So no screen tearing, no need to worry about vertical sync, everything should be nice and buttery smooth. If absolute frame rate smoothness is what matters to you, that could be the panel for you. Once again, not available yet, but it will be coming down the pipe later. We got to check it out playing a Battlefield demo, which is a great showcase for this sort of graphics technology, and also a great showcase for these RTX graphics now in the Razer Blade Advanced Edition. RTX, as you probably know, is bringing you ray tracing, super high fidelity reflections into games, showing off water, metal, explosions, mirrors, anything like that. Any place there are reflections, RTX and ray tracing can add a ton of extra fidelity to the gameplay, and amazingly, we do actually cram a full 280 Max-Q into this very thin, very small chassis. Beyond that, the Advanced Edition does add per key chroma lighting. It used to just be across the whole panel, and adds lighting to a few more of these function keys up towards the top. Otherwise, it is the system we've seen before, an aluminum chassis, very nice, well-designed, great trackpad. Another little selling point here, it now supports up to 64 gigs of RAM, which is a ton. You could turn this into a full video editing machine, and I would know. Beyond that, all of the new Razer Blade Advanced Editions come with 6-core Intel 8th generation processors. They're going to start at $2299 and go up to $2999 for the highest end edition, which is actually about $1,000 less than some of the other gaming laptops we've seen here at this show. So we're not saying that's cheap, but if the utmost performance in the smallest package is what really matters to you, this is actually not a bad option. And also, I wouldn't feel as silly using this at a coffee shop as I would with some of the other gaming laptops out there that look like they have, you know, Ferrari air vents built into the back of them. So I don't mind it. I like the design, but I'm going to hold out a little bit and see if we get this screen coming to us consumers in a little while. Stay tuned to the rest of our coverage. We have a lot more gaming laptops coming down the pipe for you here at CES 2019.
There's nothing in this world that can't be made better with robots, and that includes bread. Behind me is BreadBot from the Wilkinson Baking Company, and obviously, this is not going to fit in your kitchen. This is not meant for consumers. It's being pitched to supermarkets and the like, where maybe it's not that easy to get a freshly baked loaf of bread all the time without having to wander down to your local baker and having perfect timing. This guy spits out a fresh loaf of bread every 6 minutes. The whole process is automated, from dropping the ingredients into a mixer to actually mixing, molding, and proofing and baking the loaves and eventually dispensing them. You can see behind me there is this lovely vending machine, basically, where a customer can walk up, select the loaf they want, find out when it was baked, how old it is, the temperature, the height, all sorts of information. If you're a stat nerd, you've ever wanted to know about your bread, this is probably the perfect machine for you. Unfortunately, I can't tell you where you'll be able to test it out just yet. While the company does have plans in the works with a couple of retailers, they aren't quite ready to announce who they are yet. For all the latest from CES 2019, including the greatest revolutions in bread since the sliced loaf, stay tuned to Engadget.com.
Let's forget about the stupidly powerful Asus StudioBook for a second. The company did also release, by the way, 2 new ZenBooks for actual consumers here at CES 2019. This is, after all, the Consumer Electronics Show, and the company is pretty sure that some people will be interested in the new ZenBook 14, which lets you go with either an Intel Core i3, i5, or i7 chipset, either Intel integrated graphics or an NVIDIA GeForce MX 150, and a bunch of other stuff. I'm not super concerned about that. What's really interesting is that Asus took a lot of what made that machine special and squeezed it down into this. This is the Asus ZenBook S13, and it packs, among other things, the smallest bezels you'll find on a laptop out there right now. The screen to body ratio, as far as Asus is concerned, is something like 97%. It's rare to find a machine like this that almost completely removes the boundary between yourself and the content you're looking at. And for it to be in a remarkably sleek package like this just sweetens the deal even more. So let's take a closer look. In a lot of ways, it feels like the ZenBook S13 is the polar opposite of the StudioBook. It's remarkably portable. It weighs, for example, just a hair over 1 kilogram. It does have, again, very trim bezels around this 13.9-inch LED backlit display, which, by the way, looks really good. And it does also just have this beautiful machined aluminum body. It actually has been, as far as I'm told, been machined out of a single block of aluminum for incredible precision and just tremendous feel. Like the StudioBook, doesn't feel like it's as big as it actually is. For people on the go, there's a lot to like about this thing. Like the ZenBook 14, you can also trick this thing out with that NVIDIA GeForce MX 150. So discrete graphics in a laptop this size is no mean feat. You can also trick it out with up to 16 gigabytes of RAM and up to 1 terabyte of storage. So again, not too shabby for a machine this sleek. Asus has had to make some compromises to get this as svelte as it is though. But if you take a look around the top of the display, it's not completely rectangular. There is sort of a hump in the middle to accommodate that HD webcam. It's a small concession to make, but I honestly think it works to the user's benefit because you now have a little nub that makes it much easier to open the display with one hand. And by the way, I should also mention that the machine doesn't move at all when you do so, which is again impressive considering how light this thing is. Now, if you're anything like me, you're probably used to coming across thin and light machines that just screw you on ports. And thankfully, that's not the case here. We do have 2 USB-C 3.1 ports, so that allows you to go fast charging, allows you to do data transfer really quickly, and hook up external displays to this thing. There's also a full-size USB 3.1 Type A port, so you can plug in all of your traditional accessories just fine, and a micro SD slot. That's not great, frankly, because I don't use those, and I don't think a lot of people do, especially when you're pulling cards out of a camera, but it's there if you need it. And thankfully, in typical Asus fashion, the trackpad and the keyboard don't take a hit when you're working with a body this small. The key travel and the space feels remarkably good. Maybe not quite Lenovo good, but it's very close, at least as far as I'm concerned. There's a lot to like about this thing, and we're really looking forward to spending more time with this. And don't tell Asus, but I kind of want to take this with me and try it out for the rest of the show, but we'll see how that goes. In the meantime, stick around for more coverage here at CES 2019. Keep it locked on Engadget, and we'll be back with a whole lot more.
Hey everybody, I'm Andrew Tarantola with Engadget, coming to you from the BMW Pavilion at CES 2019, where the company is showing off a bunch of futuristic new features for its iNext concept platform. Normally when you're driving, that's all you're doing. Your eyes are on the road, your hands are 10 and 2. There's no room for error when you're doing that. But because the iNext platform leverages level 3 autonomous driving technology, which means that you can take your eyes off the road for extended periods of time, just as long as you don't fall asleep, you'll be able to perform a variety of tasks that you would never be able to do if you were driving yourself. Specifically, the company showed off its mixed reality experience. Once you've engaged the self-driving Ease system, you'll be able to perform a variety of tasks, everything from teleconferencing to ordering snacks online to watching a football game. For example, if you're taking a conference call while the autonomy is engaged, you don't just get audio, you get full live video feeds of the people that you're actually talking to. What's more, any files or images or videos or pictures that they share will be automatically displayed on the center console of the vehicle. If you want to work your way through your to-do list for the day, whether it's ordering snacks, or making appointments, or just updating your calendar, you can do that as well, just by using your voice. You don't need to speak in specific codes like you would with Google Assistant. Instead, it uses natural language to understand your intentions and provide the best quality responses that it can. So if you want to say, order a bag of chips and have it delivered to your home, you simply tell the system that you want to do so. It'll look up the items that you're requesting, ask you whether you want to confirm, and then you simply say, yeah, go ahead and do it. And boom, when you get home, your groceries will be waiting for you. You can also control a variety of your smart home devices directly from the car itself. So if you have friends waiting outside, they'll ring your doorbell, it'll display on the center console. You'll be able to decide whether or not you want to let them in or just leave them out in the cold. The most impressive feature that I saw today was if you're really brave, you can even watch live television or video content while the car drives itself. These sorts of features can provide a whole host of benefits to drivers, mostly in the fact that you're not wasting your valuable time just driving. You can multitask. Whether you've just got a long commute, you're stuck in traffic, or you're on a long-haul trip across the country, these features will allow you to do other stuff while you travel. It's as close as you can get to being on a plane without having to clear TSA security, quite honestly. There are some drawbacks. The company still hasn't quite worked out how the display will work. It could just be a short throw projector that beams images up onto the windscreen. It could be AR or VR glasses that operate with BMW's intelligent personal assistant system. But either way, the company hopes to have this technology available in more of its cars, or at least closer to production ready, by 2025. That does it for us from the BMW Pavilion. We'll have more for you on the rest of BMW's announcements, including the intelligent personal assistant, which I'm really excited about, later this week. So stay tuned, everybody. Thank you much.
Hey everybody, this is Dana Wallman from Engadget. I'm here at CES 2019 and we are taking a look at the Foldimate laundry folding robot. This is something we've written about a few times before on Engadget, but this is the first time we're actually seeing a working prototype. So let's take a look. So first things first, this device is huge. Basically, at first glance, it looks like an office-grade printer, except that instead of feeding it paper, you're feeding it clothes. Specifically, it works with mid-sized clothes. So we're talking tops, we're talking pants. Also, nothing of too thick of a material, so don't bother putting a sweatshirt in there, it's not gonna work. Don't put in sheets or towels, that's not gonna work. Also, it's not gonna work with really small items like underwear or socks, but middle of the road stuff, that's just fine. And so you feed it into the machine and it spits it out folded at the bottom on a shelf, and then of course, voila, you remove it. So what's funny about this robot is that when you see how large it is, you would just assume that it's for commercial use, like a laundromat. But actually, it's for home use. But just keep in mind, this is obviously a very large home robot and also kind of an expensive one. We don't have a final word on price, but the company expects it to come in around $1,000 when it ships for real, hopefully later this year. So you need a lot of money, you need to be willing to try out first generation technology, and of course, you need both a lot of laundry to make it worth it, so possibly a lot of people in your home, and a lot of space to accommodate this giant machine. No word on price exactly, but a company representative I spoke with tonight said the price should come in around, hopefully, $1,000. That's all we know for now. Thanks so much for watching, and check out more CES coverage on Engadget.com.
Some robots are designed to build cars, others are meant to help astronauts in space, but not this little guy. This is the Lovot, and its only mission in life is to make you happy. This has been built by a Tokyo startup called Groovex, and yeah, it's just a mischievous little goofball, basically. It's got 50 sensors built inside. A bunch of them are pressure sensors, so that it knows when you're touching it, when you're holding it, when you're sort of cuddling it. You know, so if I was to hug it, for instance, it would start to laugh as if I'm tickling it. If I cradle it like a baby, it will fall asleep. But this has got like a ton of technology built inside. So you see this little horn up the top here? That's got a half-sphere 360 camera, so it can see you, take photos of you, also know what you're doing. There's a thermal camera and a microphone, 2 microphones in fact, so it really knows how you're playing and interacting with it. On the bottom, so it moves around using these 2 wheels and a ball on the back. It's got a detection system there, so it can happily move around and sort of know, to avoid tables and chairs, that sort of thing. But really the idea is that it's supposed to kind of roll around your house and just create a little bit of chaos. Nothing that's going to break anything, of course, but, make you smile, make you laugh, that sort of thing. It's like a super expensive Furby. It's very similar to what Sony has done with the Aibo robot dog. Now, they're selling these in pairs, actually, at least to begin with. So the idea is that you'll have two of these that will kind of crash and bounce into each other and kind of make you fall in love with them. They're selling for just under 600,000 yen, which is about $5,500. They're currently only available to pre-order in Japan. They're planning to ship the first ones in the kind of winter of 2019. They'll be available in the US in 2020, and they'll also be available in kind of single units as well in 2020, although we don't have the exact pricing for them on that kind of individual basis. So yeah, this is very expensive, but really, as I say, it's in that same ballpark as the Sony Aibo robot dog. It's got a whole bunch of computers built inside too. The idea being that it will slowly learn over time. It's got some deep learning algorithms built in. So what they're promising anyway is that as you learn to love this thing, it's going to take on more and more behavior and act in increasingly different ways. That's going to make it feel more like a living creature, like a pet, really. I've totally fallen in love with it. I think it's absolutely beautiful. They're promising costumes in the future, so you can dress it up in all sorts of different ways. And yeah, I just think it's, just a really cute plaything to have in your home. For more on the Love It and everything else happening here at CES, keep it locked to Engadget.com and YouTube.com/Engadget.
Hey guys, it's Dana Wellman from Engadget coming to you from Day Zero at CES. We're looking now at Willow's second generation smart breast pump. You might remember the original from CES 2017. It was a surprise hit at the show. It won 2 Best of CES awards. Now we're looking at the second generation model, which looks quite similar to the original, but the company claims it's a lot easier for mothers to use. In particular, the flange, that's the part that makes contact with the breast. That part is now see-through, and that's useful for a woman just because it can be tough to align the device on your body and make sure it fits correctly. The see-through bit really takes out the guesswork. It just lets women know that, yes, they have fit the device correctly. The other element that's different is the way the device fits together. It's always been a 2-piece device, but now just when you lock it in place, you hear this satisfying click that really lets you know that yes, the device has been put together correctly and it's ready to go. Otherwise, for those of you who are not so familiar with the original Willow, a lot of the general concept is the same here. So just to be clear, these are 2 wireless cups. They fit inside a normal nursing bra. And because they're wireless, you don't have to be tethered to a wall outlet while you're pumping. You can walk around, do your thing, take care of the other kids, and have free use of your hands. All of that is important. And of course, like the original Willow, there's an accompanying iOS/Android app that allows women to track how much milk they're producing, which is actually not always so obvious to women who are pumping. So the new Willow is available for pre-order now, but it's going to ship next month with a price of $500, and as an introductory package, it will ship with 48 additional 4-ounce bags. These bags are touted as basically being leak-proof, so you can turn them upside down, throw them in a bag, no milk is supposed to come out. The original is still going to be on sale also with a price drop. That should be priced at about $430. That's all for now. Follow the rest of our CES coverage on Engadget.com.
Is heart rate tracking Wearable Technology's killer app? This is what Withings is gambling on with its new Move ECG. The Move ECG is the latest in a long line of wearables from the French company, but with a twist. This time around, it's got an ECG built in. Now, this is a feature that really has only been available on the Apple Watch Series 4 and only for a very limited amount of time so far. Withings, on the other hand, is a big fan of analog watches that are stylish, they go on your wrist, and they don't look like a gadget. The Move ECG itself is quite a dainty and good-looking watch. And all you have to do is grab the bezel for about 20 seconds and it will take an ECG.
Okay, so I'm just putting my hand on the watch, and thanks to the 3 electrodes, 2 on the back and 1 on the ring, I will have a real-time ECG starting on my phone. The measurement only lasts 20 seconds, and at the end of the measurement, I have in the app the explanation if I have detection of AFib or not. You see here. So here I have a normal sinus rhythm, for example. You can easily recheck this record of ECG and see all your history of ECG records, and easily share a PDF with your doctor.
For a watch packing an ECG, you may be expecting to pay $200 or $300, but Withings has actually priced this bad boy at just $129. At the same time, Withings is also going after those people who want their watch to match their personality. There's an ECG-free version of the Move that's just called the Move, and for $69, you can buy a Swatch-like, pretty tidy activity and fitness tracking watch. But you can also go online and just like something like Nike ID, you can customize it. Initially, there are 5 different straps and 20 or 30 different band options, but that's going to grow over the next year to a series of combinations that will give you up to 3,000 different ways to change your watch. And all you have to do is go online, order it, and it'll cost just a little bit more than $69, and then you can get a watch that's pretty unique to you. If you're interested in getting the customizable non-ECG version of the Move, you can actually pre-order it from today from the Withings website. Shipping for that will take around 5 weeks, but should be faster once they get that bedded in. The ECG version will probably have to go through a few FDA clearances and all the rest of it, so isn't expected on the market until the second quarter of the year. If you want to know anything else about any of these products, go to Engadget.com and stick with us for all of the great stuff coming out at CES 2019.
Okay.
And welcome back, everybody. This is the Engadget stage live at CES 2019. I am Terrence O'Brien, and I got a hell of a panel right now that I'm pretty excited about. I have sitting next to me Rini Paiva from the National Inventors Hall of Fame. You are the Executive Vice President of Selection and Recognition, I believe.
That's true.
And we have Steve Sasson, the inventor of the digital camera, and class of 2011.
Yes, yes.
Yes, and we've got a couple of special guests that we're going to get to a little later. But first, I just want to talk a little bit about the National Inventors Hall of Fame and what that is.
Sure. So the National Inventors Hall of Fame is an organization founded back in 1973. Our utmost mission is to recognize inventors and really use their stories to inspire the next generation. People like Steve Sasson. Steve is actually on our board, so he's a really good representative to talk about the Hall of Fame as well.
Oh, that's right. I have the honor of being on the board as well as being a member of the Hall of Fame. And I will tell you, it's just a wonderful organization because it collects together innovators that have made substantial impact on our world. And we get together and we talk about ways we can sort of pay it forward, ways to inspire young people to think innovatively, because that's the future.
Was being inducted your first interaction with the Hall of Fame? Was that your first introduction to them as an
Yes, it was. Being inducted was the first interaction I had with the Hall of Fame. And I saw the kind of work that they did, not just with the inventors, but also with the summer camps and with the colleges. And it was very inspiring for me to see how it's being all paid forward.
So it clearly had like a big impact. You were like, I have to stay involved with this going forward. I want to be a part of this.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, I mean, not only is it fun, but it's important. Because you have to share the message that innovation is everybody's business.
Yeah.
And that's what the National Inventors Hall of Fame is about.
So what kind of work do you do to kind of reward and recognize people who have had a major impact on, like, innovating on products and stuff?
Well, I mean, so the pinnacle of what we do is recognize people like Steve and a couple of other special guests who have come up with a patented invention that has really made a big impact on our world. So done something to advance our society, to advance the economic engine, and to change it, like the digital camera. So we do that with all of the inductees in the Hall of Fame through their recognition. And then, like I said, we use their stories to inspire the younger generations. So the kids who go through our Camp Invention program, our summer camp program, and the kids who go through our Collegiate Inventors Competition.
Okay, so you do scholarships and kind of that sort of thing as well, or?
So it's an opportunity for kids to have out-of-school time learning.
Okay.
And do just great STEM experiences and learn about creative problem solving through all of our programs. Like I said, particularly the Camp Invention Summer Camp program. And Steve knows, he's been to them, and talk about having a rock star when you've got someone like Steve Sasson around little kids.
Yeah, that's the big secret here is that going to summer camps is a lot of fun for us because you get to interact with young people and they describe their new ideas and they work in teams. And it's really fun to be part of that, to see that, you know?
What is it kind of about mentoring these kids that really, like, drives you? Is this something that you've always wanted to do, or is it something you've got a taste of here and like, this is...
Well, believe it or not, I was young once. And, you know, you had ideas. When I was young, we didn't have Camp Invention, you know? And so to see it now where they nurture creativity and teamwork and communication, and you don't need a lot of high-tech stuff for that. This is about how human beings can think of new ways of doing things, to solve problems, that kind of thing. And that's really inspiring. It's inspiring for us old guys, you know, to be part of that.
And so what's sort of the breadth of stuff that you guys cover, and what falls into your, let's talk a little bit about some past inductees maybe, like some stuff that's been on the inductee.
So any patented invention could be potentially recognized.
So that's a pretty broad blanket.
Over 10 million of them. However, the invention has to be something, like I said, that's had a positive impact on our world. So it could be anything from the medical respirator to the computer mouse to OLED displays. The range is wide, and it's fun.
Yeah. So you aren't just here, though, to kind of talk about the past. You have an exciting announcement to make right on this stage, correct?
We do. We are so excited because we get to announce who the 2019 inductees in the Hall of Fame are. So
I think we shouldn't waste any more time. I think we should get right to hearing about all of the fantastic innovators, inventors, and the products that are getting inducted this year.
Okay, then I'll have at it. I will tell you that we always honor some inventors posthumously, so we've got our historical group up first. We've got 4 researchers from Merck, Carl Bayer, Richard Sprague, John Baer, and Frederick Novello for their invention of thiazide diuretics. Back in the 1950s, this was really the first way to treat hypertension, and it's still used now to treat heart conditions, high blood pressure, things like that. We've got Duncan Black and Alonzo Decker. You might be able to tell from their names. They co-founded the company Black & Decker. Back in 1917, I think it was, they actually invented and patented a portable handheld electric drill and really spurred the power tool industry that we know today. We've got Andrew Higgins, interesting man who a lot of people say was the reason we won the war. His company manufactured boats, Higgins boats, and they were the landing craft that were actually used on the beaches of Normandy on D-Day, so we owe him a lot. We've also got Joseph Lee. He was an inventor who was the son of slaves, and he grew up to be an entrepreneur and a restaurant owner. He invented bread making and breadcrumb making machines, which actually found their way into wide use in restaurants all across America around the turn of the 20th century. And then rounding out our historical class, we've got William Nebergall and Joseph Mueller, who worked on a cavity preventing substance using fluoride. Crest toothpaste actually debuted in 1956. So
it's kind of crazy to think that toothpaste was such a recent invention. It's something we take for granted.
Well, fluoride toothpaste.
Fluoride toothpaste, I'm sorry.
Right, exactly. But I could go on and talk about the living class of inductees as well. And we're very excited because we've had a chance to meet all of them. Chioko Asakawa is a Japanese researcher, spent much of her career at IBM Tokyo, and she has come up with something called the Homepage Reader. It's the first voice browser that the visually impaired and the blind could use. So imagine being able to give people like this the opportunity to independently navigate the internet. She's still working on technologies like this. We've also got Jeff Kodosky and Jim Trishard. They're 2 of the co-founders of National Instruments. And when the company was founded, they were working on virtual instrumentation, but they debuted their LabVIEW product in, I think it was 1986. And that's a program, a graphical programming language that allows for better testing, measurement, and controls. I can guarantee you that a lot of the products that were developed here at CES probably were using LabVIEW programming in their development. And hello to Shelley from National Instruments, who's here with us representing. We've got on our list Rebecca Richards-Cordham. She's a researcher at Rice University who's really focused on creating low cost but high performance medical devices for really low resource and poor and rural settings. She's come up with an optical sensor to detect cancer. She's come up with devices to really increase the survival rate of newborns in Africa. So some fascinating work that we really like to see on developing areas, not just here in the first world. And we've got a few more people. We've got Ed Schweitzer. Ed Schweitzer is the founder, I should say, of Schweitzer Engineering Labs. He invented something called the Digital Protective Relay, which, as the company likes to say, is something that keeps the lights on. And let me see if I can get this right. The Digital Protective Relay he invented was one-eighth the cost, 1/8 the size, 1/10 the weight, and 1/3 the cost of the traditional mechanical relays that were in use. It's had a huge impact on the power industry. So we're looking forward to welcoming him. And then I think people here will be interested in Ken Thompson and Dennis Ritchie. They are the co-developers of the Unix operating system. I know a lot of devices here.
Yeah, I was going to say that's definitely one of the most important innovations of the last, God knows how many years. I mean, it underlies basically everything here.
Exactly.
Everything.
I mean, if it's not, it's Unix or Unix-like systems. I mean, everything from smartphones to supercomputers.
The phones in our pockets, the servers running this video stream right now, probably the software powering our audio mixer, and definitely powering our neighbor's very loud sound system. All of that probably is running on Unix,
Right. Yes.
Some version of.
So Dennis Ritchie is actually deceased, but they did their work at Bell Labs, and it's incredible, nearly 50 years ago now. We've got just a couple more people we're honoring. David Walt. David Walt is both an academic and an entrepreneur. He invented something called microarrays, and they have revolutionized gene analysis and have the ability to analyze thousands of genes at once. So this is applicable to medical diagnosis, disease detection and treatment, and beyond that, researchers and lay people like us, it's allowed DNA sequencing to become much more accessible and affordable.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people have been talking about that recently.
Absolutely.
Genomics and accessing that. And finally, we get to the last one. And last but not least, I like to say, we have Bill Warner, and Bill Warner is our special guest and is sitting up on stage with us today. Bill Warner is the founder of Avid Technology and the inventor of the Avid Media Composer. So he is the inventor of digital nonlinear editing for film and video. And really, Bill revolutionized the way post-production is done for editors in terms of how they can edit footage quickly, efficiently, like they never could before. And I know that all of the shows and commercials and movies we watch have had some influence from Bill. So thank you.
Thank you.
So that's it.
And this is just the announcement of the class, though. The proper induction ceremony is later this year.
Correct. We'll be welcoming Bill and his the new honorees at an induction ceremony in Washington, D.C. in May 2nd. And we will welcome them in and celebrate their achievements.
And who is going to be hosting that ceremony?
We are going to have that ceremony hosted by Danica McKellar, and we're looking forward to it. It'll be at the National Building Museum. It'll be a grand affair.
And I'm sure she's someone who holds a special place in a lot of our viewers' hearts, a lot of us who grew up watching her.
Yes, that's absolutely true.
She's a very accomplished academic and mathematician in her own right.
That's exactly right, which is the reason that she's a wonderful fit for us. So, I mean, I know that you probably want to talk further with Steve and Bill.
Yes, and I believe we have one other special guest very patiently waiting just off stage, right?
Yes, so we mentioned our Collegiate Inventors Competition. So Nicole Black is someone who won our competition recently. She's a PhD student from Harvard. She invented a novel way of treating ear infections, and I'll let you talk to all the interesting inventors, and I will leave the stage.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us, though.
Okay, thank you so much.
Nicole, come on up. Thank you for coming up here. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Bill, Steve. You know, this is a show that's so much about innovation. I think for someone like me, I've been coming to CES for more years than I care to say. It's easy to kind of get a little jaded about these things, but there's real innovation here. There's real exciting technology. I think this is the sort of thing that helps remind us that technology does do a lot of good. And Nicole, I'm not gonna lie, I had to do a little bit of Googling to understand your invention. So could you tell us a little bit about that? Because I also don't want to butcher the terminology.
Sure. So this invention got started when I was taking a class at the Massachusetts Eye and Ear Hospital, and we were looking inside each other's ears with an otoscope just to look at our eardrum. And I could see that I had a lot of scar tissue on my eardrum from when I was a little kid, and I actually had ear tubes. So ear tubes are placed in over 1 million children in the US each year. And it's the most common medical procedure for children under general anesthesia. basically the purpose of these is when children have chronic ear infections, a lot of pain and pressure builds up, and basically you need to equalize the pressure in the middle ear space. So in little kids, they're Eustachian tubes, can't really equalize this pressure well. So this tube is inserted to basically accomplish that. Okay. Now, there's a lot of issues with current ear tubes, such as the scar tissue that I had on my eardrum from them being so large. In addition, they don't allow antibiotic droplets to go through them. And so kids have to take oral antibiotics, which are obviously not ideal for young children. And then when they clog or fail or fall out, they have to go through multiple surgeries. So you're thinking about a little kid bringing them back multiple times. So our invention is novel materials and designs that solve these challenges.
That's really interesting. And as a new father, the idea of like a child having to go through repeated surgeries is like something that kind of breaks my heart. And I'm like, this is very much going to change a lot of people's lives. And Steve, you invented the digital camera. I don't know that we need to explain to too many people what that is. Oh. But is there anything you just wanted to say about it real quick?
Well, we've talked about invention here, and we see a lot of invention around us in this hall. But you know, inventions start off with just a crazy idea, an improbable idea, and then keep working at it. And when I was a young kid, I grew up in Brooklyn, in the Bay Ridge section of Brooklyn. And one of the good things about being in Brooklyn there is people threw out their old TV sets. And I used to get all my parts for my ideas from the old TV sets. I'd bring them home, take them apart. And I would build my transmitters and things like that I liked to do as a kid. And when I got to Eastman Kodak Company and I was challenged with the idea of something taking pictures without film, you know, I did exactly what I did when I was a kid. I went around and scrounged up parts. And the very first digital camera is a very odd-looking device, built with all parts that were taken from all over the place, even out of used parts bins. Okay, so I think when you're young, you sort of get some habits, and you start to innovate a certain way, and it sticks with you.
Yeah.
And the invention of the digital camera was very much a product of a kid living in Brooklyn pulling parts off at all the TV sets.
And Bill, you invented digital nonlinear editing, which I think it sounds like a mouthful, but it's a pretty easy concept to wrap your head around, right?
Well, it is. If you edit video in the old days, you basically had to put one shot after another, and you couldn't change it. Imagine writing a thesis, and you couldn't change it. It drives you crazy. If you wanted to change, you had to retype the whole thing. Is what you had to do.
Yeah.
And so Avid made the first 30 frame per second nonlinear editor that meant you saw every single frame and you could move them and move footage and sound anywhere you wanted. And it really ended up becoming the dominant nonlinear editor. And it is, to this day, in the high end of the market.
Yeah. I mean, none of these inventions or innovations, though, happen in a vacuum. Obviously, you know, I think it's probably a little bit of a cliche to say that, you know, standing on the shoulders of giants and stuff, but obviously we all have to build on other people's work. Was there stuff that like inspired and informed you?
Well, yeah, I mean, certainly the technology was moving forward at an incredible rate for digital technologies. We ended up building the first product on the Apple II, which was the color machine. That was really crucial. And later, after I had been doing this for a while, I found out that people have been trying to solve the editing problem for 100 years. But I didn't know that. I just wanted to solve it because I loved editing, and it was so painful to edit.
I mean, and even at that stage, the idea of digital film editing at all was still fairly young and novel, right?
Well, it was, and I think both Steve and I had the same issue, which was picture quality at the beginning. And the Avid, the original picture quality it was literally that big. It was 128 by 96.
Which is crazy to think of, seeing as how this floor is just filled with 8K televisions.
I know. Yeah, 8K.
It's like the size of my thumbnail.
That's
basically.
8 million.
Yeah.
Right. So 8K. We were, you know, that's 8K is 4,000 by 2,000. You know, we were 128 by 96, and that's what we had to do to get it to run fast enough to do that 30 frames per second. And a lot of people said, well, you're not going to be able to edit with it. It looks terrible, you know. And I said, it's going to be so fast, someone will figure out how to edit with it, And that someone actually was TV commercials. That's where Avid started, was at being used in TV commercials, which were mostly close-ups. And at 128 by 96, you could figure out what was going on.
Was any of that, you think, that commercials drove that adoption, perhaps a horsepower issue? I mean, we're talking, what year is this now?
The year was, I started in 87, we shipped in 89.
Okay.
All right, but just to give you an idea about horsepower, we had a 1 megahertz processor in the Apple, and we had a 1 megahertz graphics processor. That's 1 million, not 1 billion or 1 trillion. And with those two processors, we were able to get 30 frames per second, which was the real key.
Yeah. We are starting to run a little low on time, and one of the things I kind of wanted to touch on with you is the idea of being an inventor in the first place. I think it's this thing that people view as kind of like this abstract idea. The representations of it in popular media are, you know, I'd say a little ridiculous in a lot of cases. You know, what flubber is like a thing that like comes to mind. But is it like a career path that you choose, or is it something that just kind of happens to you accidentally that you become an inventor?
Yeah, I mean, I think that really anyone can be an inventor, and part of the reason I started on this path into invention and engineering is I actually participated in Camp Invention, which is hosted by the National Inventors Hall of Fame. And this camp is really great because not only does it expose kids to the engineering and science concepts, but you actually get to be an inventor yourself. So I was a little kid when I did this, about 7, and you know, I was thinking, you know, what problems do I want to solve? And I was, you know, I didn't really like bugs. So basically, I invented a little bug trap that could trap the bugs, but not kill them, because I didn't want to kill the bugs. So hold them nicely, and then I could take them outside. And so in this respect, I was actually an inventor myself, even as a kid. And this has sort of, you know, inspired me to later be a counselor for this camp and really want to inspire children of, you know, all different backgrounds, races, genders, to know that you can be an inventor too. This is really, it's just a process, you know, it's not limited to, you know, someone even, you know, who files a patent. You know, anyone can really be an inventor. So I think that that's really important for parents and families to know.
And Steve, you were saying that you were harvesting parts for all of your creations, but did it start that you were like, I'm going to pull all these pieces together and build something new and unique? Or did it start where you were tearing stuff apart to figure out how it works first, and then realized you could repurpose the parts?
A little bit of both, really. I like to think if you have an imagination, you can be an inventor, okay? And all you do is imagine what you want to try to do, either because you want to make something better or solve a problem or frustrated by what's going on, right? I was frustrated. I didn't like handling photographic film in camera. I didn't like it, right? So there's these things motivate you to do it. And then you imagine a solution. And very often the solution is pretty far out there or pretty far away with like low resolution and things like that, just like Bill said.
Yeah.
But you put it together and you bring parts together and you make an implementation and then you show it. And then you get reaction. And then the story begins. That's the inventive story right there. And so that's what really happens. And anybody can do that. I don't think that's the privy of a few people. I think anybody can do it.
You know, if you think about inventing, I mean, think about when somebody jumps. They don't jump by going up immediately. They jump by crouching down.
Yeah.
There's sort of this getting ready, and everybody has their own getting ready. You were, you know, hoarding parts and learning how things go. And I think that people have this inventive mind, and if they allow it to, if they help it along, you want to let it do those things. So like with Avid, I spent a couple years gathering stuff. In my case, it was boards that might be able to do the video. It was people that might be able to help me with the sound. And I knew I had to do this thing, and I was collecting. And I do think there's a collecting thing that inventors do, and so you need to encourage it and let people do it their own way.
I think that's a great way to end this. Hopefully you have inspired some people out there today watching this. Bill, Steve, Nicole, thank you so much for joining me. Thank you, Rini, wherever she is. Please stay tuned. Senior editor Chris Velasco is going to be up next having a conversation with Twitter. And yeah, don't miss all of the news from CES 2019 here on Engadget.
I love the idea of going from the concept of a product into the reality. Somehow the process has this magical element where the product starts to speak to you.
You go in at some level and you see, oh, I can make it a little better, you know, and you make it a little better. And then I see a little, and all you can see is you know, the area of the problem around where you exist. And then as you study it deeper, you see, oh, a little more and a little more.
There are so many ways that you can use science and engineering and math to improve our world, not just for people who live in wealthy places, but for all of the world's citizens.
We stimulated innovation in an iterative way that with time, new ideas would come forward and breakthroughs would come based on a determination to solve a particular problem.
I really enjoy taking an exciting idea and discussing it with students, team members, and collaborators. And I really feel very happy when we find ways to make it real and benefit people.
Proceed 15 feet. Wall text. Hand-painted pop is on your right.
When we come up with a new idea and it really works better than anything before and it's maybe cheaper, easier to use, when we're really making a difference for people, that's what I enjoy the most.
And then the connections could get made and I could follow the logical conclusion of it to say, okay, this is the design and this is the way it has to work. So you really need to be able to do both. You have to be able to open your mind and allow everything in, even if it's a crazy idea.
Research gives you the opportunity to make discoveries that have an impact on literally millions of people. We're just now beginning to really learn things that are going to be having an impact on human health and human life over the next several centuries, if not beyond that.
And we're back. Thank you so much for joining Engadget at CES 2019. We've got something very special for you today. We normally talk about hardware and gadgets, and that's great, but there's more going on in the world than just that. And to talk about that, we're joined by Twitter's Director of Product Management, Sarah Hyder. Sarah, how are you?
I am good. Thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you for being here. We actually had a bit of a moment backstage when we realized this is both our 7th CES.
Yes.
I want to say I'm so sorry.
The feeling is mutual.
High
No,
five.
I'm just kidding. It's so great to be here. Every CES is a little bit different. It's got a little bit of a different vibe. I'm kind of wondering if maybe we've run into each other at a previous CES.
I'm sure we probably
I'm sure we have.
Your path has been very interesting, and I kind of want to dig into that a bit.
Sure.
What brought you to Twitter?
From Twitter. Well, this will be, I've been at Twitter for 9 years. This will be going into my 10th year now.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It's been a crazy and awesome journey. What originally brought me to Twitter, I was kind of just out of school, was just the mission, the idea of connecting everybody through conversation, it being the place where everything happens, where people go to see what's happening and to talk to each other. That was pretty powerful for me back then, and that's really resonated with me throughout the years, and that's why I'm still here.
And you brought up conversations, and that's something I think is kind of crucially important now. I will admit that I'm not the greatest Twitter user in the world, but I tweeted something about a certain billboard that happened to be on display on the other side of the strip, and it kind of blew up, and sifting through those replies, trying to have a meaningful conversation with a person, honestly feels really difficult sometimes. How does that look from your end?
Yeah, so I think the way I think about it, and I saw that tweet that you made. It did blow up. That was a good tweet.
Thank you very much.
We know that Twitter is the place for people to go for conversation, and the best conversations in the world are unfolding on Twitter. So whether that's, you're watching the Golden Globes and you're seeing all of the chatter around
Fiji Water
Girl. You might watch the Golden Globes on TV, but you go to Twitter to see the conversation that everyone is having, the feelings, the thoughts, the reactions, and the pulse of what's going on. And that's really something that has become even more and more apparent every year, that people use Twitter for this kind of stuff. But as some of these conversations start to get really deep, or as conversations become really popular, and people are trying to find that connection with each other, we know that the platform can sometimes be pretty tricky to use. Understanding who's responding to who, what the conversation looks like, how to even visualize it. There's a lot of reading, there's a lot of text, there's a lot of tapping around. And so one of the things that we're focused on this year is how do we make Twitter feel more conversational and make it better for those great conversations that are unfolding on the platform. So whether that's you and I talking to each other, or a lot of people talking to each other on the platform, how do we make that easier to read? How do we make it easier to understand when to jump in, or who you're even replying to when you're jumping in? So
and that puts you in a very interesting position too, because I didn't know this, and I suspect a lot of people watching this might not be super aware of this either, but @mentions and hashtags, those bubbled up from the Twitter community.
Yes.
How have you sort of seen people reshape the conversations for themselves before you guys decided something should be done about this?
So we see a lot of things. There's a lot of what we like to call help wanted signs with the way folks are using the platform. And as you mentioned, so many of the features that we've launched throughout our history have been because of what we've observed people actually doing on the platform. So people invented the @mention. And we've turned those into features so that they can be accessible to everyone. And with respect to conversation, we see people struggling in certain things and using the product to work around the needs that they have. So, for example, I tweet a lot about being at CES. I tweet a lot about a lot of things, but I tweet a lot about being at CES. And one thing that we see everyone doing is changing their display names to say, mine says, Sarah Hyder at CES. Yours might say,
CES Velasco.
Right, exactly. And we see people change their display names to describe the single that they're dropping right now because they're a music artist, or they have funny Halloween names because it's Halloween. And what they're really doing is trying to provide some context to what they're tweeting. And we've been thinking about and experimenting around features that, kind of are a nod back to early chat days and when we used to use AOL Instant Messenger and stuff. Like, what would it mean now in today's world to be able to set a status that provides context to all the tweets that I'm making for the next week. And so when I tweet like, oh my God, it's so cold, or there's so many people here, or whatever, people will be like, oh, it says Sarah's at CES, so I get that. And so we want to turn those kinds of things into features for everyone.
It's very interesting because there's a lot of conversation about how conversations could change. You actually, I think, tweeted about this a few months ago. You sort of gave people a taste of what the future of a conversation on Twitter might look like. Let's dig into that. What kind of changes have you guys been testing?
So I'm glad you saw that tweet. That kind of gives you a glimpse of how we're trying to develop this product as well, which is we're not being secretive about it. We want everyone's feedback, and we want the community to kind of take part in this because we know that it's important to the people that are using Twitter. So some of the changes that I started to preview then, and we've been really working on since then, are around the visual representation of a conversation. So if I'm replying to you and one of your colleagues replies to me, can we show visually through indentation the way that thread is unfolding? When a tweet ends up branching into multiple conversations, can we organize that more visually so that it makes sense to people? Instead of having to tap around on the tweets to get all of the conversation, can we bring it all into one space and make it more organized? Can we elevate and highlight some of the attributes of the conversation that might be super interesting to you? So if you're looking at a long thread about, I don't know, what's your favorite TV show?
The West Wing.
The West Wing. Wow, really?
Deep cut-ish, I guess.
Imagine there's a long thread about the West Wing. Everyone is jumping in. But some of the voices that you might care about the most are maybe the actors that are replying in the conversation or the other people that you follow. And can we highlight those in a long thread to make it easier for you to understand, read, and get the best, most relevant experience out of it?
Was there a specific moment where Twitter sort of looked at, and I'm going to be a little blunt here, the sort of cesspool of replies and said, this should change, this can be better? Was there a moment where a decision was made?
So I don't know if there was a single moment. I think this is something we've been feeling for a while, and I think I think in terms of like focusing, we spent a lot of time in 2018 and the years prior making sure that Twitter is the best place to be when something is unfolding, whether it's an event like CES or your favorite TV show or whatever. And now we want to go deeper because we've done a lot of work in that. We have this events experience that you've probably seen where you can get all of the conversation around a specific topic or event that's unfolding without having to follow individual accounts or know which accounts to follow. We've brought that all into a centralized experience. Now we're asking ourselves the question, okay, how do we go deeper from there? How do we expand that? How do we make that more rich? And how do we make that conversation much more easy to participate in? So it's kind of an evolution of the work we've done on in the past.
Can you walk us through sort of what visually something like these changes might look like? Because I assume deep inside Twitter, there are a lot of different ideas about how a conversation could or should unfold.
Totally. So visually, we want to, one, increase the readability of a conversation. So visually, that involves indentation, changing the density, adding in colors or icons to make things so that they will catch your eye visually if they're important to you. Making it read more like a thread, right? More like chat. You know, when you can have long group message conversations with your friends and you don't get lost, right? How do we bring those kinds of elements into big Twitter conversations?
What works so far? What feels right in your experience, sort of testing some of these visual flourishes? What do you think kind of works so far?
Yeah, so some of the my favorite things that we've been testing so far are with respect to the indentation, being able to collapse and expand sub-branches. So you're reading a long thread and you're like, okay, this branch is interesting, but I'm not really, I can see where this is going. Let's move on to the next one very quickly. Being able to collapse that and move on to the next one has been really helpful in terms of like reading long conversations. I've also really liked, we've started playing around with highlighting when the original author of a tweet is going back and replying to everyone in the replies and highlighting that visually with a color has been really great for scanning long replies. Like, I want to see, when you tweet something like the CES billboard and everyone jumps in, I want to see which replies you thought were the most interesting, right? Because that's going to be most interesting to me.
Right.
And highlighting those things, and that, as we've done in our internal builds and our prototype builds, has really, really enhanced the experience.
And what's very unorthodox is the fact that you're planning to do a lot of this in public. So from what I understand, you're actually going to let users start testing out some of these features.
Yes. We are going to be opening a limited beta testing program. And what that means is we're going to be inviting anyone to apply. We're going to say have around a couple of thousand or so people in this beta testing program to test out some of these new changes throughout our development process. So, and we're going to be taking that feedback and working with the community to, as an input into what changes we make, what's working, what's not working. And it's not going to be under NDA, it's not going to be private. We're going to encourage everyone to tweet about it, share their thoughts, and of course tweet at us and share their thoughts with us. And we know, because we're making some pretty big changes to the way conversations look and feel on Twitter, and we know that we don't want to just unveil that on you one day. And what if you don't like it, or what if it's not working for you? We really want to bring our community along for this journey and be a part of this. And we want to do this kind of thing more often. We want to develop a service that works for the people that are using it. And we have to involve the people in that way, and it goes beyond our traditional methods of product development and user research and stuff, and all of those things are still really important. But we have a platform that the world uses to speak their mind. Why not use that as part of our development process and hear what everyone has to say?
Can you give us a sense of when people will actually start to be able to sign up for this testing program?
Very soon, in the coming weeks.
Coming weeks.
Coming weeks.
So, like February?
I don't have an exact date for you yet, but it will be very soon.
Okay, and I guess I also just want to dig into the mechanics of this too, because
yes,
there is some dissatisfaction among certain corners of Twitter about how conversations work. Are you going to make sure that the people who maybe have voiced these concerns get access first? Is it just sort of random? How does Twitter want to approach this?
So we're going to be trying to select. We're going to try to select a variety of different kinds of people who use the product a lot, people who are lighter users of the product, and just try to get as many voices as possible. What's going to be pretty cool, because it is public though, is that even if you aren't in the beta program, you're going to be able to see other people tweeting about it, talking about it, and you can voice your opinion too. And we're going to be reading everything.
I am sure there is going to be a lot of it.
Yes.
I also want to dig into how your sort of renewed focus on conversations and how the contours of a conversation on Twitter should change, how that sort of impacts how things unfold on the timeline. Obviously, Twitter recently brought back the recent tweets view if you want to just have that full chronological list. But home, in my experience, also starts to feel a little bit cluttered too. In my experience, I've had a lot of accounts I follow. I see they're like customer service responses, and that to me doesn't feel like a great quality conversation for me. How does your priority fixing conversations apply on a broader scale with a timeline?
Totally. So I mean, we're always making improvements to the way the relevance of what's being shown to you on the home timeline, and making sure that it is the most relevant content for you. And those principles are going to apply. They do apply, and we're going to continue to invest in, and the way those replies are ranked in the conversation view as well. And using those signals to determine what are the best parts of the conversation, and can we take those signals to inform what we show you on the home timeline. And hopefully all of those things combined will result in a better experience.
I feel it's pretty obvious that there's not really just one Twitter, right? Like I very much prefer the fire hose of information. I'm a very information dense kind of person, but a lot of other people fall into these sort of conversational bubbles. My experience with the platform can be wildly different from what you or anyone else in the audience might have. How do you sort of look at building features with respect to conversations that everyone kind of gets something from?
Totally, and I think, I experience this a lot. A lot of people follow me for tech, but I'm a really big fan of TV shows on the CW. And I kind of want to tweet about the Vampire Diaries sometimes, but I don't want to bother all my tech followers too much. And I think we all really felt this last Sunday when the NFL games and the Golden Globes were going on at the same time.
Right.
Some people on my timeline, a colleague of mine tweeted, if you tweet about football while I'm watching the Globes, I'm going to unfollow you. So we know, we know that people...
Did they make good on the threat?
They did not. It was an empty threat. We know that people are multidimensional and want to tweet about lots of different kinds of things. We have some ways right now of gathering those kinds of conversations, like with hashtags, for example, because you can click on a hashtag and see all the conversation around that. But
right.
I think people want more controls so that, you know, I can go to the Vampire Diaries hashtag and see all the conversation in there. But if I want to participate in it, I don't want to necessarily blast all my tech followers with that. So we are definitely looking at how can we serve this experience and make people feel more comfortable talking about the topics that they want to tweet about and get those tweets to the people who want to see them without bothering the people who don't.
I feel like this might be a wasted opportunity for me if I don't kind of bring this up. We've talked a lot about topics that people enjoy talking about, Fiji Water Girl, the Vampire Diaries, what have you, but there is a side of Twitter that can be less savory sometimes. It can feel a little toxic, to be very blunt about it. How do you, as a person sort of in charge of how conversations should unfold in the future, what kind of responsibility do you feel to kind of fix that? And what do you think can be done from your perch?
Totally. So healthy conversation and the health of the conversation is actually our #1 priority. And the investments and thinking that we do around health permeate into all of our product decision making and how we think about what products we are building. Ultimately, if someone doesn't feel safe on the platform, they're not going to be involved. And so that is our #1 priority, to make sure people feel safe on the platform so that they can participate and engage and get the value out of it.
Does that responsibility fall to you at all? I mean, are there changes on the product side that you think could be made that might help mitigate some of these issues people will experience?
Totally. So in the last year, we made 70 product and policy changes around health on the platform and safety on the platform. And those kinds of things continue into our product development for this year and beyond. We have teams that are dedicated to health and safety, but all of the product teams also work with them to bring those elements into the products that we are building. So, for example, in a conversation now, it's easier to report something that you feel like is unhealthy or abusive in some way, and we've added more options. We've added more options to select from. If you think something, now you can say if you think something is fake or suspicious, you can like report an account that way. All of those things fall into how we actually visually design the product, to make sure that those things are easily accessible, to make sure that things that are marked as shady or unsavory in some way are visually collapsed at the bottom instead of being at the top. Those kinds of things all come into play.
Out of curiosity, we talked earlier about how, let's say, for example, you're the originator of a tweet and you dive back into the replies to sort of contribute to that conversation. You're exploring ways for you to sort of be flagged. Is there a way to sort of look at that more broadly and say, hey, well, if you're a person who people tend to report a lot or people tend to block a lot, is there a way for you to be signified as that as well in the context of a conversation?
So you to be signified as someone, as
so
the author?
Say, for example, I am a huge troll, and I push buttons, and I really just get people riled up, and I get blocked a lot. Are there ways for signals like that to sort of be worked into conversations too, so you might, as a reader, have a sense of whose opinion might not be fully truthful or valid?
So there are a lot of signals that we look at, and one of the signals that we can look at is if two people are having a conversation, does it result in mutual likes, mutual follows,
interesting,
or mutual blocks, or mutes, or reports, and we can look at the result of those things and have that affect the experience that you have on the platform.
So does that, at present at least, factor into the changes you're considering rolling out for conversations going forward?
Yes.
Okay. I think we're just about out of time, but I do need to ask one more question. Sarah, I know this might not necessarily be your thing, but editable tweets, can we have those, please?
Everyone wants to know about editable tweets. I have nothing to say about Edit Tweets at this time. We are always working on ways to make the experience better for Twitter. Nothing to say about Edit.
All I will say is I have been party to a few conversations in which editable tweets might have dramatically increased the quality of that conversation, so please take that for what it's worth.
I will take your feedback.
Sarah, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for
having me. It's been a real pleasure.
Awesome, thanks so much.
Thank you for watching. Stay tuned to Engadget for more from CES 2019. We will be right back.
welcome back to Engadget Stage here at CES 2019. We are joined by a fabulous panel of guests. I am personally really excited that we managed to get all three of them here. Over on my left, Pete Bernard from Microsoft. Next to him, Don McGuire from Qualcomm. And over on the extreme left, who has to speak up really loud to talk to me, by the way, Shanil Kolhatkar from Samsung. And we're here to talk to you about the future of connected computing. Before we go any further though, guess who I am? I'm Sherlyn Lowe, reviews editor at Engadget. You can follow me on Twitter if you want and shoot me your questions. But let's talk a little bit about connected computing. What does that mean? It's two words that are kind of vague, right? But we're really, in the past 2 years, we have seen laptops getting built-in gigabit LTE connectivity. They're thin and light devices with really long-lasting batteries. It sounds like a perfect machine to carry with you when you travel. So I was personally really excited about it when I first heard, and I believe the first time I heard about the Windows on Snapdragon platform was about 1.5 to 2 years ago. Since then, we've seen some of the first few laptops. Qualcomm's made some more new chipsets for the category. I want to hear from you guys. What have you learned in this past year that consumers want from these laptops? Let's start with Pete.
Sure. Yeah, I think it's you know, you can never have too much battery life or too much connectivity, right? So, you know, I think people have really embraced the concept of a connected PC, and you know, whether it's for travel or for work or whatever. And so, you know, what we found is that there's a universal appeal for that type of value proposition in different geographies. We have, you know, folks launching in the U.S. and Europe and Asia, and so, you know, we've learned a lot about, you know, how do we make sure Windows is running really well on an ARM64 platform with Qualcomm, you know, how to really tune the battery life and all of the LTE connectivity. So we've made a lot of improvements in that as well. So yeah, I think we're off to a good start.
So that's the Microsoft point of view. Over on Qualcomm's side, I mean, one of the big challenges was, you know, people are skeptical about Windows on ARM, right? So what have you learned in the last year that you know, you think are the key takeaways for Qualcomm?
So I think it's been a journey, right? So, and we've got into this understanding that where we were going to start is not where we were going to end. In I think 18 short months, we've launched 3 generations of platforms for this space. I mean, when is the last time the PC chip innovation happened that fast, right? So I think we're bringing a new perspective. We like to say bringing the best of the smartphone to the PC, because when you think about it, and there's a whole generation of people under the age of like 25, where connectivity is just like air. So they expect these devices to be connected, and if they're even thinking about their PC device more than just something they have to go to work and use, then they're going to expect that user experience that they get from their phone today. So we've learned a lot about that through talking to consumers, seeing the first adopter buyers give us feedback. We've also learned that moving an ecosystem that has been embedded for 25 or plus years, it with certain principles, certain expectations, however low they may have been, and moving them into a new direction is difficult, and it takes time. So we view this as a marathon. I think our partners do as well, and we're all in this together. We're excited about the future, which things like 5G are going to bring to this category. So I think we're learning as we go, breaking down channel barriers and things like that. And it's been a really good journey for us.
We'll get to the future of connected computing in a little bit. Shanil, though, I want to hear what Samsung thinks. What are you most excited about this space, and where do you feel you can contribute?
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely a very exciting space, as Don and Pete alluded to. I think what Samsung thinks of when they think of consumers and connected PCs is it's really the future of work. So if you think of the mobile workforce today, no one is at their desk sitting a 9-to-5 job. The modern workforce is sitting on the beach. You're going to your home sometimes, working from home, working remotely, and this whole gig economy is taking off. So what does it mean for computing? What it means for computing is the technology has to keep pace with your lifestyle. It should be ultra mobile. It should be extremely high performance. There should be no compromise in performance. And at the same time, it should be always connected. You don't have to look for a Wi-Fi hotspot here and there or in the hotel. Maybe the Wi-Fi is slow. It should always be connected. And that's the excitement of the future that we're always faced with. That, hey, we have to have a connected future, and how can our devices deliver that future to the consumer?
How do you then balance, because like, you know, there is this idea that we're almost expected to be available all the time now, right? How do you balance that with a lot of people's growing desire to disconnect more? Is that something that, you know, I mean, specifically because we talk about the always mobile workforce, is that something that Samsung has sort of an answer for, you think?
Sure, I think what we believe is this always on and always connected environment actually allows you to disconnect when you want, right? Because as an example, and one is use the shortest time possible to get your work done. So usually in 5 or 10 years ago, when you used to open your laptop, you used to sit there literally for 2 minutes waiting for booting up. And right now you open it up, you get your work done, and then disconnect from the laptop. So we believe it actually helps you be more efficient, both in work as well as in play.
Can I jump on his work comment?
Yeah, of course.
It was interesting when we were looking at this concept of always connected PC, connected computing back in like 2015, 2016, and we're talking to folks about it. You know, one of the analogies we made is back in 1999, 2000, when Wi-Fi became more prevalent, it really changed the culture of work. You know, it sort of opened up offices that allowed people to connect to different places. You know, you didn't have to be cabled. And we think that with, you know, LTE connected PCs and then 5G connected PCs, there's another transformation on the culture of work that enables people to be connected, you know, whenever and wherever they need to be. And, you know, we're not exactly sure how that's going to change the landscape, but we're seeing a lot of interest from businesses, commercial accounts, you know, that want to have the most agile, you know, workforce possible. And having, you know, PCs that are connected to the cloud at all times is one of the things I think we're excited about.
Yeah, the value proposition really allows the freedom, and then freedom allows balance. So to your point about your question about, you know, disconnecting versus being connected all the time, that freedom to allow for you to rebalance your life, right, and be remotely working if you want to be, split your time, multitask in a better way, I think that provides the balance that people are looking for so that they actually can disconnect when they want to. And not having to wait, you know, 35 to 3 minutes for your PC to come out of hibernate. But just to open it up, get that quick 8 emails out, shut it, and be done with it. That's that freedom to rebalance your life, to be able to be disconnected when you want.
Or not having to ask the barista for the password.
Yeah, exactly.
So you get connected, and then you spell it wrong, and then it's like 10 minutes later. And then, you know,
have your data stolen from the coffee shop. So
I think even what you mentioned about enterprise use is such a great example. I mean, there's so much more control that you can have because you can push out updates, security updates more often or more reliably, I think. When you mentioned being able to rebalance your work, I somehow flashed off to like working on a beach somehow with, say, my friends, and not having to stay at the hotel because I need to be connected to Wi-Fi to finish a work and let my friends go first. I can actually just take my laptop with me and maybe get the work done and then just hide it under the bench away from the sun. Seems like potentially, you know, useful scenarios in the future.
Or in the car, in the back of the Uber.
Right, on my way to the club.
There you go.
Because that's what I still do.
And just because I live in San Diego, all those rumors about me working on the beach all the time are completely untrue.
Sure, you don't have the time to show for it, too.
I do have an office. I do go to it. I'm not always.
We don't have that problem in Redmond. We don't have any.
Poor thing. I'm sorry.
Beaches.
In the rain.
Yeah.
So then it's been like you said about 18 months now. What can you tell me? And this is a question for all of you. We'll start with Shanil. What are some of the key challenges that have presented themselves, and what are you doing to, you know, reduce them? Let's start with Shanil this time.
Yeah, I think one of the key challenges that we are always working through is, does the consumer really understand the concept of a connected PC, and do they understand the value of a connected PC? For a whole generation that Don alluded to, for a whole generation, when they think of a PC and when they think it's similar to a smartphone, it's always connected. What do you mean by always connected PCs? While for the other generation, they're comfortable searching for Wi-Fi hotspots. So it's like, do I really need to have a connected PC? What will the data plan cost? So I think it's working with our partners, working with our carrier partners like Verizon to make sure we're really communicating to consumer the value prop of the always connected PC and showcasing what you can do without an always connected PC. So I think that's the biggest challenge, and that's something that we're working on.
Like an education type of...
Absolutely.
I mean, you've got kind of multi-layers of challenges. You have a category challenge, which is the relevancy of the PC, which has been a challenge since 2011, quite frankly, right? And then underneath that, you have what Shanil mentioned about, you have all these generational challenges, like people under the age of 25, connectivity's like Air, why is it not connected? My daughter's like, what do you mean I can't watch Netflix on my laptop in the car on the way to, you know, the dance thing? Well, because there's no Wi-Fi. So that's a disconnect. And then you have an older generation, which you're right, they're behaviorally driven to what's the Wi-Fi password here? How do I get online, right? And so they don't realize that they need it. But one thing I think we've all learned, because we're all users, is using is believing.
Yeah.
As soon as people get these in their hands, the feedback that we get on the connectivity, the battery life, the weight of it all, and being able to take it anywhere is, oh my God, how did I not have this?
Right.
I leave my charger at the office or at home now. I never was able to do that.
Right. Yeah.
I don't look for the Wi-Fi hotspot. I don't want to give that up now that I have it, but I may not have realized I needed it before you gave it to me, or I bought it and now I'm using it. So using is definitely believing, but it is that overall education curve and moving through those layers of challenges that we're all in this together trying to move forward on.
Yeah. I think it's interesting that for about 20 years, the phone universe and the PC universe are like parallel universes, right?
Right.
Separate,
like
yeah.
parallel universes.
It was
all
like
at
a
the same
Matrix
time.
type of movie.
And then, like about a year or two ago, the worlds collided.
Yeah.
That was the disruption. Was that now you've got the telco channel and all that going on with the PC world and PC OEMs, and Samsung's in between both, which is fascinating.
Good luck.
Yeah, and so I think that's been an interesting challenge and opportunity, right? It's like now you've got these two worlds colliding, and so how do we do the best of both and create these computing devices that have all the capabilities that people expect in smartphones, but also are full PCs, secure and managed endpoints in their commercial business and everything that they expect. So I think that's the interesting little thing that's going on there.
Yeah.
So,
blending the non-traditional and the traditional, right? So I love having Samsung embrace this category because they do have this mobile mindset, right? But then you do have these traditional kind of PC type of norms.
Right.
So having a Samsung come in with their mobile know-how and their relationship with operators has helped us like break a barrier when it comes to, for example, the operator channel. As Pete mentioned, we are now, with these devices in all these operator stores in North America and in Europe and moving into China. So that's something we wouldn't have seen a couple years ago, but having partners like Samsung come in, it's really been helped to move that ecosystem change and shift forward.
So you've noticed then, like since Samsung announced their own connected laptop with the Snapdragon chipset, that people have maybe reacted more to it or more positively, you think?
I think that mobile operators have embraced the PC more now. I mean, the Samsung device is awesome. So, that's a legitimate endpoint for them now.
Yeah.
They can now add that onto people's plans. They can expand their reach and expand their business through this new form factor for them.
Right,
So
it's one more thing for them to sell.
Exactly. Yeah.
And we have been talking more on the consumer side, but on the business side, there's a huge potential, right?
Huge.
If you think of small businesses. Later on in the future, you can think of network as a service. That way you don't have to have your own giga Wi-Fi hotspot everywhere. You can basically lend the network and you have all these connected PCs that are connecting to these networks seamlessly.
Right.
And that's really the future, especially as 5G, we get into 5G. That's where the big bang happens.
I mean,
I'm
we're
really
getting to
excited about
5G, yeah.
We're getting to 5G.
We're rushing full steam
It's
ahead.
real, 2019.
And it's not coming, it's here.
It's here.
It's real, 5G is here.
Almost here.
Let's temper that enthusiasm just a little bit. It's not really here just yet. I want to talk about, though, because we're now sort of on that topic of 5G. As, people start buying these things, so far Sprint has offered their unlimited data for free with every purchase of a connected PC with the Windows on Snapdragon at least, which is nice, right? It's a good way to get them in, but then people are going to have to spend extra. They're already buying a new laptop. Now they're going to have to buy, the data plan. Ultimately, I know the goal is to be able to buy chunks of data whenever you're roaming, whenever you're traveling, and whenever you need it on a per-use basis. But then it kind of adds, I guess, a layer of confusion and a little bit of a friction for the user that you mentioned. I'm sure you're working with carriers to address that issue, but is there anything you could describe as to how you envision it? Is it going to be like when I add a wearable to my phone plan that's like a $5 a month thing, or is it going to be more because these devices by nature use so much more data? Samsung, you might have, Shani, you might have the most experience.
Sure, I think the most popular and successful plan right now is working, is literally device add-on plan, right? So you add on your wearable, you add on your PC or a tablet, it's a $10 a month charge.
Right.
As we get into 5G and future technologies, data will come with it. You don't even have to think about it. You have one plan, all your devices connected seamlessly with it. And that's a little bit barrier breaking for us.
Yeah.
Because a consumer doesn't have to think about, oh, do I really need that $10 a month add-on plan? So we're still working with the carrier technicals, to be honest, to work through all of those.
Yeah.
There are different models that we're continuously testing.
And regionally, it changes.
Yeah, we've seen, the beautiful thing about it is we've launched in Europe and in China and in Taiwan and in the US and Canada. We've seen a lot of creativity from the operators, especially in Europe. We've seen plans where you pay one monthly fee, you get the device and data bundled together.
Right.
We've seen operators bundling content.
Yep.
Like in Italy with Telecom Italia, where they're giving their TV service as well as data with the device. We've seen the unlimited data plans, the Sprint plan in the US, the add-ons. So we've seen a lot of creativity going on. And the good news is that we've been spreading those learnings out across the ecosystem to say, hey, you know, there's different ways you can skin this cat. Back to your point, Sherilyn, about what is the ideal, I think, is just to make it as easy as possible for people to get connected. How they want to do that, whether it's snackable or whether it's, hey, I just want to pay my monthly thing for all of my devices and not even worry about it anymore.
Right.
And it's just a line item on my bill. If that's easier for them, awesome. If it's, hey, I need it on the go when I want it, but not all the time, fine. And I think that the capability is there.
Yeah.
It's about operators embracing how to get these consumers engaged with connecting the device. And we've seen a lot of creativity going on around the world. And you know, there are some regulatory things that come into play, of course. Like Pete said, region by region, there are differences there. But that creativity, we're actually really positively surprised, especially in regions like Europe, where you know prepaid data is more actually conducive to that environment, to see them get really creative.
Yeah.
And especially...
Oh, go ahead. I was going to say the amount of data that's consumed by a PC actually is roughly around the same as a smartphone.
Right.
So it's not a... Maybe that was there was a delta there maybe 5 years ago, but these days, I mean, everyone's streaming Netflix and they're doing all this stuff on their phone. It's basically about the same. So the operators think of it as just like adding another device to your
Another phone, not like a wearable, which
Right.
is actually a lot less, right? Yeah.
And then it also is regionally is like there's a lot of markets where there's a lot of capacity. There's a lot of network capacity.
Yep.
And so operators have invested a lot of CapEx in the network capacity.
Yeah.
And they're like, hey, we need to get more devices on this network. We need to do this. So they're hungry for like good promotions like this to get this device.
Get people in.
Yeah.
What were you going to say?
And even from an international traveler perspective, either you're traveling for business or pleasure, the capability of going to a different country and just getting their plan through a roaming agreement is very, very powerful, very seamless. And many people actually don't understand that it's extremely secure as well. It's a lot more secure than finding a Wi-Fi hotspot, which can really have hackers breaking into it. And the more, we communicate, educate the consumers, they'll latch onto it. And once you go there, you don't never go back.
Yeah. I mean, these all sound like great, but I mean, again, you're talking to me. I've talked to you guys for months and months now. I'm sold on the idea of connected computing and connected laptops. You don't need to sell me harder on it. We did talk a little bit about 5G, and I want to know because 5G is new. Even if you think it's already here, it's still new. It's not going to roll out to everyone in the next year. It's going to take a few years to get to the whole world, right? So we're talking about what 5G can bring to connected laptops. Let's talk about near term, right? What are we expecting to see in terms of connected laptops with 5G? Let's, I don't know if, Pete, do you want to kick that off? Or if
Yeah, I'll start. And I mean, you know, we're an intelligent cloud, intelligent edge company. That's what we do. We do a ton of cloud business with Azure. And so for us, 5G is the connective tissue between the cloud and the edge. And so having a high performance, high density, low latency network is going to unlock all kinds of opportunities for all of us, you know, and our commercial customers and consumers. So we're excited about getting these devices on 5G, getting the higher performance, lower latency networks and happening. And so we're you know, Windows is going to be 5G ready for, you know, for our OEMs. And so we're looking forward to working with these guys and getting it done.
Yeah, I mean, we announced yesterday that there'll be over 30 plus devices enabled with Snapdragon 5G in 2019. Some of those devices will be PCs. So that's going to be amazing.
Yeah.
And the benefit really is going to be about sustained connectivity performance. A lot of people like to talk about peak speeds, and you know that's the sexy like one-liner about, oh, you can get 6 gigabits per second.
Right. It's not sustainable.
It's not sustainable. But what is sustainable is 250 to 500 megabits per second sustained speeds. And when you're talking about gaming or workloads that you need to do for an hour or 2 hours, having that sustained connectivity speed is life-changing, really. And so that's what we're really looking forward to, is even though we can do peak gigabit speeds today, you're talking about 100 megabits maybe per second sustained, 50 to 100, but with 5G, you're talking about 250 to 500. That is pretty amazing when you're talking about like video and lots of sustained workloads over a period of hours. So I think that's the number one benefit it's going to bring, first and foremost. And you're right, it's going to be where the networks are, right? And then they'll be kind of backdropping into gigabit LTE and regular LTE speeds. But I think that's what people will see first and foremost. And then the enterprise piece comes into play as the enterprise starts to reinvent itself for cloud and edge. Virtual private networks come into play in 2020, 2021. I mean, governments in Europe are licensing spectrum to enterprises, 5G spectrum.
Wow.
So they can build their own campus networks. Think about it, if you're a big enterprise and you have multiple buildings and you want to build a secure, lockdown 5G private network with spectrum that you've licensed from the government, you want all your devices to be operating within that as people move around.
Right.
The first thing that's going to need to be upgraded are those big, clunky old PCs, right? Because everybody already has a phone, and those are easy to upgrade. Every 18 months you get a new with your plan. All those PCs get upgraded to 5G PCs. Then they can really take advantage of that virtual private network. Everything's secure. As a CIO, you're like, hallelujah, right? So that's what we're really looking forward to. But you're right, it's like 2021, we're kind of out there. But that's a huge inflection point.
A lot of work changes. Shanil, what do you think?
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Completely agreed on the enterprise and productivity. So again, working from anywhere, instant cloud access, that's a big one. The second piece is really the entertainment piece. So gaming is huge. Really excited about bringing console-level gaming to on the go, right? With low latency,
that just
extreme high
blows
speed.
my mind, but keep going.
Unbelievable. If you think of video conferencing as well, right? Really getting that high clarity digital conferencing with 20 people at the same time. It's still not seamless right now, and 5G enables that. If you think of VR, untethered VR, and again, as you know, Samsung is big on VR and virtual reality. Again, that opens up new possibilities for us, not being tied to a PC and still getting the level of VR and 360-degree video streaming. So I think it's just exciting to see where the future is going.
I mean, every time you guys said something about what 5G is going to bring, my head just went VR on a laptop on 5G.
Absolutely.
This is what, I mean, I don't want to do it, but I can see people next time sitting in a McDonald's with their headset on, with the laptop open over 5G. Just, I don't know what they're doing, but they're doing something.
Doing something.
Trying
to make sure they can hit their mouth with the fry when they're
eating something. All right, so we are down to our last question. We have a little bit of time left. Each of you, please tell me, what do you think, and whatever you can share, right? What should we expect from you on your company in the connected computing world for this year? Let's start with Pete.
Sure. Well, I mean, I think this year we're going to see a bunch of new devices.
Cool.
So we're pretty excited at different price points and different capabilities. We'll get 5G in there, which will be exciting.
This year,
and we'll keep improving Windows. We have over 700 million active Windows 10 users right now worldwide. So it's a great opportunity to get those clunkers upgraded to connected PCs. So.
There you go. How about you, Don?
Well, we just announced our 8CX platform at Tech Summit in Maui, which is fantastic. The feedback's been great on that. So new devices launching on the 8CX platform. As Pete said, 5G PCs in 2019. You've seen the Qualcomm's cadence of innovation, right? We launch platforms at a very, very fast clip. So within 2019, you're going to see that next...
AKA new 8CX2, maybe.
That next platform announcement, I'm sure, in that time frame. Literally like working with Samsung and Microsoft on bringing that next generation of innovation on the software side, on the app ecosystem side, and on the device experience side with how thin and light and OLED displays. I mean, Samsung just does this so well. We're really looking forward to that in 2019. I think there's going to be a lot of really cool stuff.
Very cool. Samsung? Shanil?
Have you seen the 98-inch 8K QLED TV?
Oh, beautiful.
That's amazing, right?
Always connected PCs.
That's connected.
Oh, we're talking about PCs.
Wow.
Or in the PC front, exciting news.
I apologize, Shanil can't hear me from all the way over there.
Sure. It'll be mobile in the near future.
Mobile in the near future.
But exciting stuff. We are focused on premium, so definitely working with all of our partners to get some really sexy and beautiful, gorgeous designs out there.
Nice.
We announced a few models yesterday as well. So premium Windows devices. Of course, we're working with our partners. No disrespect, but with Chromebooks on the line as well as gaming. So we are very, very bullish on gaming. We announced the partnership with NVIDIA around that.
Oh, yeah.
So a lot more in store for 2019 for us.
All right, guys, thank you so much for your time, and thank you guys here in the audience as well as back home for keeping it tuned to Engadget.com. Stay tuned, we have so much more stuff coming up for you. Stay tuned and check out Engadget.com for all the news out of CES 2019. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
We made it.
Kohli, Senior Editor for Engadget, and we're here talking to Rohit,
Yes.
who is the General Manager for Amazon Key, or as it's now known, Key by Amazon.
That's right, Nicole, yeah.
And why don't you explain a little bit about what Key by Amazon is?
Yeah, so Nicole, Key's vision is to deliver the magic of keyless life for everyone. And open up freedom to do things you want to do, manage all the comings and goings. We actually have a video. Let's look at a short video.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's watch it.
Alexa, lock the door.
Open
Key
freedom.
by Amazon.
Yeah.
Oh, you mentioned open control, open security, all
Yeah.
of those things. So clearly, the genesis of the idea appears to be to give the delivery person access to your front porch or whatever to drop off the parcel to prevent porch piracy. I guess that was the original idea of Amazon Key, was it?
Well, it was actually really putting security, convenience, and trust back in the hands of customer for access.
Access.
For what they want to use it for. And obviously, Deliver happens to be one of those use cases.
Top use cases.
Yeah, it's something that's core to our business, so we started there. But it's heartening to see that customers have been using Key by Amazon and the Key solution and services for what gives them delight, gives them pleasure, gives them peace of mind, which could be as simple as seeing your kids coming back from home, which is always a great use case for me. My teenage daughters, every afternoon I'm seeing them parking their bike in the garage and enter home, and that just basically makes my day. Yeah.
So it gives access to different family members
Correct.
as well.
Correct.
Okay.
Of course.
So obviously Key by Amazon, it had the regular door access, and then you had the car access.
That is right.
Like a while ago. And then at the show you announced the garage access.
Yes, we announced a bunch of different additional options which expand possibility for customer, but Garage is one of them. And for Garage, this is really about our integration with Chamberlain. Chamberlain is the leading manufacturer of garage door openers. And what we have done now is, with our integration with Chamberlain's MyQ technology, customers can remotely open and close their garage door by their Key app.
Yeah.
From anywhere. They don't have to be around. Okay. And eligible Prime members, if you have a compatible garage door opener, you can choose to receive packages directly inside your garage, right? So you just order as normal at Amazon once you have set up the system, and the driver will deliver just inside your garage door. So it gives yet another option for our customers.
So that was my next question.
Yeah.
Like why are you giving why are so many different kinds of keys?
Yeah, well, so in the case of, our belief is customers are in control, and they should have flexibility and choices. So we are delighted that Prime members now have options to receive packages inside their home, just in the front door, or in their car, or if it makes sense for their garage. Some of our customers told us that they love the idea of in-home delivery, but they had a pet, so they didn't take advantage of basically in-home delivery. Some of those customers said that they had a double door, they had a grill door with a second lock, so it's just another convenient option, right, for our customers.
Another announcement you made is a partnership with Schlage, a smart lock company.
Correct.
So can you explain a little bit more about that?
Yeah. So Schlage is again another one of the leading manufacturers of smart locks in US, and we already had a lock in partnership with them, Schlage Connect lock, that today works. But with the Schlage Encode, we announced Schlage Encode Wi-Fi Smart Deadbolt. So this is the first ever Wi-Fi capable lock for Key. So with this, you do not require any additional hub or a camera. Typically, for any of these locks to be connected to the cloud, you need a controller, right? Or an extra gateway. And in this case, all you need is the Schlage lock, Amazon Key app, and access to Wi-Fi at home. And you just go set up the lock on the Wi-Fi, complete the setup using the Key app, and now you're ready to go. You have all the benefits of keyless entry, which is ability to come in and out of the home. No more keys under the mat, no more keys in your pocket, fumbling for them. But then you also have the ability to create dedicated access codes for your, could be your friends and family provider, could be your dog walker, could be your recurring code for your cleaner. So all of that is feasible. It also opens up other use cases. Let's say you have a rental home, for example. Don't want to cut keys for your tenants. Don't want to tell them about lockbox and how to get those keys out from, like, lockbox are clearly not designed to help.
Right.
All you need to do is just remotely set these up and your tenant will be able to get it. Now, optionally, if you add a camera, which is Amazon Cloud Cam,
Right.
it's optional.
Right.
Then you can watch who's coming in and out for access. And then you can take advantage of in-home deliveries as well. So we do need a camera for in-home delivery so that you can see what's going on.
How do you assuage perhaps the privacy-conscious consumer out there who's a little bit, scared about letting a random stranger in their home? How do you help calm their nerves a little bit?
True. So we take customers' privacy, customer trust very, very seriously. And we have put a variety of mechanisms in place, sophisticated, appropriate mechanism in place. So for example, every piece of technology is very secure here. The camera, the lock, and all of the communication between the lock and the camera and various components of the system are encrypted, right? So we make sure that everything is encrypted. And then in terms of access, obviously with the camera pointing the door, you always have the peace of mind. You can always see who is coming into the house, whether it's your daughter, your family member, your dog walker, or it is a delivery person dropping the package, right? And then purely just talking about the delivery per se, the delivery process that we have built, we are putting obviously our best expertise in logistics and secure clouds and secure applications and Amazon devices to test, and we build this process very, very securely. So for example, the drivers never have any access to the house. They don't have any access code for the lock. They just come with a package which is destined for the house, for you.
Right.
And once they scan the package, and once they're physically very close to the door, we check proximity, and we make sure that the right driver with the right package is at the door. The Amazon system will ask the camera to record, and then open the door. The driver will place the package, close the door, and they cannot go to the next stop unless the door is locked. Yeah, so we won't present them the next stop. Yeah, so the entire route
going into your home.
Correct. So we thought we have built in a technology that is designed to please, designed to give peace of mind to the customer. By the way, if there's any dissatisfaction that our customers have with delivery part, we have Amazon Happiness Guarantee.
Okay.
They can just open a claim and we'll make it right. That's just sort of Amazon promise, right?
Okay.
But at the end of the day, stepping back, it is delivery, but then it is a lot more. It is being able to, for example, take care of your aging parents and see if the caregiver came into the house and when he or she came into the house. So your ability to monitor, to have eyes at the door from anywhere and give you virtual presence is also key.
It's also important to know that it's entirely opt-in. It's up to the customer to choose what level of access you want to give to the delivery person and that kind of thing.
Yes.
Another integration, of course, you're part of the Amazon family.
Yes.
Ring is part of Amazon now.
Yeah.
And there is this integration with Ring as well.
Yeah, you're super excited about that one because, as you said, Ring is part of the family. But Ring, Ring's entire motto is to secure neighborhood, right? To secure communities. And if you've seen Ring, Ring customers, we call them neighbors, Ring neighbors. They use their doorbells or cameras with video and audio features to see who is at the door, right? And mostly they've used this to ward off like would-be bad actors, sometimes would-be thieves for packages, for anything else. Generally protecting crime in the neighborhood is a great motto, and that's been working. But now with the integration with Key, now we are trying to put the convenience, security, and control of key services in the hands of Ring customers. And the first step we have taken is they have the ability to directly open their key-compatible lock from the Ring app, right?
Okay, sure, like a Ring lock.
Yeah, so think about a scenario where your dog walker comes up, chimes the doorbell, you see the feed, you say, oh, the right person is at the door, you just tap a button, and the door will open, and the person can get access. So now they have the beauty of welcoming the friends and family and the people they actually do want to welcome inside the home, to seamlessly get them inside their home and see them before they let them in. So that's always our integration with Ring, and it's available later in Q1.
Oh, okay, Q1.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. Key is, I think the interesting thing about, like, maybe we talk about it a little bit. Like, why did you rebrand it from Amazon Key to Key by Amazon? Like, why that subtle difference?
Yeah. It is subtle, but it is super important to us.
Okay.
And the reason is, I think I sort of shared this a little bit, right? Customers, when they looked at Amazon Key, said, Amazon is safely opening the door, dropping the package, but it is just one of the many things that they found delightful about Key services, right? It was just not about delivery. It was about a lot more that was giving them peace of mind, pleasure. Sometimes the pleasure is as simple as getting the delivery they've been waiting for so long to just show up magically inside the car trunk or in the home, right? Or sometimes it's about being able to see the kids coming back from school, or sometimes being able to have access for their dog walker, or for their aging parents being taken care of, right? So Key by Amazon is all about openness. It's all about customers having the choice and control for their home, for their businesses, and for third-party providers they want to give access to. So we think that Key by Amazon is a truly representative of what Key is all about. And therefore we changed the name.
I think as part of that, we'll go on to the next announcement, is Key for Business.
That's right.
And not just for the home anymore, I guess for businesses, for apartments too. Can you explain a little bit more about that?
Yeah. So Key for Business, you can think of this as a service that integrates a smart fob seamlessly with existing access control system of a building. So if you're in an apartment complex, you might have a call box, or you might have a buzzer system. With this, what happens is Amazon's building access controller will, in the back office, will seamlessly integrate with that system. And that ties in the building's access system with Amazon Delivery app. And with that, a property manager for an apartment complex or a building owner can give controlled and convenient access for delivery to delivery drivers automatically. So then what happens is, typical scenario like for home delivery, driver never have any access codes. They just come in with a package, and the driver has the right package destined for that building now, not just for that house, for that building, for a tenant in that building. Then they can actually request opening of that front door of the building, and they can go in and deliver the package to a lobby, or they can go to the mail room, or if the apartment policy allows that, they can go all the way up to the apartment. And by the way, it's not just for apartments, it's also for like commercial buildings. Any building which has a front door, which is a gated door, separate from what we call it a perimeter door, right? Like a gate.
Door,
You can get past it and securely drop packages. You don't have to enter the second gate, in this case, the apartment or the actual house, right? And that is a lot of convenience. We have been rolling this out to a number of property, apartment complexes, commercial buildings, already as part of a beta over the last several months. We've rolled it out in like hundreds of properties. And we are hearing from those property managers that the thing they like about it is the control part. But they also like the fact that their staff is now free to do what they like to do most. Serve their customers for amenities, for how to take care of the daily lives in the apartment complex. And they don't have to worry about the chores of providing access to drivers for every delivery. And therefore, they like it. They like it. And end customers benefit because they can safely get their packages in.
Yeah. How do you see this working with the rest of Amazon's ecosystem? You know, they have the Echo Show, they have all of these parts of the Alexa smart home experience. Do you see this as part of an integration with the rest of it, and how do you see it all working together?
Yeah, no, so we do work with Alexa. Just to talk about the integration piece. So we do work with Alexa. Alexa is part of some of these solutions in the sense that if you have a key-capable lock, whether it's from Schlage or from Yale or from a Kwikset, and the Cloud Cam from Amazon, that's part of Key, they are integrated. So you can use Alexa command to say, Alexa, show me the door, and the camera will show you. Or you can get Alexa to show the front door to you in an Echo Show or an Echo Spot. Or you can say, lock my door. You can even say, unlock my door. There's an option to put a 4-digit PIN so that you don't just voice unlock it. Again, customer have choices and control. So we have Alexa integration, and we'll continue to build more of that. But to your point, we think of this as Amazon Key by Amazon as a set of services that are their whole purpose is to bring convenience and comfort to our customers, and therefore they are part of the smart home. I mean, they're solving one of the many scenarios that you want to do in a smart home, right? So we are sort of tied with that overall ecosystem. The devices are tied with that ecosystem, but we think that these are use cases that our customers care about.
Okay.
And whether they have a smart home or not, if they have these services, they can benefit from them.
How do you think your service, do you think there's any other service out there like yours? And if there is, like, how do you differentiate yourself from perhaps other competitors on the market?
So, I mean, we really don't look at that as competition. If you know Amazon, in general, we always work backwards from customer to say, what is it that's going to delight them? What is going to be a great experience for them? And that's why we built it, right? Now, are there other services? We are not aware of any other delivery services.
Sure. I mean, Amazon
right?
kind of owns the delivery space.
Correct. Our partners, one of the services we have is in-car delivery.
Oh,
We
yeah.
are partnering with so I love to tell you a little.
Volvo?
Yeah, it's with Volvo, and it's also with GM brands of vehicle, Cadillac, Buick, GMC, and Chevy, and there's lots of opportunity, lots of penetration there. So any of our customers who have one of these eligible vehicles can choose to receive deliveries directly inside their car.
Why do you think why would you get a delivery in your car? Like, is that just because it's...
Lots of different use cases. Just this past holiday season, we just finished another, we call it Amazon Peak holiday season. A lot of our customers told us that they actually were able to order packages directly to the car without the snooping eyes of their family members, so they kept their surprises.
To keep it a surprise from their families. Oh, that's
so
smart.
it was the hero feature for my wife this season. My younger daughter is like totally on the hook of what's the next thing coming from Amazon, and she was able to keep all the surprises for this holiday season in the car. So it worked out for me. Other customers, so some of our customers who don't believe that they have a great place to receive deliveries at the front door, outside, or they can't receive deliveries at workplace, they're using it to get deliveries in the workplace parking lot.
That's very important. I'm sure you've seen the viral video that went over the past weekend about this exploding trap to capture porch pirates. And I guess if they had Amazon Key, they wouldn't have to have this.
I mean, look, I think porch piracy clearly Key by Amazon will solve that problem.
Sure.
Like I said, solving many other problems that customers think they have and is giving them delight. So you talked about other services. So I think Volvo has a delivery service in Europe, right? But in US, Key by Amazon delivers, I believe, the in-home and in-car, and now going forward in Q2, in garage. Lots of options for customers.
So it's called Key by Amazon. You have this new brand.
Yeah.
What's next for, obviously there's a rebrand for the reason.
Yeah.
There's going to be more to come. Can you give us a little idea of what to expect?
Well, again, I mean, you'll appreciate, won't want to talk about the roadmap. We'll absolutely be excited to share more as things come. But at the end of the day, I think I'll start with one thing. First thing is we do believe it's still day one. Like many things at Amazon, we still believe it's day one for Key by Amazon and for the kind of access services our customers desire, the kind of control they desire, the kind of convenience they desire. So you can totally expect us to do more around this space.
Okay.
And think about us as eliminating and removing more friction in some of these services. Things that customer can probably do today, we'll try to make them even more simpler, right? A good example is today you have a dog walker, right? You can provide access, and we'll try to take some friction away from that and make it even more seamless by maybe integrating with partners directly, so that customer won't have to worry about scheduling access, for example.
Right.
So again, not to sort of try to predict the future. We'll be governed by what our customer tell us. We have lots of exciting ideas that we are working on, and you can expect us to share a lot of exciting news around Key by Amazon in the rest of 2019. Just the day one philosophy that we have here.
Oh man! So tell us a little bit about your booth here at CES. I understand you have a whole house set up.
Yeah.
You can experience it yourself.
We have the ring house that we've had for a couple of years here.
Okay.
And now we have the sister house, which is the key house.
The key house, the ring house
and the key house are next to each other. and very, very warm, very welcoming, very open, like you want to get people in your home, right?
Sure.
So I love everybody to sort of come visit there. And obviously this house, so it's got a garage.
Okay.
And you can take a look at all the garage delivery capabilities that we built in and access to garage. By the way, one thing about garage is not just about delivery, it's also about being able to remotely monitor your garage door from anywhere, right? So for example, your kids are coming in after this and they're putting the bike in, you can actually see them coming in if you optionally put a Amazon camera in there, right? You don't have to put it for delivery and for access, but you can see that, right?
It really sounds as if while Amazon Key was centered around mostly delivery, now Key by Amazon, it's more than just delivery. It's
Absolutely.
about
you nailed
security and access, and tying into the camera systems that Ring cameras or other third-party cameras, I'm assuming.
Correct. So on garage, so you have that piece. The other piece of the Ring booth is at the front door. You can see the locks and how locks are working in tandem for delivery and access. We have a car from one of our partners that you can experience. Yes, a Traverse from GM. So you can take a look at the car delivery. And then the Key Business, we're talking about how you can cross that first perimeter gate. So Key for Business is also there. And all of the devices, all of the integration we have with Alexa, with variety of locks. We also have a great wall, what we call it the voice of customer. And you can see a lot of reviews there, right? I mean, one of the most heartening pieces is about what customers are saying, which is what basically drives me and my team back at Amazon and probably broader Amazon, is what customers are using it for. If I can indulge me, I can tell you one story here. Around this, right? So one of our customers, she is mobility challenged. And not able to get to the front door, wheelchair bound, not able to get to the front door. And the review we got was like, it was eye-opening for us because you don't think about these things. And she said that, to paraphrase her, that she has freedom. That the life is not limited by ability to come to the front door in time.
That's
right? To ability to let somebody in with the key solution where she's not able to reach the door, or for the package to be dropped inside the home where she doesn't have to worry about it. And those are the kind of story. The other story was about a person, she checked her mother-in-law back from hospice to home, and now hospice comes 3 times a week, and she's able, no matter where she is, she's able to now check out who's coming in, and the person is coming in thrice a week, and entered at the right time, because all the logs are there, and she's put the camera so she can see it. And the peace of mind you get is just immense, right? And by the way, sometimes it's not these complicated scenarios. Sometimes like your housing supply showing up on time, and that's the delightful moment.
It's more than just a delivery. It's more than just Amazon Keys. Key by Amazon. I think that's all the time we have right now. But thank you so much for talking with us.
Thanks.
And
thanks for having me.
Be sure to check out Engadget.com for more.
Just visit amazon.com/key, or just check out the booth here. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Nicole. Bye.
welcome back to Engadget Stage at CES 2019. It has been a long day, and forgive me for that little error right there. I'm Sherlyn Lowe, reviews editor at Engadget, and today we're here to talk about Intel, who has some 5G news here at CES 2019. And here with me is Sandra Riviera, who works at Intel in the networking group.
Yeah.
As the senior vice president. I came close. You can read the lower third. But we're here to hear about Intel's news at CES, particularly regarding 5G. Sandra's here to break it down for us. She knows everything inside and out. So yeah, take it away. What did you tell us, everybody here at CES?
Well, thank you very much.
Of course.
So 5G, for those of you that are not so familiar with it, is really this convergence of computing and communications. So it's where computing and communications really come together. And there's an evolutionary part of 5G and there's a revolutionary part of 5G. And the evolutionary part is the part that most consumers would be familiar with, which is, oh, I get faster speed with every G, right? Yeah. 2G to 3G, 3G to 4G, 4G to 5G, and of course 5G has all of those innovations on the wireless air interface side to bring you faster speeds. But there's also a revolutionary part of 5G, which is how we're bringing compute much closer to the endpoint. And the endpoint could be your phone, it could be your laptop, but it could also be all classes of new endpoints, smart cars and drones and robots and all new types of machines.
And by compute, you mean connectivity?
Connectivity and computing, meaning that, hey, I'm bringing now virtually unlimited computing closer to you and me, so that if, for example, we're playing a cloud gaming application not on some of our beautiful 8th gen core PCs or laptops, but on my phone, that I could still have a great experience because I have edge computing in an edge data center, an edge cloud, if you will, that is delivering to me all that computing capability to have that same type of high-end user experience that I would expect on a high-end gaming machine.
Gotcha.
So that convergence of computing and communications, bringing the compute closer to the point of data creation or data consumption. And it's not just about you and I connecting on our devices or with our Netflix or with our Facebook data, but it's also about machines connecting with other machines. So we move into this realm of not just billions of people connecting, but tens of billions of things and machines connecting with each other.
Right, like smart home devices, connected appliances, those things communicating with each other. My garage door will be able to tell from my car that I'm coming home, that sort of thing, right?
Actually, that's a great set of examples. So it's about smart factories and smart homes and smart cities. But yeah, it's in fact, there's a lot of examples here. Smart washing machines and smart refrigerators, and in a city it would be smart meters or smart lighting. And all of that gives you now the ability with, again, this virtually unlimited compute to be able to aggregate all of that data that is somewhat disconnected and not really organized in any way, or where you don't really have a way to derive any value out of it. But now with a smart city implementation where you have 5G helping you collect all that data, process that data really right there in real time, and making smart decisions about traffic flow or safety environments, or if you have computer vision, things like object recognition or facial recognition to know, this is somebody that shouldn't be in this secure area, or this is an object that seems like it's misplaced here, it shouldn't be there. I mean, those types of applications. So yeah, smart homes, smart cities, smart factories, a lot of what we see coming with industrial IoT and different applications for 5G technology.
So where does Intel see itself playing a role here?
Yeah, so I mean, if you look at all the important technology innovations in the world, I mean, Intel has played a big role in that for the last 50 years. We just celebrated our 50th anniversary.
Congratulations.
I wasn't there at the beginning, but but I'm very proud nonetheless. But in many ways we have been defined by being this PC-centric company, and of course we've had extraordinary success in building out this capability in the PC business. But we're moving to a strategy where really we are the technology and the innovation behind all of the world's data. And so everything that we do is touched by data. How we live, how we work, how we play is touched by data, and Intel really is at the cornerstone of all of that data aggregation, analytics, processing, storage, movement, compression, securing of the data. So where it comes to 5G, we have had this end-to-end approach where we have, of course, 5G modem technology in the client devices, whether they're phones or they're connected PCs or they're devices and gateways in your home, to the access network, which we talked a bit about yesterday, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that, which is the on-ramp to the network, right, the access network, to the edge of the network, which is where a lot of the processing is happening, a lot of the compute moving to the edge, to the core of the network, of course, and then to the data center and the cloud. Yeah. So Intel's 5G strategy from the beginning has been an end-to-end strategy, client, access, edge, core, data center,
It's very
cloud.
comprehensive. You've covered almost all parts of the process of getting data from the start to the finish.
Well, in fact, that's a great way to summarize it, because if you look at something that we all enjoy, which is our Prime or our Netflix videos, we sort of take all of the network infrastructure and everything that happens between the client and that data center where that content is hosted. We kind of take it for granted, and I always talk about the network infrastructure as being like oxygen. Like, you just assume it's there until it's not, but you just assume that it's working, and it's really that network oxygen that is creating that interaction from when you hit play to that traversing that entire continuum where the content is hosted all the way back down to your device.
Right.
And so yeah, it's really end to end, and having that system level view of the interaction, the securing, moving, compressing, storing all of that data really gives us this unique position where we're able to deliver to our broad ecosystem of customers this consistent silicon architecture top to bottom, and just a lot of tools by which developers can create.
So, you announced something here at CES 2019 that has to do with 5G. Do you want to explain it to the rest of our audience?
Yes. So we made a lot of announcements yesterday.
Yes.
A lot anchored on our 10 nanometer process node technology in the client devices.
We're going to talk about that tomorrow, by the way, so stay tuned.
Okay, good. In the edge, of course, and in the network. And the specific announcement we made yesterday was on our network SoC. So this is a high-performance system on chip that is designed for wireless access and edge implementations. And the reason why it's so specifically designed for those locations of the network, if you will, is that that's a part of a network that is very performance sensitive or stringent, but where you have a finite power envelope and a small piece of real estate within which to work, right? And so you're typically thinking about implementations where you're not in a nice, cool data center, right? You're outside in a hostile environment, on a farm, a wireless tower on the road, somewhere very cold, perhaps. And so it's just a very challenged environment where you have to deliver high-performance computing, but you have a power envelope that you have to stay within, and a small piece of real estate. So this network SoC, codenamed Snow Ridge, is on our 10 nanometer process technology. It has a lot of the features that are required for wireless access, and particularly for base stations, which is the first implementation that we announced yesterday. So we're very excited about that. If you look at, again, the access network as being the on-ramp to the network and the data that you're trying to get access to, this is a critical part of that ability to get the content that you want, or for anything to connect to and talk to anything else.
So that's been a lot of very infrastructure-y stuff that we just talked about. Not everyone is a hardware nerd like you and I are probably, okay. But let's move on to something that people can maybe relate to a little bit more. I know that Intel was very involved with coming up with 5G or providing 5G infrastructure in the Olympics recently. I believe it was the Winter Olympics. I saw some of this at your exhibit in MWC last year.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've implemented it elsewhere since, or is there anything you want to tell us about your upcoming partnerships that I saw announced yesterday as well?
Yeah. So 5G makes a lot of that sports and entertainment experience a lot more personalized, a lot more immersive, just a lot more fun.
Yeah.
And so last year in the Pyeongchang Winter Olympics, we were able to demonstrate, actually we stood up the world's largest 5G working network. It was, 4,800 terabytes of network capacity, over 22 different live links in 10 different sites, thousands of people experiencing 5G technology, whether it was in an immersive VR capability where they were the athlete, or being able to personalize the experience, doing replays and video stitching from, or viewing the arena from, there's no bad seat in the house, right? You can view it from any seat, any place. So we had thousands of people really try and experience the Olympics in that way. So we're very proud of that, but that was just kind of a teaser, because what we're now gearing up for is the 2020 Olympics in Tokyo, and the Winter Olympics and the Summer Olympics on the scale of complexity and size is order of magnitude difference, and we're very excited about what we're going to show there in terms of AI capabilities, 5G, of course, capabilities, autonomous vehicles that will be showing VR experiences. The way that we're using technology to help athletes prepare and optimize their performance, which is some of the things that we were showing even yesterday at the press briefing. So 2020 Olympics is on deck for next year, and then of course the 2022 Olympics will come in Beijing after that, in the Winter Olympics. So we're a sponsor of the Olympics, and we have a long run of new innovations and technologies where we're trying to bring more immersive, more enjoyable, more expansive experiences to the Olympics. But one other thing that we did last year with Fox Sports and AT&T and Ericsson was we actually delivered the first U.S. Open Golf Championship broadcast.
Love golf.
Yeah, it's actually more fun than you think it's going to be until you try it.
My dad loves golf.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Let me take Leah.
Yeah. So we were in New York, actually.
Nice.
And we were on the 7th hole, which is a very challenging par. But we were there really broadcasting in 4K high definition video without any wires. So this was all wireless technology using that millimeter wave capability, the new wireless innovations that come with 5G. And it just demonstrated how you can produce more of these sporting events or any type of entertainment venue without having to lay cables and wires, and eliminating a lot of the cost and the complexity of really putting up an event. Because rather than laying cables and having to deal with actually sometimes union labor and just the whole complexity of putting that in place, you're able to do it much more cost effectively, much more easily when you're using wireless technology to do the broadcast.
Yeah, but I mean, you did test it in sort of a theoretical, ideal situation. Wouldn't you think that when in 2 years from now, 2022 perhaps, will there be a more congested network that would slow down performance and make that a little bit more challenging? Would you want to lay down cables as a backup, and then the cost is a little double? And on cost, is 5G going to be expensive?
Well, actually, the thinking is that 5G will let you deliver a lot more capability, a lot more cost effectively, because the whole production of a capability or a service is more seamless and requiring less physical sort of infrastructure, right? You can utilize what you have there with new upgrades to the wireless equipment.
Okay.
So I think a lot of what we're understanding now is, well, what are the limitations of the technology? And of course, millimeter wave is great because it gives you lots of capacity, lots of throughput, but the propagation is not so good, right? You need the lower frequencies, the lower bands in order to do the long reach type of service delivery. So when we talk about 5G, you really have to understand well, which use case are you talking about? Because if you look at just the way we categorize the different macro buckets of use cases, we talk about enhanced mobile broadband, which is a lot about that immersive experience, that VR or AR experience, the experience in the home perhaps with gigabit technology, which we talked about yesterday with Comcast as well. So there's this whole class of applications that are enhanced mobile broadband that require lots of capacity and low latency. But then you have things like we were talking about earlier, smart cities or smart homes. Like a smart parking meter doesn't have a huge data rate. It's a very tiny data rate. It's not that latency sensitive. It's not mission critical.
Right.
But there's a lot of it, right? So if you look at a city, there might be 100,000 sensors for parking meters and lighting. And so how do you aggregate all of that? And how do you design a network capability to be able to service those types of use cases, which are similar to a smart home, right? Your smart coffee cup. Maybe it's mission critical. I don't know.
That would be amazing, actually.
but typically very low data rates. And then you have this this other class, which are ultra reliable, low latency communications types of implementations. And the classic example for that would be an autonomous vehicle. So if you look at again how an autonomous vehicle has to react and respond to external data, somebody running into a road or some object or a pothole, or the car in front of you braking. It's very low response time. It is mission critical, lots of bandwidth, low latency requirements. So having such a broad spectrum of use cases means that you can't purpose-build your infrastructure for the most stringent use case, because it does become cost prohibitive, right? You have to be able to have a network infrastructure or just an infrastructure in general that is configurable in real time, on the fly to the use case requirements, so that you have neither too much nor too little
the congestion can be managed
of the bandwidth or the resources required to deliver to the service level for that use case. So, so in many ways, while you do have to put in a lot of new infrastructure for 5G, the asset utilization that you get is much, much higher than what you have today. Because today you have a lot of fixed function purpose-built equipment, networking equipment, that can't be reprovisioned or reprogrammed to do anything else. And so when it sits idle, a lot of the time, which much of the network equipment does sit idle much of the time, it's kind of this sunk cost and this asset that you're not getting a full use of. So 5G in many ways lowers your total cost of operation, because in software in real time, you're able to configure the infrastructure to support the use cases without having to design for the most stringent one.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this has been such a deep dive into the 5G and where Intel sees itself playing a key role in, the rollout of 5G. That's, by the way, happening this year, in case you're living under a rock. Apparently, everybody believes that this is the year of 5G, and that's what the industry thinks is going to happen. So, hey, we have a lot more coming up, not just about 5G, but about AR, VR, AI, all of the buzzwords that you're going to hear here at CES 2019. Stay tuned to Engadget.com for more awesome programming. Thank you so much, Sandra, for your time here with us. And stay tuned later. Bye, guys. and welcome back to Engadget Stage here at CES 2019. I am Sherlyn Lowe, reviews editor at Engadget, and you're here for Google's Assistant news here at CES 2019. And joining me is Chris Turkstra, who is the Director of Product Management for the Google Assistant. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you very much, yeah.
Yeah, so we were just chatting about this, and you guys have so much news to announce here at the show, from all sorts of implementations. You have a new smart clock, new devices, new modes, new features, new tools, car stuff. You've got a huge booth out there with a train or roller coaster. It just looks amazing.
A ride, yeah.
Google is here in full force at CES 2019.
We are.
Tell me about why are you expanding your presence here?
Well, I think it's important for us. We do a lot of work with our partners. A lot of our devices, a lot of our software is expressed through other people's hardware. And so for us, it's important to make sure that the partners are supported, that people understand what the Google Assistant is, what it does for them, how it can help them during their day. And so we want to make sure the investment here really impacts both the partner community as well as the end users, the consumers who read your posts, who watch these videos, and make sure that they understand the Assistant is really valuable.
So it's really about getting not just vendors, but also the members of the public to get to know what Google Assistant is capable
mostly,
of.
for the industry, the folks who are here, folks we work with, make sure that they know we're serious, we're committed to the ecosystem, and that that we're behind them.
So let's break down the news really quickly that you announced here at CES 2019. Now, for those of you at home, you can already see all of the news on Engadget.com. We have all of the details on there. But like for the people here in the audience, there's a ton. Bear with me. So first of all, there was Lenovo's Smart Clock. That is the first of its kind clock with Google Assistant baked in. It's a tiny little device that looks a little bit like the Google Home Hub, a smart display earlier this year. But it's designed for intimate spaces like a bedroom, so it's a little bit more thoughtful about what sort of visual interface there is. And there is no camera, so you don't have to worry about it spying on you. We'll go into that in a bit more detail a little bit later. You also are launching a pilot of this thing called the Interpreter Mode here in Vegas at the Caesars Palace Hotel. And it's supposed to help with live real-time translation between international travelers and the concierge at the hotel. We also have a video of that. And then you announce a whole lot more stuff. Chris, do you want to tell me what excites you the most out of all your Assistant news?
Well, I personally love all these things, but really the Interpreter Mode, to me, if you've seen it, especially if you're using a Google Assistant Smart Display, I don't know how many people are for Douglas Adams fans, but it's Babelfish. You say start interpreter mode, and one person starts speaking in German, the other one in Italian, and as you're talking, the real-time translation comes up on the screen, so you don't have to wait for the turn to see the response, and it actually reduces a lot of friction that you have in interacting with somebody with a different language. And it's really only something that I think Google can build to this level of quality, built on our decades of investment around AI and machine learning and translation. It's the same technology that powers Google Translate, but in a very assistant form factor. It works on speakers, of course, as well, but you don't have the benefit of having the text written out for you.
Right.
And as you've seen at Caesars and the other places we're piloting it, it's just phenomenal technology. People will just get engaged and can't stop practicing their Spanish on it and everything. So it works really, really well. But yeah, also really excited about the Smart Clock as well. So that product is something we've collaborated with Lenovo on for quite a while. And as you know, we have the Smart Display. We introduced that with Lenovo last year at CES, and that product is, was a lot of work, but it's really about a full interface to the Google Assistant. It's about accessing your Google services and your data and watching videos and kind of everything the Assistant can do, but with a visual interface to help out with. And we thought about that, and it could have sort of taken that and shrunk it down and compressed it into this little 4-inch screen. But instead what we try to do is be really thoughtful about what you want an alarm clock to do in your house. What do you want a smart clock to do? So it helps you with your routines. So when you wake up in the morning, you can set an alarm and have a routine automatically start that turns the lights on, sets your thermostat. It can even turn on the shower if you've got the right shower equipment for mowing. So it's a really focused device. I think it's the interface and the design of the device itself is quite beautiful and simple and fun to use, and very focused. So we're being very intentional and thoughtful about, for example, we've spent a lot of time on the brightness of the screen. So the last thing you want is another light polluter in your bedroom. And we've got it just to the point so that it's never too bright, but you can always read it. Actually, a lot of care and sweating those details is important to us. It's the same team that built the Google Assistant Smart Display interface.
The Home Hub?
The Home Hub and the Lenovo and JBL and LG Smart Displays. Right. So it's the same interface design team who built it, so it's inspired by, and you can feel similarities between the two of them. But again, a very different, very purposeful device versus a very general device.
And it comes in at a very nice price point of just $80.
$79, yeah, it's a very good price. Right. It's the Google Home Mini is $49. The Google Home Hub is $149. So it's just a great way if you want to have a a really simple, beautiful device that works in plus all those scenarios. And for me, having a Google Home Mini at your nightstand is great, but I don't want to wake up my wife every time I want to set the alarm or ask it a question. So having a nice touchscreen there really helps out.
Yeah.
To be able to get those things done easily.
I mean, when we were talking about interpreter mode, I remembered now what a feature you announced here at CES got me most excited. So Google also announced that Assistant will very soon be able to check into your flight for you. I'm sorry, I travel a lot for work, and that pain of having to look for my confirmation number and then put it in the kiosk and get my boarding pass. Now, in a few weeks anyway, Google Assistant will be able to do that for you. You can just say, hey Google, check into my flight, and it'll be smart enough to just get your boarding pass for you because it's already got your email with the confirmation number. It knows what to do. You're piloting that with United and rolling that out hopefully to other airlines or and just domestic flights for now too. And so hopefully in the future it will spread to more. There's also hotel bookings and all of that stuff. Is this something that you were involved with? Or did it take a lot of work? Because it feels like it should be already there, but you were able to make this work now.
Yeah, I mean, the team that worked on that was able to build on the functionality we have. So today, if you ask Assistant, hey, how's my flight status?
Right.
We've got that information out of out of the confirmation you've gotten, and elsewhere, assuming you've given us permission to it, of course.
Right.
And so we were able to. It was not a hop, skip, and a jump, but it was a little bit of work to take that then and partner with United to be able to build the technology to actually check in and then get your boarding pass.
Right, because you need access to their system too, right?
Yeah, exactly. And we make sure we're following the guidelines around check-in and all that other good stuff. But it's just another example of how we're trying to make the Assistant an even faster, better way to do things than you might, even have an app to do that.
Yeah.
So, hopefully it's just as easy to pick up and go, oh, check into my flight.
Yeah.
That's pretty simple. It's the same for us as, OK, play Rihanna. You can do that easier than you can like opening an app or unlocking
pulling
your phone.
up Spotify or something like that.
Which is a great way to do it too. But if you want to get specific, we really want to make the Assistant just that much better that you use it for these daily interactions.
Which is, I think, a good thing too, because another thing that you guys unveiled here at CES is Google's Assistant Connect. That is an upcoming, you previewed it, not really fully announced, launched it here, but it is a program, it seems, to get Assistant to even more interactions, more surfaces in the home or in someone's life, right?
Yeah.
And what I saw at your booth earlier today was a button, and as well as like an e-ink screen. Again, you can get the full details on Engadget. Our hands-on is live. This is an interesting concept to me because you're not putting in full assistant devices everywhere in the home. You're putting little things that talk to the Google Home or the Google Home Hub. So your assistant-enabled devices already to for them to communicate with. So it's really about convenience, but it also seems like stuffing assistant in more parts of your life.
Yeah, it's Assistant Connect is a new platform that we're previewing here at CES. And what it does is it allows device manufacturers to really easily build the technology into their devices. In a very low cost, very efficient, and if it's battery powered, very power conserving way. And so we put together two kind of gadgets to show the types of things that could build. And they're tough because they take the form of products, but they're actually meant to demonstrate some of the capabilities of the platform are that you could then use to build into your devices. So one of the, as you mentioned, is a button.
Yep.
And the great thing about the button is I'll tell you the setup process. You don't need a manual. You just say to the Assistant, hey Google, set up my button.
Okay.
And it says, okay, hold it down. You press it, and it says, okay, I found the button. It should be turning green. what do you want it to do?
Nice.
And you tell it what to do, and that's it. You're done with setup. So really, really easy, simple setup that's fully integrated, fully local, talking over Bluetooth in the case of the button with the device. The other one that we've shown is an e-ink display, and that device sets up in a very similar way, but you can say, you know, show me my stock quotes, show me the weather, show me my calendar. And then that device, you know, ambiently will be updated automatically. You know, if you have it checking your email or looking at the weather or looking at your calendar, somebody pops something in, it'll just pop up. It's a very responsive UI. And so those are both, you know, some sort of simple scenarios. There's actually an infinity of things you could actually do with the platform. But these are two that we wanted to be able to put together to just show the capability, show that a lot of this technology is actually already built and ready. But we're here at CES talking about it with the partners and with the device ecosystem to learn more about what works for them, what's interesting, and you know, and where they want to take it. We think that a lot of the button functionality that I talked about, like in a lot of ways, you know, a company that makes appliances might integrate that into the appliance. And now for a very simple Bluetooth LE module that you put on your build, you've now given this device superpowers, the full AI power of the Google Assistant that can get better, can deliver service, do replenishment, like a lot of these things that are sort of IoT platformers have been talking about doing for a long time, but in a really simple, really inexpensive way that frankly doesn't require tons and tons of software development expertise, a company to have their own cloud even, and it's extremely fast as well because it all happens locally between you know, a Google Assistant speaker or a smart display and the device. It builds on a lot of technology that the home team's built to enable the existing super fast connection of Bluetooth devices. So hubless as well. That's building a lot of the tech that we already have.
I mean, do you feel like you're trying to reach partners that you may not have worked with in the past before on these things?
Yeah, right now we're defining a program. So we're actually going and learning what, you know, we've got a bunch of ideas, a bunch of technology, but we're actually learning what's going to be the most effective that's going to get us the highest customer value scenarios and kind of hit the broadest amount of devices. And so we're working together to, you know, to really define that together with the industry. And then at I/O we'll have an ability to talk a lot more about the platform itself, what's in it, what partners are involved in it, you know, hopefully what devices are being built on it. And it's a really exciting new platform that I think enables a lot more ambiency for devices to be able to have either sending data to the assistant so you can get everything from your, you know, your readings from your watch to you know, the weather so that the appliances can adjust, or your drapes, you know, if it's sunny or so on. So we think it's an enabling technology and platform that's really interesting, but we're very early in it, despite having a lot of it already built. We're absolutely building the packaging around it, understanding the scenarios, and making sure we know what's going to be great for the ecosystem.
Nice. I mean, so it sounds like we'll hear more at I/O, you know, and a lot of at I/O this past year. I keep saying 2018. It's not 2018 anymore.
I know.
At I/O last year, Google showed off this thing called Duplex. It was a phone-based AI service that could call up a restaurant on your behalf and make a reservation for you. And I think that when you showed off the demo, everyone was stunned because of how natural Assistant sounded. It sounded exactly like a human. It was even able to say things like, let me check. Like, it just sounded so real. And some of us were concerned at first, but then, you know, you've brought this technology into things like call screening that is now on the Pixel phone. And I have to say, call screening,
my favorite new feature.
My favorite thing ever, changed my life. This is the reason I will not switch to a new phone, is because I want call screen that I have right now. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that, you know, it seems like Assistant is getting both smarter, more realistic sounding. So what else can we expect to see in 2019 from Assistant? Is it going to just get more powerful and take over our lives?
I mean, I don't know about the take over your lives. I think they snuck that in there, but no. I mean, we talked earlier about Assistant Connect. We're really excited to see what we come up with there and what we announce. I think the technology is just going to keep getting better and better. we're focused a lot on devices and services and experience in really 4 key areas. One is in the home.
Okay.
So the smart alarm clock is sort of an example of that, where we had devices, but none of them were really perfect for the bedroom. And so we created a device like that. So I think you'll see us do more around features for specific scenarios in the home, getting people to use the Assistant on their TV a lot more effectively as well. On the go, so that's in the car and while you're in a headset. So we've got the Anker Bolt.
Rove Bolt, yeah.
Yeah, Rove Bolt, which is a great product we've already announced. And I think you'll continue to see us, I know you'll continue to see us innovate on in-hand experiences in the phone while you're in the car. So we'll talk a lot more about that at I/O. And then the other part that I wanted to mention is we call NBU, which stands for Next Billion Users.
NBU.
Yep, next billion users.
Okay.
And so that's our emerging markets around the world. And we'll be talking, actually before I/O, we're talking at MWC quite a bit about what we're doing, because the Assistant's doing really great in those markets. It's helping a lot of people use their technology. It's helping with literacy. It's actually helping for people who can't type or read as quickly to be able to use the voice in and out.
Right.
And so there's a lot of really exciting things that we're doing in the next billion users market as well. So it's a lot of fun.
So it sounds like there's a lot of news we can expect at MWC, at Google I/O. There's a lot coming from Assistant. And it seems like it's permeating, right, a lot of different use cases.
Yeah.
But is it going to gain more intelligence, you think?
I mean, it always
does.
It always is. We're continually releasing new features.
Yeah.
And the breadth of what it can do, and especially since it's developed and delivered by Google, where we have a great set of services. I forget the number, but there's a lot of services that have over 1 billion users daily that use Google. And so as we work to make sure that of course privacy and data are respected and done extremely well and safely, but as we start to think about, like, for example, photos, on the smart display already, you can ask it, I did this, my daughter's named Lily, and I said, show me photos of Lily when she was a baby.
Yeah.
And there's 18 years ago, there's pictures of her as a baby. And nobody, we tagged her face once.
Right.
And so it's kind of, as these services and the Assistant come together and evolve and get more and more advanced, we're able to bring more and more functionality through the Assistant to these end users and through these surfaces. So there's a lot more to be done.
I mean, I think you and I were talking about this in the green room just now, that I realized this morning after taking a demo at the Assistant booth that there's a lot. We seem to underestimate Assistant a little bit. Your colleague at Google was showing us how he was able to speak to Assistant very naturally, stack several commands together. He actually said things like you said, right? Show me photos of cows at the garden, and it was able to find that. Or another example I liked was he asked Google Assistant, hey, how tall is Khloe Kardashian and how tall is her boyfriend? And it was able to do just stack these queries and contextually follow up. There was a lot of and there's a lot it's able to do already that it feels like people aren't interacting with it as naturally as they already can.
Yep.
Is that showing in your data at all? Like, how do you feel people are interacting with? Is it in a stilted robotic way, or?
No, I mean, I think that you're right. The Assistant does all sorts of amazing things that people don't understand. One of the things that's frankly a challenge with a voice interface is expressing the breadth and depth of the functionality really well. It's just hard naturally because there's not a lot of space to put in. Well, you could say this, or you could compound that, or there's other things because you want to quickly. It's not the highest bandwidth, so you don't want to cram too much time. And so we're working, very clearly on discovery for our feature set.
Okay.
And I think as our surfaces get more and more visual, like on Smart Display, like on mobile, even like on Alarm, on the Smart Clock, we're able to do a lot more. And there's a ton in the works to try to explain to you, things that you could do that may not be obvious, or things that might be helpful based on where we think you're going with the conversation. So we measure this a lot in terms of how many queries are follow-on queries versus how many queries are what we call one-shot queries. We're definitely seeing as people get more and more used to it, they increase auto one-shots. But you know, it's a continuous journey, and there's a lot we need to express and get people to understand and be comfortable with. And I think people, as they evolve, I don't know if I want to call it their relationship, but their understanding of the interface and what it can do, you know, the better we are. And I think part of that is, you know, what we're doing out in the parking lot with the booth. If you when you get a chance to take the ride,
can't wait.
Yeah, it's really cool. But you can, you know, that whole ride is about explaining your daily life and how the assistant can help you along the way with it. In really expressive and fun ways, which is very googly. So
I mean, I think that's fun for people who are here at CES, unfortunately. And you have a feature, I think, that allows home viewers to even take the ride in 360 degrees as well. So for those of you who want to check that out, take a look. But it still doesn't feel that present. And to your point, right, the audio format is a little hard for surfacing such suggestions. It is the visual medium that makes that easier. So I think there's some work to be done there.
Absolutely, and that doesn't mean we can't make the audio interface better, and we are.
Yeah.
To make it so that you can discover more features and engage more deeply with the assistant. It's just, I think there's a lot of opportunity in the visual side to really do that in a way that's not as intrusive as it would be in a voice-only interface.
I do think also that as people get more used to speaking to an assistant with the proliferation now of smart speakers everywhere, that we will reach a point where talking to them gets more natural, as like you and I are talking now.
That's right.
Right? Maybe one day I'll be able to, hey, you know, say something midway through and then correct myself while I'm talking to it. Do you think that's possible? I would really love for me to be able to be like, no, scratch that, assistant. I was trying to say something
I haven't seen that demo yet, but that would be really interesting.
Google I/O 2019, 2020.
But lots of really neat stuff in the work. We were only at the beginning, so it's really cool.
So what do you want people here and viewing at home to know about what to expect from Assistant in 2019?
No, I mean, I think that you'll continue to see us innovate to make the Assistant available where you are, in your home, in your car, on the go, and really useful, fast, faster than using an app if we can, faster than doing other ways to get things done. And so, you know, we'll continue to drive that innovation. We're going to continue to develop new features, new surfaces. Really excited about this Assistant Connect platform and see what kind of devices and where we in the industry take this.
Yeah.
So overall, it's just going to be a continual growth and investment year for Google on the Assistant. We're really excited to take you guys along with us as we learn and grow. So it's neat stuff.
Awesome. Well, it sounds like we will see a lot more of Assistant later this year. We're basically at the end of our segment. Thank you so much for joining me, Chris. And thank you guys for viewing.
Thank you.
Here in the audience and at home, we still have a lot more to go before this day is over. So stay tuned to Engadget.com for the live stream and keep watching here with us. Thank you for your time.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, dude.
Bye-bye.
Hello everyone, we're here at CES on the first official day. My name's Jamie Rigg, I'm a London-based reviews editor for Engadget, and I'm here with Emily Warren of Lime. Emily, tell them your job title, because I've read it about 5 times and I could not remember.
No problem, it's a mouthful. I'm the Senior Director of Policy and Public Affairs for Lime.
Cool. And how are you enjoying the first day? We've been here for the best part of a week now already, but did you rock up early, or have you just come for the show?
I got in last night. I've been running around getting lost and enjoying all of these like crazy displays that are here. I mean, I think it's pretty fantastic, and we're excited to be able to, you know, bring our own gadget to the market and show it off.
So to everyone that doesn't know Lime, do you just want to give them a brief kind of recap of what Lime does?
Sure. So Lime is a smart mobility platform. We operate free-floating bikes and scooters, and we launched in June 2017. So just a little under 2 years ago, we got started with regular pedal bikes. Our first big city was Seattle in the United States, and we were moving along with bikes and introducing electric bikes, and then scooters happened. And I think it caught us and a lot of people by surprise, just to see how strongly the market really resonated with this brand new form factor mobility device that most of us might know from our childhoods as a toy, now all of a sudden has become something that is actually a practical way that people are getting around cities, and you add an electric battery to it, and it is incredibly convenient and easy to use. And so we really scaled up our operations over the last year with the tremendous interest that we started to see participation in the scooters specifically, and that brought investment and it's brought expansion. We're now in over 100 cities around the world, 15 countries. And we just actually announced today our 10 millionth rider, which was an exciting milestone for us. So that's a lot of expansion in 1 year. And now we're really doubling down on building out a very high quality product that we know is going to allow us to continue to be best in class, not only in the size of our operations, but in the user experience and in the safety with which we operate in the cities where we have partnerships.
Cool. So, I mean, starting off with the dockless bikes, just usual pedal bikes, you move quite quickly into kind of the electric space. So how did that come about? Because you know, in the dockless pedal bikes, that was an explosion in China, and then other countries started doing it. I mean, even in London, there's 3 or 4 players now. So what kind of made Lime move so quickly through the traditional bikes to the e-bikes and then to the scooters? Talk me through that, because obviously, like you said, June 2017 until now is quite a short period of time for I guess such an expansion in product range.
Absolutely. You know? Well, I think it's 2 things. One of them is the pace of change that we've seen in the battery industry and bringing down costs for lithium-ion batteries, and that's happened in everything from smartphones to electric cars, and it's trickling down and benefiting us in our ability to put low-cost batteries, on a lightweight device like this and actually allow it to be used for electric propulsion on an affordable mobility option. So that is something that allows electric bikes to happen and become much more affordable for consumers and for shared platforms, and of course it also benefits electric scooters. And then the other piece that has just allowed that to then be propelled into the kind of expansion that we've seen is just sort of the consumer response to that particular user experience. So yes, like a battery might have gotten cheaper, we can put it on an electric bike that we didn't have a year ago, but why is that the thing that we're now doing at such a rapid pace, and why are we orienting so heavily toward those products? It's because consumers have told us that these are the experiences that they want. They like having something that's less
like not
physically
having to pedal.
They like feeling like Superman going uphill, right? I think we can all identify with being in our business clothes, wanting to get across town, having a 1 or 2 mile journey that we need to make, and looking at that bike share bike and saying, ooh, do I really want to get sweaty in this thing that I'm wearing? Do I really want to straddle that in my dress? So I think these new form factors added to electric propulsion provide something that is an appealing user experience that people just haven't had access to before, and they're embracing it with an enthusiasm that I think has surprised even us.
Yeah, it's strange how definitely, because obviously Lime isn't the only player in the scooter space, but how quickly it moved from people experimenting with electric bikes, and of course it makes sense that you don't have to, you know, you don't have to pedal, you don't have to like get sweaty on your way to work or whatever. But what do you think it is particularly about scooters that people are really kind of connecting with? I mean, do you think it's just the fun factor, or?
I do think they're fun, but I also
yeah.
think that it's practical. They're very lightweight. So for someone that isn't accustomed to riding a bicycle and, you know, maybe isn't sure how to adjust the seat to make it the right height for them to ride, or might even be wearing a dress like me, I think it's easy for them to step up into that low platform.
Just jump on and go,
just hop on it. You can keep one foot on the ground as you learn how to get it started, and it even kind of gives you that opportunity to put your foot down if you're, you know, if you want to slow down. So people feel a sense of control. There's an ease to getting on it, and it's so lightweight and maneuverable that it feels approachable to people for whom even a bicycle is something that they haven't experienced before. And we've seen that in our user surveys when we ask folks, how many of you use a bike regularly? When was the last time you used a bike? A very large percentage of folks actually are not cyclists at all. This is something that they're coming to for the first time. Many of them switching away from something like taking an Uber or Lyft vehicle. And as we see cities becoming more and more concerned about congestion on city streets and about pollution and carbon emissions, they're gravitating more and more to being able to give folks an on-demand transportation experience that doesn't contribute to any of those kinds of challenges that cities face, and actually help solve them.
And you said that you know, you've gone from June 2017 to being, you know, in tons of cities all over the world. That must have been quite a challenge, right? Because you've got what's, you know, a lot of hardware. It's with bikes, it's a little bit simpler because you know, they don't require so much investment as you know, electric vehicles. So how does that present like a logistical challenge? Because you said, how many cities are you in the US?
I think it's upwards of 90.
Right, upwards of 90.
And well over 100 globally.
Right. I mean, I went to Poland recently, and me and some friends went to Warsaw, and they were everywhere in Warsaw. And because I don't see them in London so much, it surprised me that, you know, what I would consider more of a US kind of brand there. But I realized you were, you know,
it's one of our largest markets.
So yeah, talk me through the logistical challenges, because also from a kind of slightly more boring but, you know, financial perspective, it's, you know, it's quite an investment to get these in places, and then you have the network of people that have to maintain them and stuff like that. So I mean, obviously it helps that you've had some huge investment from some really big players, Uber and Alphabet and stuff. So you know, I guess that helps. But yeah, talk me through how you go from June 2017 launching you know, dockless bike sharing scheme to being all over the world with electric vehicles.
The behind the scenes operational aspect of this is fascinating. And I did work at Lyft for 5.5 years before this, from the earliest days of the company, and it's so interesting to think about that experience and the trajectory of that industry compared to what we're seeing now with scooters and bikes. Because on the surface, it can look really similar, right? There's an app, there's an on-demand transportation option, you're using it maybe in similar places, but behind the scenes, it's an entirely different kind of a company, because we have to actually build hardware, you know, have a supply chain that takes many months in order to design, build, manufacture, you know, import to the operating markets and get those on the street. And then of course there's the whole operational footprint of our teams, the local employees that we have in every place that we operate, and the networks of folks that engage with us to assist with charging operations for scooters. It's an extensive footprint that actually makes that work. And it means that we have a stake in all of these local communities, and we're engaged with them and actually, you know, working on the city streets. We have eyes on the street every day of our own team members that are out there, you know, responding. If somebody says, hey, a scooter's in the wrong place, we've got somebody there in a couple hours, maybe less, that's picking that up, putting it somewhere else, making sure the supply is where it needs to be, so that when you get off the train at 5 o'clock, there's a scooter waiting for you to get you that last mile. So that level of operational expertise is something that we've been able to refine substantially over the last year and build out what I think is the most sophisticated free-floating operational model, in, certainly in the largest number of markets in the world. Now we want to grow that and actually make these presences that we have in local markets a meaningful part and a meaningful scale of people's travel activity. We started in a lot of cities with smaller pilots where they may have said, hey, come in with 500 scooters. That seems like a nice place to start. But now we're bumping up against those limits, and we know that demand is far, far greater. And so we need to work with cities to create the next phase of partnerships that envision a much larger role for scooters in response to the signals that we're getting from our consumers.
So talk me through, obviously when you put these on the streets and you have your teams that move them around and make sure, like you said, that when you get off the train and you want to scoot home that last mile, they're there. But your users are also the people that charge your devices, right?
That's right. So we have two different types of workforce that work on our scooter operations. We have in-house employees and operations team members who work with our local warehouse that conduct maintenance operations and the cleaning of scooters, repairs, and actually go around and make sure that they're deployed at our highest traffic locations reliably every morning. But in addition to that, a large percentage of our scooters are also deployed by what we call juicers, who are independent contractors that work with us just when they want to, picking up scooters once they get qualified through the app and taking them home or to their own residence or to a place of business, charging them overnight, and then deploying them to the locations that we've specified in the morning. And that's something that is a very large part of the operation that's crucial to our success. And it involves the same retail businesses that believe that they'll benefit from having scooters staged in front of their proproperties. We have a large network. A lot of people don't know this, but we have a large network of thousands of businesses we call Lime Hubs that tell us that, hey, we want to be juicers and charge these every night, and then we actually want to be a partner with Lime and help to distribute helmets to members of the community from their retail outlet, have our scooters deployed in front of their place of business every morning. So if you're a coffee shop, maybe someone will come in and grab a latte before they jump on their scooter to get to that train station. And so we're embedding ourselves in the local street level economies of cities where we operate.
And so do you do that? Do you go in before? What's the kind of launch program? So say I want to go in this city. What is that? Is that the first step? Because if you just put them on the street, I guess, and then by the end of the day they're all exhausted.
It doesn't get you very far.
Yeah. So how does that work? You go in before you set up those partnerships. You set up those that kind of recharge
Reaching
network.
out to Lime Hub business partners is a big part of what we do in a pre-launch period. Of course, there's government outreach that's really important as well. We want to reach out to cities and educate them about the program that we're interested in operating in their city. And most of the time, they don't already have a regulatory structure that was designed for this type of operation. So we need to start working with them from scratch, using examples from the many other markets where we now operate to help them design a brand new kind of a regulatory structure to work for bikes and scooters. And then once we've agreed on something and we've gone through a process of creating a contract or a new city council ordinance in a city, and they say, hey, you've got the green light, then we have hopefully also in parallel been able to build up that robust network of partners who are going to have places for us to deploy scooters and work with us to help promote it to their customers, and of course juicers who are there ready to charge them every single night.
Right, so it's quite a build-up to do that. And you mentioned regulation. That's obviously a huge part of the kind of whether it be dockless bicycles or e-bikes or scooters, and everyone all over the world is still trying to figure that out. But obviously that's been playing out in the headlines a lot in San Francisco, which is kind of being really bullish on it, and that city particularly is kind of saturated with many players. But But how do you see you know, a smoother road to regulation and working with councils and stuff in the future, so everyone can kind of be in that space, the users get access to them, it's safe, everyone's happy. I mean, and given your job title, that's kind of what you work in.
That is my wheelhouse.
Right? So how do you see that evolving? Because at the moment, we're still figuring it out. There's a lot of controversy around throwing around blame, you know, between companies and authorities and stuff. So yeah, talk me through that a little bit.
I think that this early, you know, first to third year period of a new industry's life cycle is always the hardest, especially when you're working with a business model that requires such close partnership with the city, but is also demanding rapid change from cities. Governments are, they're entrusted with the solemn duty to protect the public, and we respect that a great deal. And we know that they need to be responsible, they need to ask all the hard questions, and we want to answer those questions for them and work with them. But we also want to challenge them to think outside the box and realize that just because they don't already have a program for this doesn't mean they shouldn't have one. It doesn't mean that their communities wouldn't benefit from it, right? So the onus is on us to come in and demonstrate how we can provide those benefits, show them the data, be transparent in documenting the benefits that Lime can have by providing examples from other markets where we currently operate. And we find that that really helps unlock the conversation, and that in fact, in most cases, cities are already looking for solutions just like this. Many large cities have been working for years, spending taxpayer dollars to build out bike sharing systems that have sometimes just not been able to achieve their full potential, not achieve the vision that a city might have for trying to reach all communities and actually offer something that could move the needle on reducing reliance on car ownership. And there's hope now that dockless services like Lime with our bikes and scooters can help to fill that gap. And because we are operating on more of a free-floating basis, we can be successful in neighborhoods that docked bike sharing was never able to serve. And we can incorporate ourselves into people's daily lives with a frequency and stickiness that those services hadn't been able to achieve. And attracting them with novel types of product experiences that bring in customers that didn't ever view themselves as cyclists. And so in that way, we are actually an instrument for cities to help achieve goals that they already have. And we just need to show them how that's the case and provide the evidence so that they understand that pathway. And then when that conversation happens, we tend to find that they're very willing to move forward, and they appreciate the respectfulness that we've had around with transparency around offering that data and evidence. But I think it's asking a lot of cities to move that quickly, and so we you know, I think we need to have empathy for them in that, and try to, you know, bring them and the public and a coalition of stakeholders along with us locally so that it feels like something that they own, not just like something that's being imposed on them by a technology company.
And do you find that it's easier in some cities than others, just in terms of their layout, their density, I guess, you know, you have to already take that into account when you're deciding, you know, whether you enter a city or when you do, you know, where you put the limes and where you, you know, kind of orientate your support base, whether it be maintenance or whatever. So obviously not just US cities, but in Europe and elsewhere in the world, do you find that the city has a big impact on how you approach, or how the city approaches regulation and how you approach pitching the right solution?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. It's actually interesting. There are some big differences between the US and Europe, I would say, in this regard. Whereas, you know, you look at US cities, there actually aren't a lot of people who bicycle around a lot of US cities. I mean, we've been making incremental improvements in recent years in improving bike lanes and getting some bike share out there so people are more familiar with it, but it's still a really small percentage of the population compared to a place like Paris, where already there's such a larger percentage of the population that's bicycling around or even using their own personally owned scooters. I went to Paris last spring before Lime launched there, and I already saw people using electric scooters to get around town. So it doesn't have the same novelty or even kind of shock factor when you introduce these devices at scale as it does in an American city, where that is something that's much more noticeable in contrast to all the cars that dominate an American city landscape.
Well, they're typically a lot more spread out, right? And organized at scale rather than I guess some of the older European cities that are really dense.
A high-density city like European cities or like New York or San Francisco is a place that already has a lot of other transportation options, like public transit and more people using cycling and walking. Whereas cities like Nashville, San Diego, Dallas, really the majority of American cities are places that were developed with a much lower density land use pattern, to get nerdy about it in plainer speak. And that means that they often have struggled to try to get any kind of success in promoting options as alternatives to cars. And so they're actually very receptive to us coming in and bringing something that resonates with consumers. You go to a city like San Diego, where I went to college, and they were very eager to have companies like Lime come in and provide an electric transportation option that doesn't cause traffic or pollution, because it's a very hilly place, but everything's very, very spread out, and the infrastructure, is just not there for public transit to get from most of the places that people want to go. So for them, having something like this actually makes a huge difference, and it fills a big gap in the mobility landscape, even though it's not necessarily the intuitive spot that you would think of as a cycling or scooting paradise.
Right.
And larger cities, though, these denser cities can also certainly benefit from it, in the sense that it contributes to a lifestyle that when you don't own a car, when you want to connect to and from public transit and get across a dense city on short trips, something like a bike or scooter works really, really well. But those larger cities often have much more competition over scarce public space. And so it can be a little bit trickier to get in place, the right regulatory framework that the city is going to feel comfortable with.
Yeah, I imagine one of the big challenges, I guess, for the future of Lime is saturation, right? Because now you've got a lot of players competing in the same space. Just since you've launched, there's numerous companies. So how does Lime see that having an impact on the business? I mean, just to kind of touch on I didn't realize we were running out of time, but just to touch on the new scooter briefly. Obviously, you one of the ways is staying ahead of competitors, I get, and you're constantly evolving the product and the safety aspects. And this, for example, compared to your previous gen scooter, has significantly longer range, some quality of life improvements with showing the battery on the battery level on the device, and better braking, and for you guys it's more robust, so less maintenance and things like that. So I see how these little gains work, but how do you foresee kind of competition in the market, and how do you rise above that, I guess?
Yeah, a lot of companies have noticed that scooters are a great business and are getting into this. I mean, we appreciate our position as a market leader now, and we know that in order to retain that, we do have to stay ahead of the curve in terms of product quality and experience. We have the resources to be able to bring the product to the street in the largest volume and the largest number of places, but it needs to be a really high quality experience for people to want it and for cities to really want it on their streets. So this Generation 3 scooter is something we're really proud of. We actually have a very large internal hardware team at Lime. A lot of people might think, oh, hey, you're just buying these scooters off the shelf from some company overseas. The reality is we have a huge number of engineers and designers that work at Lime, taking the product feedback that we've heard from our riders. For example, we now have this two-sided front suspension on the Generation 3 scooter. That is going to help smooth out all those bumps in the pavement that scooter riders might experience when they're going over uneven asphalt. And that was something that came through from our riders in our first few iterations of scooter hardware. The longer range obviously helps people take longer trips and gets through the entire day, even if there are a lot of different riders using a scooter during the day. It's a heavier weight device, and it's fully encased so that there aren't any exposed wires that would be susceptible to vandalism or to damage from being outside, beaten by the weather from day to day to day. This is really a tank when it comes to scooters that are built for shared use. And it also incorporates a display screen that will let you navigate to where you're going just by looking at that little screens. And that is another feature that we take seriously in thinking about how we can improve safety, so that people are never tempted to look at their phones while they're riding to get where they want to go. We have front and rear braking as well that kind of provide that redundancy and greater stability in the braking experience. So all of these learnings are things that we were able to incorporate based on having been in the market in a large number of places with a lot of observations of what's happening on the street. That's going to be something we continually try to stay ahead of in this competitive landscape. But to get back to your point about saturation, I hope that's the biggest problem that we have.
Right,
I think
right.
For right now, working with cities, we need to scale up our operations. There's a huge untapped market that isn't even close to being saturated yet. We are seeing the demand signal from consumers that want to use this product, and now we need to create the next phase of city partnerships that will allow our supply to flex up to meet that full demand and fulfill its potential.
Right. Well, I could talk to you about this for another half an hour, but we're way over time already. So I just want to say, Emily, thank you very much for coming to talk to us. And I was in Warsaw not that long ago, and I had a blast. We all explored the city on Limes the whole time, and that isn't a plug; it's just a fact. We had a really good time on them. So yeah, thank you very much for joining me, and thanks for watching, everyone out there as well. Stay tuned for more great stuff from CES.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah.